Atlantic broker to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to all in place in the room and to those viewers who are joining us virtually. As the stinger said, please feel very welcome to the 4th edition of our conference. We started in Frankfurt 4 years ago, looking at monetary policy, came to Berlin in the following year to look at politics at a very changing capital. And then last year, we were in my hometown in New York on the margins of the UN General Assembly. But this year, we wanted to come to the capital of Europe, where politics and security and economics meet. So it's no coincidence that we wanted to come and join many colleagues from the European Commission and from NATO. Now, sometimes in this business, we don't like to be right, but in this case, I think that the Atlantic Brücke and the Atlantic Council together were somewhat of a canary in the coal mine. Security policy and finance and economics are indelibly linked. We saw this coming for several years, might say for several generations. But the events of the past couple of years, whether it comes from China, whether it comes from third parties, whether it comes from the European Union or from the United States itself, the dynamic of economics and our security environment are changing. And this is the strongest alliance we've ever had between Europe and the United States. So as we witness many changes, I believe, and I stick with my optimism, we're at a phase of a new alliance and a new modern era of cooperation. So today is going to be very high octane, so you're not going to leave this room bored. We're here with several US ambassadors, 3 EU commissioners, and a packed program of business leaders and academics who all sort of join this concept that we've developed together to find our way through this complicated, navigated web of economic and security policy. So, welcome everyone, and we're going to start out. I'm going to welcome President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, Fred Kemp, together with the US representative to NATO, Matthew Whitaker, for a one-on-one conversation. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Good morning, Fred.
Good morning, Ambassador. How are you?
Well, they said a fireside chat, there's no fire, so I'm a little disappointed there.
I always take that out of my notes because that fireside chat is, it's until we get to December, January, February, I think we don't need that. But what a pleasure to start the day with you. Matthew Whitaker, the United States Permanent Representative to NATO. And you got off to what I would say is just a tremendous start with the summit in The Hague. 5% defense commitment from all the allies. Nobody could have imagined that. 3.5% core, 1.5% beyond that. It's great to have you here kicking us off. As Julia said, we always put together the notion that you cannot separate security and you can't separate prosperity. And so one of the questions behind this that we'll talk about during the course of the day is Europe can't afford not to pay for its own defense, but can it afford to pay for its own defense? That's one question. But let's start a little bit with a very brief introduction. We don't have much time, so I don't want to go through your entire CV. But Ambassador Whitaker has been President Trump's envoy to NATO since April. As I said, he's already made his mark in the summit in June. Most notably from that summit, the ambassador himself labeled it one of the most consequential moments in this alliance's history. And it could be that if this can now be delivered on. So maybe that's where I'll start. You've got threats to Europe's security becoming frequent and dangerous. Just this month, Russia violated airspace, Poland, Romania, Estonia. This week's Russian attacks on Ukraine are some of the fiercest we've had since the war began in February 2022. What are you looking at in this context with the decisions made in the NATO summit? How are you going to measure success? How are you going to see if everything that people have agreed to is actually producing real results?
Yeah, great question, and thanks, Fred. I appreciate the invitation, and obviously we could speak probably for all morning on the topics that right now we're dealing with at NATO, and I want to appreciate your Atlantic Council, your Europe Center, and Atlantic Brücke for hosting this important forum. The topics are very timely and appropriate to be here in Brussels. The United States, as I say everywhere I go, remains committed to NATO and to defending every inch of NATO territory. But there are still issues to address, including the big one, defense spending, and obviously the resolution of the war in Ukraine. The United States expects European NATO allies to meet their defense commitments, and the spending target of 5%, which you mentioned, is 3.5% on NATO capability targets and another 1.5% on defense-related spending like enablement dual-purpose infrastructure and the like. And these investments, I think, really get to the heart of the capabilities, security, stability, and quite frankly, the credibility of NATO. When allies contribute their fair share towards the conventional defense of Europe, we strengthen deterrence and allow the United States to prioritize its own strategic resources while reinforcing regional and global security. And the Hague Defense Commitment was a good start, but unfortunately, I think some of our allies are dragging their feet, and they need to pick up the pace. And we need real year-over-year growth in every country's defense spending, not just some defense spending in countries. If every ally lives up to their Article 3 obligation, which says they will invest in their individual and therefore the collective defense, will drive innovation and modernization across the alliance, two big things that I'm working on a daily basis, and ensure that our forces are prepared for the evolving threats that we see changing every day, whether it's in cyber, space, and really across all domains. And shared investment in collective defense investment in modern interoperable forces, another key word here in Europe, because there's still not 100% interoperability among all of our armed forces, will ensure that Europe and the United States can work seamlessly together. It strengthens our collective security, balances burden sharing, and builds a credible deterrent that protects both European and American citizens and Canadian citizens. In an uncertain world, we can only have peace through strength. And I talk about this so much, Fred, how the strength of NATO, and if all of 32 allies, if the whole team is strong and there's no weak link, then that strength is what's going to ensure peace, and no one will challenge that strength. And we all know that Russia is the greatest threat to peace in the transatlantic area, and if allies are serious about bringing peace to Ukraine, they need to starve the Russian war machine and stop purchasing Russian energy. Once they do that, obviously there's a clear path to additional US and European sanctions to impose even more costs and change the calculation for the Russians to come to the negotiating table and resolve this completely unnecessary and just meat grinder of a war. And quite frankly, the ball is in the court of the European and Canadian allies. They need to start, every single ally needs to start spending money on their defense and stop buying Russian energy. And this conversation is something I've been looking forward to, Fred, for since it got on my calendar, and I really appreciate the time. But I just want to emphasize that everyone made the commitment in The Hague. Everyone knows 5% is our North Star. Everyone knows that every year we have to get year-over-year growth. And the challenge now is to make sure that everyone is moving at pace at the speed of relevance to make sure that we can meet these commitments and therefore have that strength that's going to guarantee the peace.
Thank you, Ambassador. So let me come back to the defense spending and sort of the challenge for Europe. But let me first hit on something in your opening comment, which is a clear path to sanctions, stop purchasing Russian energy. There's a a sanctions bill in the Senate, I think 84 Senate sponsors waiting to go through. Are you saying, and is the President saying, that until Europe does more in terms of stopping its gas purchases, oil purchases from Russia, that these sanctions, the U.S. sanctions, won't move forward?
Yeah, I think President Trump has looked at the entire horizon of this and has said, what are we doing? If we're still giving European money to Russia to buy energy, sanctions aren't going to ultimately have as much bite. And so, if you look at countries like Poland, Czech Republic, completely weaned themselves off of Russian oil and gas. We have other NATO alliance members that are buying almost 100% of their oil and gas, specifically Hungary, Slovakia, and not 100%, but Turkey still is buying too much Russian energy. And these are conversations that we're having as the United States with our allies and together through NATO as to how we also wean those folks off. Now, obviously, this is not going to be easy. two of those countries have direct pipelines from Russia, bringing them cheaper oil than they can buy on the market, and so it's not going to be easy. But it also, as I go to these conferences, one of the things I hear are people on this stage say, "Oh, this is going to be hard. This is a hard issue," but we have to do these hard things. This is what's actually going to bring this environment of peace and prosperity for all of our citizens, all 1 billion approximate citizens that are in NATO territories in the 32 countries. And so I keep working really hard. I've had very good conversations, both with the United States government and people like Doug Burgum and Chris Wright, our Energy Secretary, and our Interior Secretary, and then also with our allies. We got this is going to be hard, I know, but we have to do it. And that's how NATO not only is relevant in things other than just the security of Europe in the transatlantic region, but also how it's relevant to solving the war in Ukraine and moving forward to a new moment in world history.
I'm so glad you said it that way, a new moment in world history. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the Commission, gave a State of the European Union, which was really powerful, and her quote was, "Europe is in a fight for a continent that is whole and at peace, for a free and independent Europe," interesting, use that word, "a fight for our values, our democracies, a fight for our liberty, our ability to determine our destiny for ourselves. Make no mistake, this is a fight for our future." I've been watching Europe for a long time, and it feels as though that's true. And the two sides of this that we're talking about at this conference are security and competitiveness. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about the interlinkages between that? Because one of my questions over time is whether Europe's going to be able to afford, it can't afford not to pay for its defense, but will it be able to afford to pay for its defense? Will it not have to take from the welfare state? Will it not have to innovate more and grow more to be able to do this? How do you look at this interlinkages between Europe's economic health and ability to defend itself?
Well, they're directly related. I mean, this is something you're not going to be able to borrow your way to security, because at the end of the day, you can buy tanks and you can buy artillery and you can buy planes, prefer you buy F-35s, but all of those need to be sustained and repaired and fixed, and that oftentimes is as expensive in the long term as the initial purchase. And so we have to figure out how to get the European economy on better, more solid footing. And a lot of it is the United States has a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. I mean, it's built into our DNA. A lot of it was inherited from the immigrants that came from Europe originally, whether Dutch or German or every other country and creed. But ultimately, for some reason, Europe has taken a no approach, and the United States has taken a yes approach when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship. We have created a culture in the United States where somebody can take risk, and if they take risk and they succeed, then they'll be rewarded for that. And I think oftentimes in Europe it's backwards, where the government is skeptical on new ideas and innovation and innovators. And that's something that's going to have to change. And obviously the social safety net is instead of a hand up, it's a hammock, where I think there is a very comfortable life for a lot of countries and their citizens. And I look at I know the American work ethic is inconsistent. There's some of us that work very hard. There's some that that don't. But we certainly a work week for us is at least 40 hours, and oftentimes, for a lot of people, it's 50 or 60 hours a week. And in places like Belgium, it's 36 hours, and with a downward pressure on the number of hours. And I think that's that whole culture is going to have to grow and develop, because fundamentally you can't pay 5% of your GDP on defense and defense-related items without economic growth. Right. Because you can't grow your government budget with them. There's only two ways. You can get it through economic growth and therefore more revenue in your current tax system, or you can get it by raising taxes, and that certainly is not popular here in Europe or in North America either.
And as you talk to your allies, how do they feel about you? You were talking again in your opening comment about some dragging their feet. Do you feel the energy after the summit declarations is there toward meeting these goals, toward making the changes that are needed? Does Europe understand what a big moment it is for Europe?
The good news is that the biggest economy, Germany, has committed to get to the spending targets in the next 4 years. And that is very important. You know, what Germany does is going to be a lot more important. Nothing against my friends from North Macedonia, but if North Macedonia gets there in 4 years, it's not going to make a huge difference because their economy's not big and their population's not big. But Germany will, and that's probably going to, what I would say, paper over a little bit of some of the inconsistencies. But we're going to need countries like Spain and Italy and several others to get serious. But there are countries that are sober, serious, especially those on the front lines of Russia, on the eastern flank. I mean, Poland is clear-eyed on what the threat is, and they're going to be at 5% here in the next year. All the Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they're going to be at 5% spending on core defense. I mean, they are investing, but again, you're talking about countries that are smaller than my home state of Iowa, that are less than 2 million citizens. And so, it's going to be the big countries like Germany, France, Great Britain, Italy, that are going to really determine whether Europe steps up. And so Germany is the good news story, and we need to keep encouraging them to make those big spending jumps. I'm I'm going to continue to watch our friends in France and Great Britain. I think the desire is there, but the economics are just not there. I mean, the borrowing capacity is not really going to cover what they need to do, and their economic growth is equally slow. And they're going to have to structurally rethink how they're doing growth in their country and invest in ways to encourage businesses to grow, entrepreneurs to start new businesses, and create a culture where that is sustained.
Thank you for that. So in the past, President Trump's expressed frustration with the concept of collective defense for allies who are not paying where they ought to be paying. We've seen the Russian incursions in airspace over countries like Poland and Estonia, however, who are hitting their numbers and have been doing so for some time. How serious do you see these new incursions over airspace? How serious is the United States looking at this? How can the alliance deter future such incidents?
Yeah, well, we're going to defend every inch, and I think I'll point to the good news story. So the drones that flew into Polish airspace were tracked, were shot down. Many of them were shot down by F-35s and F-16s, and that shows a domain awareness and an air defense strategy that I think shows that NATO is serious and ready to move. I think one of the things that I'm looking at is how we can do that better. How we're not firing $2 million missiles to shoot down $600 Shaheeds, and that's something that we're working very closely with the military leadership within NATO and the U.S. Military leaders to make sure that we have multi-layered at all altitudes air defense. And then in Estonia, that's another great example. I mean, from the moment those planes took off, they were tracked by our radars. Ultimately, Sweden, Finland, and the Italian Air Force all were part of escorting those planes, let's call it, and making sure that they were not a threat to the capital in Estonia. So each one of these examples, I think, demonstrates NATO capabilities. The thing that I want to remind everybody is, we're in this, if you think about how Iran treated the United States and our allies, it was kind of this no war, no peace, N-O war and N-O peace.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what Russia is trying to do to NATO right now, is to not cross a line that drags the United States and our allies into a war, but they also are trying to be disruptive and present kind of asymmetrical threats. And that's another area where I'm working every single day together with our allies and our military leaders, is to make sure that we have better options on the asymmetrical war and the hybrid war, and to make sure that we're not just always reacting, that we are strategic, and that we have an ability to respond in kind, and at the same time to play the same game. If we're really in this sort of hybrid war, to make sure that that we have enough rungs on the escalation ladder that we can also play it in that domain. And I'm just ensuring that, again, we're strong and go unchallenged, because I think a lot of people think that somehow these challenges that Russia presents to us are somehow demonstrate our weakness. It's quite the opposite. I mean, we're all over every single one of these threats.
So very interesting last week in New York, after meeting with the Ukrainian president, President Trump said Ukraine can and should retake territory it has lost. That seemed to some in the media and some observers as at least a change of rhetoric. He's now considering providing Ukraine Tomahawk missiles, though, as I understand it, still through NATO purchases, not direct support. Then on Sunday, Vice President Vance attributed President Trump's recent change in attitude to the continued loss of life, impact on Russia's economy, and said, quote, "The Russian economy is in shambles. The Russians are not gaining much on the battlefield." Is there a shift going on in the administration in the United States toward Russia right now? And if so, what does it consist of?
Yeah, I think first of all, President Trump has been very clear that he's frustrated with Vladimir Putin, that Putin could end this war if he wanted to, and continues to fight. And in fact, not only continues to fight, but every time that President Trump makes an entreaty to Vladimir Putin, Putin then responds by sending massive amounts of drones and missiles at cities in cities in Ukraine. And so ultimately, I think President Trump has determined that of the two sides, that the Russians are less willing to negotiate and resolve this than the Ukrainians, who appear to be willing to give a lot for peace. And at the same time, there's just a battlefield reality that Russia continues to lose depending on the day, about 1,000 soldiers every single day. Which is just, it's incomprehensible. In over 4 years, they've lost about 1 million soldiers on the battlefield for less than 20% of Ukrainian territory. And it's ultimately, a snail could have left the border with Russia and Ukraine and been to Poland already, in all seriousness. Yeah. So they can't even move as fast as a snail. It's like this pace with this, and then for a day, they tried to convince, Russia tried to convince us that they're a bear, not a paper tiger. Yeah. President Trump called them a paper tiger, and they spent a day trying to explain how really they were a bear. And a bear could have probably made it from the border to Poland in a couple days, I'm guessing. But this is the situation we find ourselves in. There is a detachment from reality that the Russians currently have as to their military success on the battlefield, and most likely that is the generals and the military leaders that are not providing real information to Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin as to what's happening on the battlefield. Yeah. But this war needs to end. President Trump's been so clear and clear-eyed about how this war needs to end. It is a completely senseless war. It makes no sense whatsoever to continue this on the battlefield, and it needs to end. And I think one of the things that I would point to, Fred, that I think is crucial is President Trump has made available the best weapons in the world, American armaments, munitions, to sell to our European NATO allies, plus Canada, and then provide to Ukraine. And that's another area where if we talk about Europe taking over the conventional defense of the continent, then those sales should continue to move at pace. And we've sold billions already, and we have billions more available. Ukraine needs it, wants it, and we need to make sure that continues to flow, and that our European allies are stepping up and buying that.
Yeah. So let me end with a question. One of my, as you know, I always like to point to a part of your biography that appeals to me. You've got this amazing career in public service and private practice, but you were also a player on a Big Ten team in Iowa that went to the Rose Bowl. That's not quite
the University of Iowa.
The University of Iowa, and that's not quite the World Cup, which is going to be played in the United States next year, in 2026, but it comes pretty close. In football, if you see a strategy's not working, you change on the field. So on the field with Russia right now, since it's not coming to the negotiating table, since it seems stuck, but Russia also seems economically weak, isn't it time to double down on sanctions? Isn't it time to double down on the military efforts against Russia to bring, isn't that going to be necessary to bring Putin to the table?
Ultimately, that's up to President Trump and the Congress, but I think he knows that there are multiple steps, and so he put sanctions on India. Certainly, they have reacted. There's a lot of other things we can do on a sanctions front, on a shadow fleet front. There are a menu of items that we could do, but we can't do it alone. And I think this is one of President Trump's frustrations with the EU, especially, is they want the United States to bear the weight and the burden of sanctions, whether it's against China, whether it's Brazil, or India, or any other countries that are buying Russian oil and gas. And all he's saying is that we need to move together. Like we are more powerful as an alliance and as allies if we all work together instead of, but the EU obviously has challenges in their membership and who's willing to because Hungary, who's buying 100% of their oil and gas, they would be voting to sanction themselves ultimately, and that would be foolhardy. The Hungary has an election in the spring that I think they're very keen on how that plays out over the coming months, and that's something that we're watching very carefully. But that's why, as an alliance, the EU and the United States need to bring alternatives. I mean, I point again, Poland, Czech Republic eliminated their dependency on Russian oil and gas, and they have more trade space now and more ability to to navigate this current situation where Russia has invaded Ukraine and continuing to fight the war. And I think we need to, for these landlocked countries, and together with Turkey, I think we need to provide them alternatives, whether that's American LNG. Whether that is oil, and building pipelines and the things, again, the hard work that it's going to take to actually change the calculation on these matters.
Mr. Ambassador, I wasn't quite sure how I could bring American football together with Ukraine, but thank you for this.
Just know it's very hard to watch in Europe. The 6 hours ahead is those night games are impossible.
So look, very much look forward to the rest of this conference. Thanks for kicking us off in such fine fashion. Jörn Fleck, Senior Director of Europe Center, is going to come to the stage to introduce his speaker. But before he does that, please join me in a round of applause for Ambassador Whitaker.
Good.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jörn Fleck, Senior Director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council.
Please. Well, warm welcome on my behalf as well to Transatlantic Forum on GeoEconomics, and I'm extremely excited to be joined by Maroš Šefčovič,
Bravo.
the the European Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security. Thank you for being with us this morning and helping us kick off the trade discussions at the Transatlantic Forum. I think the Brussels audience here in the room is very familiar with you, but to our transatlantic and global audience, I think it's worth highlighting that you're now in your 5th term, one of the longest serving commissioners, someone who has handled some of the most dynamic, most challenging portfolios from energy and energy security to Brexit and now trade, and someone who has earned, I think, well-deserved the nickname Mr. Fix-It in the Commission. And so I can't think of anyone better to help us kick off the trade conversations at the Transatlantic Forum. And I think a natural place to start is obviously the US-EU framework agreement, the so-called Turnberry deal. You played a pivotal role in securing that deal, and you're well aware of the criticisms it has received. And yet you've said it's the only responsible way forward. So maybe we kick off by you telling us why you still believe that, and also then where you believe that deal will hopefully lead us in the transatlantic economic relationship in terms of the politics and the big picture of the relationship.
Thank you very much, Jorn, and I also would like to thank our host. As a convinced transatlanticist, I'm always very happy to be here and discuss with the friends and partners where we can do more to make sure that our EU-US transatlantic ties are as strong as ever. And that was clearly the attitude we have adopted when we started the challenging and demanding negotiations with the new US administration on the EU-US trade deal. I have to say that I spent hundreds of hours talking to my counterparts in the US, and I would say thanks to that very strong, interactive, and I have to have very intense, but at the same time cordial discussions we have, I think that now we are at the stage that we understand each other much better. America has the same goal as European Union, to reindustrialize, to be much more secure against all kinds of weaponization of the goods, semiconductors, rare earth, medicaments, you name it. So simply we feel that we are in this new age of geoeconomics where two of us as the biggest trading partners and closest of allies that we should simply work together. Just for the audience to imagine the magnitudes of that relationship. Every year we trade more than 1.7 trillion of euros. So if you can imagine almost 5 billion euros flying across the Atlantic, that's what is happening every single day. We are the biggest mutual investor, so it's almost 5 trillion euros of assets which we mutually invested in our economy, and at least 6 million people on the both sides of Atlantic has a direct dependence in their jobs on these trade flows, making it forward. So this was very clearly what was very much on my mind, because I think first and foremost we have to think about jobs, about the prosperity of our companies, about our alliance and relationship as a close partners, and this been, I would say, the frameworks with which we started to work. It was very clear that for the new U.S. Administration, the agenda is different than that from the previous one. They believe that lots of economic challenges in the US have been caused by unfair trade policies, and the decision, not only against Euro but against everyone, was to fix this issue through the tariffs. So we found a way, and coming to your question, I believe that indeed we got the best possible deal, and I'm ready to compare the EU-US deal with any other deal which is on the table or was already approved. And I very much appreciated that we found the understanding with our partners that 15% should be all-inclusive. There is no stacking on top of it. And once we agreed this deal, I'm happy to say that we are following it to the dot. So there have been 2 executive orders signed by the President Trump. We put on the table legislative proposals for lowering the tariffs on American goods, and it means that parts of the deal, which is so important for our car industry, is retroactively applied as of 1st of August, which means that 600 million euros for August, 600 million euros for September will be returned back to the car manufacturers. And of course, I can go into the details of the carve-outs, which are so keen for our aerospace industry, or generics for our pharmaceutical business, and many other areas, and also this forward-looking element, which I think will become very important right now, because according to our agreement, we should be shielded from the incoming very high tariffs on pharmaceuticals by this 15% all-inclusive tariff. So if I look at it from the perspective of economics, from the perspective of the new geopolitics, and from the perspective of what kind of mood it brings to transatlantic dialogue and exchange of the views, there have been all the positives on this side. So I'm very glad to say that we are in permanent, regular contact with my counterparts. Yesterday late night I had another call with the Secretary of Commerce. We had very good discussion about the next step with Jameson Greer, US trade representative in Kuala Lumpur. And as you know, our President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, is in regular contact with the President of the United States to discuss, of course, day-to-day, I would say, geopolitical challenges. And this was something which was not thinkable in February, in March, but now we are there, and I see it indeed as an opening to the wider agreements and to eventually the trade agreement between EU and US, which you are missing, and which would add, I would say, additional energy, additional flow into the trade, and I'm sure create more jobs and bring even more investments.
Thank you, Commissioner. To the audience here and online, you can submit questions at askac.org, askac.org, so I'll try and get to one or two towards the end. But a quick follow-up on the deal and the criticisms. It's been questions, it was supposed to bring stability. At the same time, there's been questions about the durability with the Trump administration, the president personally still pushing on, for example, digital regulations. We had the uncertainty around pharma, movies, questions about whether it is really a best deal in terms of the administration expanding the list of sectoral tariff products and questions around WTO compatibility. Whichever one of those you want to respond to, one or two, how would you respond to that? And you mentioned the forward-looking nature of this agreement. How do we really get to a deal and not have an endless set of negotiations?
Yeah. I think I would answer with a question, what was the alternative? Would we be better off with a full-scale trade war with the United States of America, or with tariffs somewhere between 30 to 50%. Our projection has been quite clear, and this is what we shared with our American colleagues on all levels. If the tariffs are over 30%, our trade is more or less halted, with all the repercussions for this 6 million jobs on both sides of Atlantic. In the US, in the EU. We, over the decades, built the absolute unique system of supply chains, which are integrated, and a lot of them is based on SMEs, which simply cannot move to US or vice versa, because they're small companies living in a special ecosystem, and therefore I'm absolutely convinced that this was only a responsible choice to make. We are getting first data for the trade from August, from September. We can compare our deals to other deals which been there, and every comparison, looking at the trade flows, if you are looking at the actual tariff is being paid, EU is compared very favorably with any other deal, and we are very happy about it. Of course, you rightly pointed out, and this is what is a permanent discussion with my US counterparts, this is very massive trade relationship, and therefore it would be permanent relationship management. So there are a lot of things, a lot of questions of our American partners, and of course we have a lot of questions on our own. But I think the best thing is to discuss it as allies, to sit at the table, to look for the solutions and resolve them. And I think that we are now in the atmosphere and the personal relations that we can have normal debate, discussions. I'm sure that not on everything we would agree. For sure we would have disputes as big trading powers must have if we are talking about 1.7 trillion of euros of trade every year. But what is important is how we approach it. And if we approach it from the perspective, okay, there is an issue, let's explain, which I think was a big part of what I was doing in the US, just to simply explain some of our laws, explain that none of them is directed against US enterprises, against UN entities. And if there are some issues which persist, let's look at them, how we can resolve them. And this process, of course, is continuing. But what I hope we will achieve would be that this would not be every time huge political issue. That would be the matter of fact. There is a dispute, there is an issue, there is a discussion, and there is a resolution, or there is an adjustment on how we conduct certain policies. So that's something what I would like to achieve, to set up the process, and we are discussing with my American partners how we can achieve that.
As a follow-on to that, with your experience of now these negotiations, dealing with the Trump 2 administration, your engagement, you had similar experience in Trump 1 administration dealing with some very challenging energy issues. How do the last few months inform your perspective on what is possible on a positive, proactive US-EU cooperative agenda? You mentioned your conversations with U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer on steel and aluminum that you've restarted, where the United States and the European Union are trying to address very similar, the same overcapacity, national security, reindustrialization issues. So what space do you see for a collaborative, proactive US-EU trade agenda moving forward, both in the small and the big things and issues?
Let me just give you 2 examples. One would be the steel, and second would be semiconductors. And I think both are very much linked with economic security and the challenge which we face both, and this is global overcapacity of production of certain products, like, for example, the steel. So the steel issue was actually also the one I discussed yesterday late night with the Secretary of Commerce, because I think we concluded very early on in our negotiations in early spring that if it comes to the steel export, we are not each other problems. We are exporting to US something like 4 million tons with 1 million of additional ton of steel derivatives. The exports from US to Europe are even smaller. We are focusing on highly specialized steel, which is needed for our military industry, for aerospace, and so on and so forth. So we are just really natural partners there, but we have the same problem. And the problem is that our markets for a long time been simply too open, and the global overcapacity of the steel production just grew by unprecedented pace. EU lost 70 million of ton of steel production over the last 10 years, and half of it in the course of the last 3 years. So it's very clear that we have to protect our industry, and therefore very soon we are going to propose the post-2026 safeguard measures, meaning that we would work with the TRQs, meaning with the quotas for all those who would like to export steel to European Union. And we are discussing with our American partners kind of ring fencing model where we would, between us, trade on the TRQ with very low or zero tariffs, because our steel business is actually quite complementary, but we would have very similar measures if it comes to deal with the global overcapacity, because it's a big issue for everyone. And this is, I think, something that's very promising. I also explain to my American partners how the steel derivatives business is affected by this additional 232 tariffs, because we are talking about fridges, dishwashers, motorbikes, and I know that very often we in EU approach that we have very complicated rules and regulations, but try to count how much steel there is in a fridge or in a motorbike, and you can compare the both. So I think the best thing would be really to find the solution in this regard. Second example on semiconductors. US has the best chip designers. We have the best machine in the world, which is printing the chips. And I think we are really absolute natural partners, and therefore when we looked at the deal and this so-called strategic purchase chapter, we added our interest in buying $40 billion worth of AI chips, because we want to build these AI chip centers so here in Europe, and it's only natural that this should be kind of strategic cooperation between US and the EU. So these are just the two examples, but I believe that on overall, I would say bilateral trade agenda, we can do much more, because in many aspects, these two economies been built as a complementary to each other, and I think that it's a time to kind of restore it and open new potential which has been missing in the past.
Zooming out a little bit and taking a look at the broader geoeconomic, geopolitical picture, it seems that the global economic order, multilateral rules-based system is under serious pressure, not just from a Trump administration shifting US trade and international economic policy, but from China and its overcapacity and non-market practices, from rising protectionism. How are you and how is the European Commission thinking about whether we are at the precipice of a fundamental shift there in the global order, and how the European Union, very much as a child of that existing order of multilateral rules-based order, should respond and learn some new tricks, maybe?
I think that the first and foremost is it's important to acknowledge the fact that the global trade will not go back to the pre-April the 2nd situation. Especially because in the United States, I would say this new approach has bipartisan support. So all those who are longing for the world of the past, they're losing time. So I think what is very important is to adjust, as what we are doing is that we are looking for the best possible arrangement, relationship, and the deal with the US. And I believe that there we are doing as well as we could in the short period of time, and this dramatic paradigm shift of how to approach the trading relationship. Second very important element for us is that US is our biggest trading partner, but it represents 20% of our trade relationship. So we are working very hard on the remaining 80%. So it means we are diversifying our trade relations. Just this year we put on the table for the final ratification an agreement with Mercosur, which would be our biggest FTA. Just to compare, it's 4 times bigger than our free trade agreement with Japan. We put on the table the free trade agreement with Mexico. I just came from Southeast Asian countries where we signed a new agreement with Indonesia, and I believe that Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand will be able to conclude the next year. We had very good discussion with the Australian trade minister, and we are also intensively negotiating with the UAE and GCC countries. So I believe that with all these partners, we can progress significantly this year, the next year. We are having regular meetings with India, which again is one of the, I would say, the biggest markets and one of the biggest economies in the world. So that's where we want to kind of diversify our trade relationship. And I would say that we put it on top of what we already have. As you probably know, we are biggest trader on this planet. We have already now 44 free trade agreements with more than 70 countries, and we are looking at them also from the perspective which one needed to be upgraded. Upgraded from the perspective of digital trade, digital services, because many of these agreements have been signed before this became significant part of the economy. So that's very important. Second track. And third track is linked with multilateralism, with our commitment to the rules-based trade, and the needed deep reform of the WTO. And here I think we have a same view as Dr. Ngozi, Director General of the WTO, that we simply need to reform WTO to reflect much better the accumulated problems over the last decade. How to deal with overcapacities, how to deal with illegal subsidies, how to better capture the advantage the non-market economies are taking from the WTO, and a lot of other challenges which simply we need to face as a global community. Otherwise, this rule-based global order would be under more and more pressure. So these would be the three tracks: find the best possible solution and permanent relationship management with the US, spread the wing even more with our global partners, and reform multilateral global institutions which are looking after trade agenda.
Well, I'm going to try and squeeze in two questions. You can choose which one to answer from the audience. First one from Emily Kerstens. If IEEPA, the current legal basis for President Trump's tariffs, is struck down by the Supreme Court, how would that impact the US-EU framework agreement? And secondly, from your perspective, can the current talks and the negotiations lead to a real trade agreement similar to what was attempted with TTIP between the US and the EU?
I think that I can answer the both. I mean, I will start with the second. What I think we are going through right now is really, I would say, the beginning of the new chapter. Simply, the perception in US is that the trade system as it was built until the 2nd of April is something which was not fair to the US. They want fundamentally to change the trade relationship with the partners, and we are going now through, I would say, this very elaborate and sometimes very painful process. But I think that we understand now each other much better than before, and through this, I would say, gradual step, and that was the part of the discussions we had also in Kuala Lumpur, is that we should kind of aim for the trade agreement with the US. How ambitious, how detailed, and what sectors you would cover, it's for later, because what we needed right now is to stabilize the relationship, to make sure that trade flows are flowing, that the impact on real economy, on jobs and company is as minimalistic as possible, to deal with the problems which are still on the table, and we are focusing on that and see where this would lead us in the form of the future trade agreement. This is how we see it also from the perspective of the compatibility with the WTO, and of course, if the Supreme Court would decide otherwise, I'm sure that it would be up to the US partners to see how they would adjust their policies. And I think what is very important right now, that we can pick up the phone, we can talk about anything, and we can find solutions to any challenge which is arising from EU-US trade. Thank you.
Ever the pragmatist. So thank you so much, Commissioner. That's all we have time for this morning, but really appreciate you giving us these insights, kicking off our trade conversations, which will now continue with my colleague Josh Lipsky, Senior Director of the GeoEconomics Center, and a session on triangulating trade, where I'm sure his panel will dive into all of the issues you've raised in even more detail. And thank you again, and a huge round of applause,
Thank you.
I hope, for the Commissioner. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I'm very pleased to be here at the 4th Annual Transatlantic Forum and to see so many familiar faces. By a show of hands, who was at our first forum in Frankfurt? Berlin? New York? Okay, so at the end of the day today, stay tuned. At the very end, as some of you know, we have a tradition. We announce the location of the next Transatlantic Forum. So that will be at the end of our session. So I am now very pleased to welcome up my distinguished panel. If they'll come, and we will follow on our spotlight discussion on trade, triangulating on trade, the way forward after Scotland. Please join me on stage. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started, and I'm very pleased to introduce to my left Anahita Toms, partner at Baker McKenzie. Anahita, you were with us at the first forum in Frankfurt, I remember well, also board member at Atlantic Booker. To her left, Beth Balton, former senior advisor at USTR and senior fellow with us at the Atlantic Council GeoEconomics Center. To her left, Hans-Peter Frick, CEO of the Frick Group, largest wholesale manufacturers across Europe and the world. We're going to get a real-world perspective on how tariffs are affecting European trade and his business. And to his left, Stephen Vaughn, former acting director, USTR, partner at King & Spalding. He was acting director of USTR in the Trump administration, and highly value your perspective, Stephen. Thank you for being here with us in Brussels. This is going to be not your typical panel. We're going to jump right into the conversation. No opening statements. We're setting the tone for panels throughout the day. I'm going to get to audience questions, so get ready, prepare them. And Anahita, I'm going to start with you. We just heard from the commissioner. He was leading a lot of the trade negotiations. We've heard his pragmatist, optimistic view. You've called this deal a mini deal, the EU-US deal a mini deal. Why did you describe it that way? And therefore, what is the future of US-EU trade in your perspective?
So why would anyone write a 12 pages long legal article talking about the art of big deals versus mini deals? Because there's lots of talk around big deals, great deals, the perfect deals. And the fact is that when we look at the history of foreign trade agreements, we see a tendency, a clear tendencies, not just from the US, but also from other countries and regions, to have smaller deals that we would, as lawyers, never call a free trade agreement. Because if you look at the US-EU deal, but also the US-UK deal, for example, they're not even comparable to what we are negotiating in the European Union, for example, with Mercosur, UAE, India. These are comprehensive deals that do not just talk about tariffs. They talk about things like non-tariff barriers, which is really key if you want to have a free trade agreement. And that's why I call this one a mini deal. That doesn't mean that it's not important to have reached that deal, but it's just important that not just trade specialists understand the magnitude or if it's just a mini deal.
Fair enough. Okay, I want to step back for a second, and Stephen, I'm going to go down to you. We've heard about this concept, and Ambassador Greer, current US Trade Ambassador, said that we had the Bretton Woods moment, and now we have the Turnberry moment, talking about where the deal was brokered in Scotland. Can you just help the room understand the differences of Trump 1 administration views on trade versus Trump 2 administration views on trade? And are we really in this resetting global trade order moment?
Well, I don't think it's so much that there was a change from Trump 1 to Trump 2. I think he has more flexibility now because of his victory in the 2024 election. Congress is giving him kind of more ability to implement the sort of policies I think he always wanted to implement. And I think, I'm very excited to hear these words like pragmatism and mini deal and things like that, because I think that, the big mistake that we made was turning everything over to lawyers. and having
How many lawyers on the panel?
Well, I mean, I'm telling you right now, you don't. If you want me to sue somebody, or you want me to like go to court and try to win a court, that's what lawyers do, right?
I don't sue.
If you want nuanced, thoughtful, careful deals that balance political concerns, economic concerns, cultural concerns, and all the things that allow us to kind of live together and work together in peace and harmony, you should turn things over to pragmatists and negotiators. And so I'm very encouraged by this development. I think this is really very exciting. I think we're getting a lot more back to the spirit of the global trading system as it existed in the early years of the GATT, when people were coming together in a very pragmatic way with a real focus on living standards and what's good for workers and what's good for how do we build a middle class in the U.S. and Europe. And I think that's what Ambassador Greer is excited about as well.
So let me just push you on that quickly in a follow-up. What is the Turnberry moment? Meaning, what is the global trade system Trump imagines outside of bilateral negotiations? The U.S. has enormous leverage as the consumer economy of the world, and therefore it can negotiate the best deal it can get. Is there a broader view of what global trade should look like, or is that enough?
I mean, I think you begin with the idea that the purpose of the global trading system, the purpose of any trading system, is to deliver results for workers, right? How do we make life better for the people who live in these communities? And I think the way you do that is not by writing a set of rules that are going to bind everybody, forever. I think what you do is you say, these are the political problems we have. These are the challenges that your government faces. These are the challenges that our government faces. This is what your workers need. This is what our workers need. Let's get together and let's kind of build on this thing. And in the early days of the GATT, they had round after round after round after round because they were sort of in constant, ongoing negotiations because they understood, we've got to be practical here. We can't just go in and tear up things. We've got to make a system that's going to actually work.
I only have 6 online questions already based on your intervention, Stephen. By the way, we're using askac.org for anyone in the room, and I will call on people in the room as well. So we will get back to you and follow up. But Beth, I want to come to you for your side of the aisle, the Democratic view of this, because clearly there's a new bipartisan consensus in Washington around trade, around the use of tariffs. You're part of this in the Biden administration. And what I wonder, and I think sort of the provocative question might be, if a Democrat wins in 2028, what would tariffs look like under that administration? Because I'm not sure it's so clear.
It's absolutely not clear, Josh. And also, this is the first time I've done the forum when I'm not a member of the administration. So thank you for the provocative question.
You've always spoken freely.
I will be even more provocative than usual. There's a fight within the Democratic Party right now, specifically on the question of tariffs, where you have people who want to go back to the old way and want to say that tariffs are taxes. I think that's insane coming from a Democrat because we believe that taxes are an instrument of social policy. Why is it any different for tariffs? So we're going to have to resolve that fight, but part of it is, have we or have we not learned anything from the supply shocks of the pandemic, which were inflationary? If you were a politician, you are going to want to make sure we are solving for those supply chain shocks. Tariffs are going to have to be part of that toolkit.
Tariffs are going to have to be part of that toolkit, but let me push you a little bit. Do tariff rates stay above 10%, above 15%? I mean, do we live in a much more protectionist U.S. environment long term?
Where I would love one day to have a panel just on what we mean by protectionism, because one of our core beliefs in the Biden administration was that we had a trickle-down, laissez-faire version of globalization. We bumped up against the consequences of it with the pandemic. And so we're going to have tools to correct, and those tools have traditionally been labeled protectionist. Tariffs, local content requirements, all of those things. We need fresh thinking in this space. Where the tariffs land, one thing where I agree with so much of what Stephen said, and I will say the lawyers inside of USTR were the most aggressive reformers because we all litigated those WTO cases. But that is... I think there hasn't been the same rigor in determining what those tariff rates are that we saw in the first administration. You may want to use tariffs as a tool. I think you want to have more rigor around how you decide what they are and when you're using them.
Thank you. Hans-Peter, I want to turn to you. the lived experience of tariffs. It's nice for us to talk about the legalities and the practicalities, but I want to talk about someone who is experiencing it on the ground. What has changed from a business perspective in your world since the beginning of the second Trump administration?
Yeah, it's a very high level of uncertainty, actually. And from long-term planning, we shifted to short reactions, and that makes business very, very difficult. So yes, as I say, we are dealers, so we produce, for instance, a water pump in Turkey. We ship it to the US, and then we have to ask the manufacturer, comes the steel from China or India, then there are tariffs added, so the calculation, that makes the calculation very difficult. That makes it in all kind, how much steel is in the product. And actually nobody can tell us how we can do it right. So, and we, my company has a customs office, so we can do that but for small or mid-sized companies, it's really, and nobody wants to make faults. So it's not easy.
So the uncertainty is the biggest driving factor right now.
Actually, the uncertainty and the tariffs, at least the tariffs. So we also buy in India, ship to US, or so it's a kind of.
And is it impacting the bottom line?
Yeah. So actually, we cannot uplift the prices, for instance, for products 30-40%. That would kill the business actually. But one day we have to do it. So that's the way we think actually, because we cannot reduce our costs by that. So we have to uplift the prices one day. So now we do it like 6, 7, 8% on all the volume, and we sell. But one day, next month, we have to say, okay, we have to do the seeds from India. We stop it, or we have to lift up the prices 30%. That's a reality.
No, but I think that's such an important point, because I think there's a lot of talk in Washington right now of, oh, the tariffs are not inflationary because we haven't seen price increases. In my mind, the jury's still out, and I think you're speaking to some of that. We will see what comes
one
in the
day,
months ahead.
Yeah, it must come.
But we will see.
Yeah.
And Ahita, I want to turn back to you. The whole premise of this panel was not just about US-EU trade, which we have to talk about, of course, and we will talk about, but EU and US and China. And I want to bring China into the conversation. You said 2 years ago when we were in Berlin, Germany has to think differently about de-risking. Has Germany done it? Has the EU done it? Because now Europe's facing trade tensions from its two largest trading partners, both China and the US.
I would definitely say that this is a continuous journey because, of course, as Beth said, when the pandemic hit, companies started to think about de-risking. When the Suez Canal was blocked, everybody was thinking like, how do we shift? And with China, it's a continuous process about, and I know my US friends talk about decoupling, we rather talk about de-risking, being very realistic about this. So I would say continuous risk mapping is what we are seeing with European companies that are of a certain size who can actually do that. What we also see, and what is key, is more awareness around if you diversify, what does it actually mean, and how can you use your supply chains? Because some of you may know the European Court of Justice has given a very significant ruling around if you shift your supply chains, if you do that, through which, or what's the intent behind it? For example, if you try to circumvent the origin of the good, that may mean that you still pay the original origin tariff. So I would say companies are doing more, are more aware, but they, at one point in time, they stop because there are so many other things on the board's agenda that they, focus on other topics and then come back. But definitely an ongoing process around de-risking, diversifying, digitalizing. We certainly see that happening, and more awareness around how can I nurture new suppliers before I actually go into that relationship. testing, and that's something that I definitely see in practice much more than a couple of years ago.
Happening at the speed it needs to?
No.
Fair enough. I want to try to do something now because we at the GeoEconomics Center rely heavily on data visualizations, and the number one thing we've created this year is our Trump tariff tracker. So I'd like to try to pull it up on the screen if we can do that. We'll see if the technology works here. There we go. And if you can scroll down, thank you everyone back there, and thank you, Jesse. So this, everyone, there's QR codes on the side. You can explore the data in depth. You can go into tariffs on every country. You can see what legal authorities are used as well. You can see what's in effect and what's pending. These are the sectoral tariffs. We can go up for a second if you just scroll back up. These are different sectoral tariffs. You can scroll down. These are things that are exempt. And if you go further down, and Stephen, this is where I'm going to come to you, we know where people spend time on the page, not to be overly surveillance style about it. And this is the area that gets the most attention on the page. And it's the legal authorities invoked for the Trump administration's tariffs. And of course, as many of you know, and the commissioner was asked about right before, IEEPA, International Economic Emergency Powers Act, has been the primary basis for many of the tariffs, used in a novel way, now being challenged at the Supreme Court. They'll hear oral arguments in November. We expect a decision December, January, probably relatively soon. We'll see when it comes. Stephen, if the Supreme Court overrules the president's use of IEEPA, says he used it unconstitutionally, illegally in tariffs in this way, what contingencies does the administration have in place? We have some listed here, but I'm curious to hear from your perspective.
Yeah, so just real quick for everybody I always try to remind people, right, we don't have a parliament, right? He's not a prime minister, so it's not so easy for any president to go to the Congress and say, I just want to change the laws. Our system is set up very much to be a negotiation between the president and the Congress. And basically, what they've resolved on, at least so far in this administration, is you can use statutory authorities that already exist, that are on the books. Don't ask us to change the statutes, and we won't try to take away any of your authority, right? That's kind of the way they've worked it out so far. So he's been using the statutes that are already on the books. The most prominent of those is IEEPA. And now, like you said, we're going to the Supreme Court. Certainly, I think that a couple of things to keep in mind. A, there are people in the administration who are very optimistic about their chances at the Supreme Court. And certainly, B, I don't think they're eager to come out and tell the world, well, here's all the things we're going to do if we lose. That's not sort of how the president tends to approach things. I think they're going to try very, very, very hard to win this case. And as long as they're focused on that, I don't think we're going to get a lot of public guidance about what's going to come if it goes the other way. However, I'm very confident that inside the administration, they have a plan B and a plan C and a plan D, probably. There are a lot of other statutory authorities that they can use. Everyone in this room by now is probably familiar with Section 232, which is the one that they're using for the national security tariffs. That one gives them a lot of power to go sector by sector. And then they also have Section 301, which allows them to go country by country. And so my guess is that inside USTR, they have a list of countries. They have a list of potential Section 301 cases that are teed up and ready to go. And they're also keeping track of all of these different deals and everything that they've made. And I think that they have a lot of really good options to keep this thing going.
And I think as well, I advise everyone to spend some time exploring Section 338. We may hear more about that
Section
as well.
338 is also out there. I think that's something that people have looked at for a while. That would be an entirely new approach. Nobody's used that statute in a very long time, and that would probably take us all back to court.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Beth, I want to come to you on this issue because if the Supreme Court overrules the tariffs, what I'm interested in, and then I'm going to turn to the rest of the panel as well, what do trading partners do in that situation? So the administration can come out with their 301s and their 232s, but it doesn't replace IEEPA, right? The broad sweep of IEEPA. They're more targeted sectoral. Maybe 338 can recreate some of IEEPA. But if you're a trading partner, if you're the EU right now, do you say the deal's off? Because I don't believe that you're going to be able to recreate what you constituted during IEEPA? Or does pragmatism apply, as the commissioner said?
Can't speak for the EU, but what I've seen from the EU so far strikes me as very pragmatic. And I think they do know Congress, over the last 80 years, has delegated a lot of tariff authority to the president. My view is that if he wants to impose tariffs, he will be able to find a statute that lets him do it. So my guess is that trying to maintain that stable relationship is important. Can I add just one other thing on this that I think is really important to say, which gets back to what Anahita said at the beginning? I am very worried. I understand why our trading partners are all reaching for these free trade agreement deals. I just want to say, as I've said before, those pre-pandemic agreements were built on the model of globalization that led us to the fragile supply chains that created all those supply chain shocks during the pandemic. So if we think we're headed towards another pandemic and it's not going to be 100 years, we have to think about how to reform that tool so that it's meeting contemporary concerns.
Reform the tool, but in what way?
So I think if you look comprehensively at those free trade agreements, including the non-tariff barriers, whatever era you want to call it, I think Gary Gersel's book, The Rise and Fall of Neoliberalism, is a very good book. That is a neoliberal model. We're going to have to get back to the model that the FDRs and Keyneses were thinking about, where you had more balance between capital and labor in trade deals themselves.
Hans-Peter, I want to come back to you. I want to go back to the China side. So you talked about the US side a little bit and how tariffs were affecting it. What about China and your business and how you see impacts so far?
Yeah, China is getting strong. The construction business went down, so now they push the industrial side and they flood the market with very good products, I have to say. So the quality picked up a lot. So they are getting more and more important. And the US is closed, so they are looking for all kind of markets, and they are very aggressive. They are very aggressive and very high quality. So a funny thing, I do different businesses. I met a autonomous lawn mower, Chinese. So as I said, I have different companies, and we started the business in November. And from November till now, we sold 12,000 of these AI mowers. And so, the CEO of the group was visiting me last Thursday, and I said, we slaughter the market. Now you see the competitors of Europe, and it's a kind of the dish, and in 2-3 years we have to be quick. All the market is us. I don't want to mention the names of the competitors, but here you see this big piece of meat, and now we can eat it. We have to be very quick. That's the way. So that's an example for how aggressive, how rapidly they are working. So,
well, speaking of how rapidly they're working, Stephen.
So I think to resource to other countries now from China is not so easy. They are also important for the EU, for Germany, and so yeah.
But that's what I want to ask you, Stephen, about what the U.S. learned about the trade war with China in the beginning of the Trump administration. The quick escalation, 145% tariffs, the vulnerabilities, the pain on both sides of the equation. What do you think the administration took away from that experience?
Yeah, I don't think it's just the administration. I think all the Americans have come to realize that we do not want to be in a situation where they have that type of leverage over us. We don't want to be. I don't think our politicians are willing to go to their workers and say, you're all going to lose your jobs because in the latest 5-year plan, some bureaucrat in Beijing decided that this industry is going to be put out of business. We're not going to go to our people and say, this plant that's been here for 80 years has to go away because President Xi has authorized expenditures to put you guys out of business. It's been too disruptive for us politically. It's been too disruptive for us economically. It's just been a really bad and negative thing pretty much from beginning to end. And I think that's why you're seeing the Americans just trying to figure out, like, how do we get out of this, and how do we kind of get back to a world where where we're buying and selling in the hopes of actually raising living standards, as opposed to sort of sitting here and being victims of a bunch of bureaucrats in Beijing who are deciding which businesses they want to wipe out.
We'll talk about choke points in the next session and vulnerabilities. But do you think we didn't realize in the US how quickly some of those vulnerabilities would materialize?
I think that yes, I think that's exactly right. I think people significantly underestimated what a determined country can do if it has virtually unlimited resources and unlimited political will. And I think that a lot of things that we thought couldn't be replicated by a non-market system can be replicated by a non-market system. And I think this is where we kind of lost the wisdom of our ancestors. People in the 50s and 60s, when the Soviets put Sputnik into space and when they had this very, very advanced space program, the West didn't just throw up its hands and say, well, I guess now we're just going to buy all this from the Soviet Union because they've pulled ahead of us technologically. We said, that's intolerable. We're going to have our own system, and we're going to, not allow ourselves to be dependent on a authoritarian regime. And I think that's what we're going to have to learn again.
Can I add just one
Please,
quick
Beth.
point on that, which is I'd go back even further to Churchill's team in 1943, which said to the Americans, if we get out of this war, we're going to have to worry about the Soviet Union and their model of state trading and slave labor that will drive European market economies under. So that was baked into the system.
People here talk about the GATT all the time, and everybody sort of idealizes it, and it was extremely successful. It's one of the most successful trade policies ever adopted, but it did not include the Soviet Union. It did not include the Soviet bloc. And we built a market system that did not include those guys. And, I think there was, I think this is something the Americans have been kicking around for a long time, going all the way back to the discussions around TTIP and sort of how can you build an alternative system. So I think that's where we are, and I think that's ultimately where Europe is going to end up, because I think you're going to find that it's not going to be, in my opinion, I don't think it's going to be politically sustainable to go to all those folks in the Ruhr Valley and say they all have to lose their jobs because you're the victims of China's latest 5-year plan.
I want to go, Anahita, to you on Europe. I want to pull back up the tariff tracker if we can, and we'll bring up China while I ask you this question, Anahita, which is also a little provocative, but I think needs to be asked in Brussels right here. What we have heard from the Commission over and over on the deal with the US is there was no alternative. It was this or higher tariffs. And I want to ask you, because I know we probably won't hear differently from the Commission, is that right? Meaning, we look at what China did, we can go back history in our tariff tracker. There was a moment early on, post-Liberation Day and the pause, where China was retaliating, the US was under pressure, and the EU was considering retaliation. And I wonder if you might walk us through a different reality where the EU retaliated and the US was facing pressure both from China and the EU at the same moment.
I've spoken with so many people at the Commission, but also politicians in Germany, and they all say the same thing. It was either higher tariffs or somewhat lower tariffs. We had no choice, but we had to agree on this. So, and I think, there has been so much pressure from European companies, automakers at the forefront. So I do believe that that was the only alternative in the reality that we are in. Couldn't we have had, in the past, done things differently? Couldn't we have negotiated differently back in the day when it was all about TTIP, right? Imagine a world where we had actually implemented TTIP. And that's where I see many more mistakes made by the European Commission, but also Germany, on expecting even more, although we had a quite fine deal. Imagine we had TTIP now. And to anticipate your second question, I do not think we are anywhere close to a TTIP 2 or anything alike. So I would rather go back further, because it was way too late. And that's why I think realistically, maybe we would have had another 2% or had someone more like a deal with like the UK. Although if you go into the details, there are some advantages in the EU-US deal. So that's what the Commission would tell you. Well, yes, on the face of it, the UK-US deal is better, but if you look into the details. So that's what I would say to your question.
It's a fair point, although you just have to ask the South Koreans how much a free trade agreement has done them any favors in the negotiation and how much a free trade agreement means anymore, though USMCA obviously has paid dividends.
Especially when at the end of the day, practicism is more important than the rule of law.
Stephen, you want to
Yeah, I
jump
just
in?
wanted to say real quickly, I think the EU did absolutely the right thing here. I agree with everything she just said. I do want to emphasize, I think it would have been a diplomatic catastrophe for the EU to line up with China against the United States. And I think at the end of the day, China is still facing very, very heavy tariffs and is going to continue to face heavy tariffs for a long time. And I do not think you want to have a narrative going in the United States that the EU is working with China.
I'm sure that was part of the calculation here as well, as that decision was made. Hans-Peter, from the industry side, when these negotiations were happening, what kind of conversations were you having? What were you reflecting back in terms of the pressures you were feeling? And do you expect, you said at the beginning, volatility is the biggest issue. Do you expect that to decrease at all? And if it doesn't, how do you navigate it in the years ahead?
Yeah, we expected maybe a Trump 2, an increase of the tariffs, of course, but not so rapid and consistently like we have it now. But again, we have a very uncertain situation, so we will see. But so it is not only we have to realize it is not only the 15%. So we also have the steel and the aluminium impact in machinery that we have to add. Yeah, and at the end. So at the end, I see also in my US company, it is very difficult to find workers, to find people. And so, how we could, it's really, it's all the time we are searching, and it's very, very difficult for us. So I don't think that the US will produce T-shirts or sneakers or because there are no people. So this is also to build factories, yes, but where are all the people that should do the work? So for us, it's really difficult. I just lost one of my important managers, and yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have about 10 minutes left, and I want to get to audience questions. I have some online, but I want to turn to the floor first. So please raise your hand. We'll have a mic runner come, and please introduce yourself as you ask a question. Who wants to go first? Any volunteers in the crowd? Quiet audience. Okay. Let me go to one of the online questions while the audience thinks if they want to ask anything here. Stephen, this is for you. This is a question we think about a lot at the GeoEconomics Center. What does Trump want from tariffs more, revenue or domestic reshoring of jobs?
I mean, I think if you look at it, he has different goals in different settings, right? So most of the tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, are basically revenue tariffs, right? I don't think any serious people think that 10, 15% tariffs are going to lead to significant reshoring. They may, at the margin, discourage more offshoring, but they won't necessarily lead to reshoring. However, there are certain industries like steel or like, for example, the Biden administration decision to go to 100% tariff on EVs from China, where the Americans are making a more strategic call and saying, okay, this is an industry that like we really need to have here in the United States. So I don't think the policy is autarky or reshoring everything or anything like that. I think the policy is this combination of A, revenue, B, protecting critical industries that we think are key to our future, and C, creating more situations, hopefully, where businesses will think they're having a hard time finding workers and will have to pay those workers more money.
I just want to point something out that many people may realize, but just to be clear about when you think about revenue, when Liberation Day happened on April 2nd, the bond markets in the United States panicked, and this was one of the reasons the Trump administration paused the Liberation Day tariffs. If the Supreme Court overrules the Trump's use of IEEPA tariffs, I think the bond markets will panic in the other way, meaning the revenue is now being counted on, 3 trillion, maybe more.
And what's really interesting about that is potentially the one factor that could get Congress to move. Right? In other words, if Congress comes under real pressure from Wall Street to replace that $400 billion a year in lost revenue, that might drive them to negotiate with the president over some sort of tariff regime.
It's a pretty incredible turn of events in 7 months, a flip of the dependence on the revenue. And Beth, this gets to what we were talking about before of why some of these tariffs will have to stay in place no matter who's in office. But I have a question for you about the Biden administration. It's a sort of self-reflection question. What did the Biden administration get wrong on tariffs? What would you do differently if you could do it all over again?
This gets a little bit to the challenge we have within the Democratic Party that is, I think, also existing in the Republican Party, which is, are you really mostly attached to the old way we did things? Or are you really prepared to do something new and different that, in my view, is more responsive to what we learned from the pandemic and our supply chain dependence on the PRC? So as a sign of where we wanted to go in January, we put out a series of papers, policy papers on supply chain resilience that contains our vision for how to think about supply chain resilience going forward, and it's why I keep coming back to the FTAs aren't really the answer. And then 5 model texts where you have an effort to start the building blocks of a new version of globalization that is grounded in fair competition. Then, of course, the Foreign Affairs article that we published, which is, that was in January, very similar to the conversation that Ambassador Tai had with Fred at the Atlantic Council last June.
Okay, this is a great question and timely given events. I don't know who wants to take it, Stephen, maybe you. I'll just read it. Why is the president tariffing movies? How is he allowed to tariff movies? What is the legal authority to tariff movies? What is the impact of tariffing movies?
Well, we do care a lot about movies in the United States. Look, movies have had a history of trade policy. One of the reasons that Walt Disney started making live-action films in England is because the English had a law basically saying that any movies made by film companies in England had to stay in England. And there's a reason why, after the war, that every country in Europe had its own movie industry and its own film industry and didn't just take all their movies from Hollywood. So, I think there's kind of the bigger. So if you sort of start with a big policy question, which is, does the United States have a film industry that faces subsidized competition from around the world? Yeah, of course it does. I mean, almost every government in the world is subsidizing film production, except for us. So that's one big question. Then I think the next question is, does he have the legal authority to do something about it? I think he probably does. I think if he wants to sort of do something and pursuant to a Section 232 type investigation, or, look into this and see what are things that can be done to protect the movie industry, I think he has some options there. My guess is this is going to be basically kick off kind of a larger conversation in the United States about the movie industry and the Southern California economy, and is Southern California being hurt by foreign films, or Southern California being hurt by films in other parts of the country? And we'll see how that plays out. But we've watched him. He's been in politics for quite a while now, and when he said this several months ago, and now that he's circled back to it again, that's usually a sign that he's found something that he's not planning to let go. So I expect to hear more about this.
I think you're right. It seems that this is something he's focused on, and we just heard more about it this week. And Anahita, speaking of something we heard this week, we have a question here about pharma and kitchen cabinets and the other tariffs that were announced at the end of last week. And I think the question is basically about how durable the US-EU trade deal is, meaning the more we get these additional tariffs, we heard the commissioner say earlier that he thinks there's exemptions under pharma because of the previous negotiated deal. We've heard before because of the lumber exemptions in the US-EU deal, the kitchen cabinets. But how does this get stacked up over time as more tariffs come from the administration? Can the US-EU deal hold?
I think, first of all, it's important to keep in mind that many components of the EU-US trade deal are not rules, basically, that you can enforce. Look at the investment part. That's investment by companies. You cannot put them in place by governments. And on the tariff side, I think it's really important to keep in mind that things can change basically overnight. The pharma part is particularly challenging given the importance of it. But also with the rest of the tariffs, I would be very cautious to, if anyone tries to predict what is going to happen in 4 weeks, I would challenge that for sure. On top of that, I would definitely say what we talked about on the supply chain, meaning risk mapping. The same applies around alternatives regarding the tariffs. So I don't think that we can really rely on it. And I always say tariffs hurt, uncertainty breaks. And that combination definitely holds true for the scenario we're in right now.
Well, Hans-Peter, I think that echoes what you were saying earlier about the uncertainty. Beth, I want to come to you because there's a question here, and we have only 4 minutes left, but I think the question's a fair one. How could it be you have not raised services trade yet in this conversation? We're sitting here in Brussels. I think that's a fair question, and thank you to whoever asked it. So, Beth, services trade, just a minor part of the equation in the US-EU relationship.
This gets to, I think, a larger question about, which relates to the pharmaceutical piece too. How are we using trade policy? Who is benefiting from it? So on pharmaceuticals, what we're seeing with the tariffs isn't necessarily a desire to reshore to bring prices down. It's to try to get Europeans to raise prices. And so the beneficiaries are meant to be those pharmaceutical companies that are already doing very well. Similarly, with services, we see a lot of attention being paid to our largest tech companies in ways that are really upsetting the Europeans because there is a question about European regulatory sovereignty. One of the reasons I'm so sympathetic to the Commission's position going into Turnberry was the number of manufacturing jobs in Europe. There's still 30 million, I think, 30 million manufacturing jobs in Europe, which is a lot. The services piece for the tech side is much, much smaller. So I think we've got to ask a question holistically about who we are trying to benefit with our trade policy. Is it just that corporate slice, or are we really trying to focus the results on workers in a circumstance where we're seeing democracies under duress?
Okay, I have 2 minutes, so lightning round. I'm going to go down the panel. Stephen, I'm going to start with you, and then Hans-Peter, and work my way down. Yeah. Here's the question. But please, jump in.
From the farming perspective, we see now, after 50 years, the first time the US has a big deficit in the trade balance with agricultural products. So for the farmers is now, there were voters, I think they voted for Trump. They are in a very difficult situation. I think farms have to close because there will be a fantastic yield, but all the storage is full, and the Chinese, as the biggest buyer in the market, they don't buy soya and corn. So it's not only something is forgotten.
It's a fair point. Yeah. Stephen, you want to jump in?
Well, I want to say one thing. I want to say a couple of things real quick. First, everybody in Europe is obsessed with the services trade. Last year, according to the U.S. numbers, we had a trade deficit of goods of $1.2 trillion. We had a trade surplus in services of $311 billion. So that's a total trade deficit of $903 billion. So if you believe that the U.S. is making up for all this lost trade in goods with trade in services, that is like incredibly not true. The other thing that you should be aware of, I think, going back to the question about what's the future of the deal, I would really flag for this group, keep an eye on what happens with CBAM, keep an eye on what happens with the tech sector, and keep an eye on what happens with the corporate governance rules that are being implemented in the EU, because I think each one of those are going to lead to tensions with the U.S.
Okay. Now I have 20 seconds left, so it's a true lightning round, and I'm going to reverse it, and then I need to start with you and end with you, Stephen. But here's the question. a little more than 3 years left in the Trump administration. Does the deal that's negotiated look the same at the end of the Trump administration as it does now, the US-EU deal?
Lightning fast, no.
No.
I hope not.
No.
Okay. Unanimity on the panel and on time. I thank you all. Please join me in thanking this fantastic panel on trade. And it is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage my friend and partner of the forum going back many years, Saleha Mosin, Senior Washington Correspondent at Bloomberg, to introduce her panel, Points of Vulnerability, Rare Earths, Semiconductors, and Energy. Saleha, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. We're here to talk about points of vulnerability, rare earths, semiconductors, and energy. A few housekeeping notes. The audience can submit questions through askac.org. There are mics in the room for in-person questions, and all that is between you and your coffee break is the four of us. Let's get started. I think we should do a little bit of setting the landscape of where we're at on this topic. In the past 5 years, we've seen some pretty deep vulnerabilities in critical supply chains. COVID, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, just to name two. They're testing the capacity of both the public and private sectors to respond. Jonathan, I'm going to bring you in here. And everyone, please look at their bios, Jonathan, Eddie, and Mark. They're very interesting people. Jonathan, tell us, what are some lessons from these recent crises that you can share with us?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here, and to Atlantic Council and Atlantic Brücke for this really interesting day and the conversation that's already been very interesting, very interesting indeed. And I'm glad in your question that you brought in COVID as well as Russia and China and some of these other things, because I think the thread through what we have seen there, and it's sort of probably obvious to a room like this, is that in a world where we have a much more globally integrated economy, which is the arena for both geopolitical competition, but actually also for a whole load of wider risks, at the very least, we need to be more on top of and have a better grip of the supply chains that are critical to us. And that became very clear, of course, most obviously in bits of COVID, and the work people like you have gone on to look at other areas as well. I think for us as people who are involved in the policy making side, we have definitely been on a journey over that time as we've sort of caught up, if you like, with the reality of that. And I think something that we're trying to do in the British government to be clear about is to be clear that we're actually trying to address a number of different things that I think would be complementary but aren't always. And I think there's three. One is areas where there is a direct national security risk sitting in some of our supply chains, and where, in a world where dual use is a much more sort of grey concept, that's one area. The other one, which is actually much more a sort of COVID-related thing, is about dependency on single suppliers, some of the lessons actually came back that from Fukushima, indeed, as well. So that's a thing there that can overlap with the national security questions, but it's not always the same. And then the other one that is linked to it, but I think hasn't had enough attention, at least in some of our sort of debate, is countries' desires to look at their own industrial base, at their own labour market, and the opportunities for people in their own countries, and things like whether it's the last American administration's sort of efforts on the IRA and subsidy, whether it's tariffs, whether it's export controls, all three of those sorts of tools are actually trying to deal with all three of those things at the same time, and that's I think the sort of big policy challenge for us.
So we've heard from you on the government perspective. Eddie, we're seeing countries take steps to reduce dependencies. And we're at the same time, that is bringing on warnings of economic fragmentation. Can you talk us through how you see the efforts to secure strategic supply chains intersecting with these concerns of economic fragmentation?
Sure. And Jonathan, I appreciate you aiming to sort of bring rigor to this discussion around de-risking, because sometimes we talk about terms like economic security, or in the last administration, small yard, high fence, but we don't actually define what we're trying to insulate against. The one thing I might add, and I don't know if this is maybe subsumed under one of the three categories, is that there's also this categories that I would call choke points, where there's sectors of the global economy where one country has a dominant position and there are few, if any, substitutes. And one of the characteristics of these choke points is that the countries that possess them can weaponize them and impose asymmetric harm on others. So typically, in the US at least, when we've thought about critical sectors, it's really been about areas where we need to produce a specific product for national security reasons, because it goes into ammunition. But there are also sectors where China can just use that sector to impose economic pressure on us, basically the same way that the United States has used the dollar as a key choke point for economic sanctions. We saw that vividly this past spring when it came to rare earth minerals. Something that has not been said so far in this conversation this morning is that the reason that the US actually did back away from the tariffs in the spring was because China established escalation dominance over the United States by cutting off US's access to rare earth minerals. We cannot, as the United States, have that kind of vulnerability. And the way to rectify it is through industrial policy. The Trump administration, I laud them, has tried to take a very bold move when it comes to rare earth minerals by acquiring 15% of a company called MP Materials in the United States. It's probably the most ambitious strategy that any presidency has done to really try to fix this problem. But at the same time, the proof is going to be in the pudding. And it's going to take years to see whether or not we actually can reduce that dependency that proved so decisive earlier this year.
Do you think that we can get to a point of resilience without undermining global market access or even innovation?
To me, the key really comes down to, is this all about onshoring? Are we only going to feel secure economically if we do everything ourselves? Or do we get comfortable with the concept of friendshoring? I think if the goal is onshoring for every single critical sector, we're going to be disappointed because it's going to take too long, it's going to be too expensive, and many of these projects won't work, right? I mean, the criticism of the MP Materials deal is that you make a big bet on a single company, right? Well, what if that doesn't pan out? I'd rather have a portfolio of potential options to fix that choke point. And one of them could be in the US, but maybe another one could be in Great Britain or in Germany. I as an American, feel comfortable relying on allies for critical supply chains, but less so when China is the one holding that choke point.
David, you're bringing us some industry expertise from Merck Electronics. Across sectors like batteries, advanced batteries and life sciences, there's vertical integration. Let's talk about this. It's become a strategy to strengthen the supply chain and reduce exposure to single points of failure. But that process, full integration, requires coordinated action across business, finance, and policy. How are you approaching that challenge?
I mean, I'm talking here about, or I'm representing more the semiconductor business of Merck, and their vertical integration is a very difficult thing. It's basically not practical. I mean, there are two things you need to consider. We are talking a lot about multi-sourcing, about different ways to react to either geopolitical or even nature catastrophes. And if you would try to vertically integrate, that would mean that you're locked in on a certain value chain. You can't get all of them basically into your portfolio. So this is more done with strong partnerships, with increased local-to-local strategies. That is what works better in this industry, because you can't just replicate all that specialized know-how, all these learning curves which had been learned quickly by just buying or integrating these chains. But what we do, and what is very important, is that we vertically integrate in terms of capabilities. So that doesn't mean owning the thing, but understanding or having a grip to these things as the value chain, especially in semi, is getting broader and broader. And in order to truly understand the problems of your customer, you need to open up, and you need to look to the left and the right in order to understand what really drives them. So this is happening. This is happening at our company by, for instance, integrating more process control capabilities, or we acquired a company directly in the Silicon Valley where we have more the fab-type tools, so we better understand this lab-to-fab transition. So these things are happening, and they're vital in order to better really serve your customers.
Merck has found itself right in the center of the trade tensions. The most recent, or one of the most recent tariff escalations between the US and EU are multinationals operating in strategic sectors like pharma. As of now, and I haven't checked the latest if there's been any new developments in the last 15 hours, but medicines are subject to a blanket of 15% tariff rate. But Trump has launched a Section 232 probe into national security implications of relying on foreign production, which could lead to tariffs in the pharma sector. David, how are those shifting tariff dynamics hitting the long-term planning and operational resilience that you were facing?
Yeah, obviously it makes it very complicated, because I think one big disadvantage, and you said it basically about tariffs, is that you exclude friendshoring. I mean, you hit your allies with these tariffs, and especially, in semiconductors, there are better ways to boost the system if you want so. I mean, like export controls, dedicated subsidies, while the tariffs are very broad, and they actually hit, if you talk about a semiconductor value chain, they hit several times. So this compounds in terms of a penalty, which in the end it will be transferred into costs. Yeah.
Can you share a little bit about what you think are the most pressing challenges as you're dealing with the volatility?
Well, I think obviously in your book you were more looking at the macroeconomic tensions, and we have the semiconductor industry as probably the most globalized industry in the world. And let me really just briefly explain you what is actually happening, because that is increasing. And the reason is that normally we used to look at the semiconductor industry on a small sector, which is basically Moore's law, the little transistors, improving them. But this industry changed radically. So now we look at the whole system. A company like NVIDIA or AMD or whatever, they start at the AI, at the algorithm. Then they look, what do I need in terms of a system? If you look at these AI accelerators, they are not chips. They are cities of chips, very carefully orchestrated. Then you look at which chips do I need? How do I interconnect them? How do I package them? And then it goes down to the chip design and to the transistor. So everything influences everything, and everything co-optimizes everything. So the need for the value chain to talk to each other, and that's why you hear that word collaboration that often. 5-10 years ago, you didn't hear that much, is because you need to align these things perfectly. It's really like we started to train a virtuoso to play some things very well, and now it turns into a symphony orchestra, which doesn't even have a conductor. It's more or less these performance per watt or performance per dollar things which are conducting this. So, and this is increasing. If you think about, now we're getting more optics into the game, co-packaged optics, and we're getting bioconvergence, very interesting topic with lab on chip, organ on a chip, these things. We're getting quantum computing, which needs to be integrated into that system, neuromorphic and all these things. So it's going to increase. So this industry, in order to innovate on these things, will even more need that globalized context. So if you start to defragment it, you're going to hurt, let's say, the efficiency of that innovation. So it's not only the manufacturability, it's also the innovation part.
Now we have a lot of policymakers in the room and watching this virtually. If there was something that they could do to support the terrain that you're navigating, what would that be?
I mean, we need consistency, and we need something which is predictable. We need, I believe, if you have these geopolitical tension and blocks, you need to play them smart. You need to find your allies, you need to align them perfectly and to really play it smart. And that means, we talk about choke points, you can also talk about strengths. Each region has its strengths. It's about strengths these strengths in order to have a seat at the table if you then negotiate the deals, be it with China or other players. So we need that consistency, we need that long-term strategic move so we can there's enough transition time so the industry can adapt, but you can also optimize for that. And to be fair, also build out your competitive advantage.
Jonathan, you were recently the UK's G7 Sherpa, a role that you stepped back from in February. You helped shape international responses to systemic risks from energy security to industrial resilience. When you see allies broadly agree on the need to de-risk critical supply chains, but you're also seeing that national approaches are diverging on implementation, particularly around subsidies, industrial policies, and technology partnerships, how do you deal with those two competing forces?
Well, if you sort of step back on this, you've got a sort of interesting dynamic, which is that at least for countries like the UK and Germany and the US, we are market economies, and we are in competition with each other as well, and our companies are competing with each other. And that is right, and you still want to encourage that. And then at the same time, you've got a set of areas where you need to strategically cooperate and collaborate. Now, managing actually managing that dynamic is not a straightforward thing to do in policy making. We've tried over the recent years to use things like the G7 as a forum for that, and I would say sort of two things on it. It's inevitably quite a sort of messy and complicated picture, but this is not sort of unique to any other area. If you think about financial regulation, you've got a set of global standards or wider standards that you get through sort of Basel, etc. But then every country has its own approach to its own regulation, and you have a financial regulator. And I think you're seeing the same thing on sort of tech, and you see the same thing here. So it's not a new thing, but the bit that's more complicated, say, is managing that sort of strategic tension between competition and cooperation. The way we try to do that in the sort of G7 format is to sort of build on areas where you actually want to sort of have a proper dialogue about how you're implementing your measures. So that's included on things like investment security, both inbound and outbound, included on things about how we do our approach to things like export controls, and then on areas where actually the coordination was very active on things like sanctions when it came to Russia. So there's nothing, you can't really go beyond, I think, that sort of mixed picture. I think the other thing I would just add to it, and I was sort of into what you were saying about semiconductors on the choke point, is it's also different by sector. So semiconductors is a very specific case. But if you think about something like aerospace, actually, the US and the Europeans are sort of heavily competitors with two major suppliers. There's obviously the Chinese emerging. So that's an area where you'll always want to see some degree of competition. On things like rare earths and the more critical minerals and the upstream stuff, actually that's a bit different. The area of competition, there's much more shared interest in having a stable supply. So I think part of this is thinking a little bit sector by sector, issue by issue, about where the balance between competition and full cooperation should lie, and we're really only at the beginning of some of that work. And the work that actually what you've written in your book is incredibly helpful in just flushing out actually some of those areas that policymakers now need to get to.
Do you think that the G7 still has a role? And I'm hoping that you think so, since you're the Sherpa.
Yeah.
But what is the role then? If there's so many challenges from the US on multinational cooperation, what can the G7 do, and what's the role specifically to coordinate supply chain resilience across allies?
So the G7 is not a sort of it's not a formal entity. It's not an international organization with a secretariat and a set of rules, or like the EU, where you've got a whole range of sort of shared and common laws. It is an informal grouping, and that is I actually think that's its strength. It provides a place for private conversation between that group of leaders who literally can fit around a table. If you go to a G20 meeting, the room is 2-3 times the size of this room, and everybody's sitting around there. I mean, you can't have a single conversation with it, whereas in the G7 you can, and that is very important, particularly at times like now, where actually you've got quite a lot of different dynamics across the Atlantic. But underneath that political level, it still provides that forum for just ongoing coordination or cooperation on these sort of complicated emerging policy areas. And my successors and my colleagues in other countries are doing that now. There's work going on what the next phase of Russian sanctions should be. Quite a lot of work going on bits around sort of export control. So that function still exists.
Jonathan, you're not only a Deputy National Security Advisor for the UK government. Previously, you were director of the UK director at the European Investment Bank, and then also an alternate director at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, both institutions that are designed to mobilize public capital and address long-term structural challenges. Based on that experience, how do you see the UK and more broadly Europe using public financial tools to strengthen these supply chains?
So, I mean, look, that was a long time ago. The EIB is an EU institution, so when I was in that really was a long time ago. But we have seen quite a lot over the last few years in how some of these international institutions, seeing the same with the World Bank, but actually also domestic institutions like the US Development Finance Corporation, all thinking about the role that public money and public finance can bring in sort of leveraging and private finance in some of these complicated areas. The most interesting one, in my view, is actually around the energy transition, where obviously there's a lot of politics around the sort of climate part of it, but actually there's a very heavy energy security piece to that. And I agree, it's interesting what this administration are doing in relation to the acquisitions on, I've forgotten the name of the company, but that company, which I think there is a DFC link to some of, but the last American administration did this work, it's called with the Lobito Corridor, which is this transit line in southern Africa. These are all examples of actually how you can use the balance sheet of public institutions to bring a bit of that sort of national interest in an area where the market otherwise either can't do quite as quickly as it might otherwise, or with the sort of national strategic intent you might need.
Is there a specific instrument or institutional model that you think is best suited to support investment in areas where private sectors are reluctant to lead?
So I can probably sort of talk best to what actually the UK has got. We've got this thing called British Investment International, which actually broadly either provides some shared equity or some or partners in terms of specific types of loans. So we're sort of moving on from a world where it's purely about grant finance, if you like, to see where actually some of these more sort of innovative public sector interventions basically manage that first tranche of risk. And as I say, that's been particularly the case in the energy area, and that's mainly been with a sense of the green transition, but increasingly actually now also seeing that being about also looking at the energy security aspect of that as well.
Eddie, your fantastic book, Choke Points, in it you talk about specific points in global supply chains and how they can become leverage in economic statecraft. We're now seeing that Trump wants to use import tariffs over financial sanctions as a weapon of economic warfare. He's been pushing the EU to impose steep tariffs on China and India to pressure them to stop buying Russian oil. That's just one example. Do you think tariffs are as effective an economic weapon as sanctions?
I'm really glad you asked this, because I think sometimes in the discourse lately, certainly in the US media, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same in Europe, there's been confusion about sanctions and tariffs. They're fundamentally different tools. I actually heard this morning Ambassador Whitaker, who much of what he said about Europe buying Russian energy I agreed with, but then he went on to say that the US is imposing sanctions on India, which is actually not true, right? The US has imposed secondary tariffs on India to try to persuade India to stop buying Russian oil. So to back up a second, is this a good idea? When it comes to US financial sanctions, the reason they're so impactful is that they're leveraging an obvious choke point, which is the US dollar. So the US dollar is involved in 90% of all foreign exchange transactions. So if you're cut off from the dollar, if you're an Indian refinery or a big Chinese bank and you no longer have access to the US dollar-based financial system, it's a real serious problem for you, right? We talked about advanced semiconductors, which Commissioner Shevkovich rightly said that both the US and Europe are sitting on different choke points, right? NVIDIA is designing something like 70 or 80% of the AI chips in the world, whereas ASML is producing all of the EUV machines, basically, in the world. So those are clear choke points, right? But when it comes to import tariffs, is that a choke point? I mean, the US actually only accounts for 13% of global imports. So the idea that we can persuade countries around the world to do whatever we want just by imposing tariffs on them, it just isn't really checked out in the numbers. And you actually also heard Commissioner Šefčovič mention this morning that even the EU, which has a massive trade relationship with the US, is only doing 20% of its exports to the United States. So I actually worry that if we're relying on import tariffs instead of these choke points like financial sanctions or export controls, we're not going to have the same success. And the other thing to note is when it comes to Russian oil, the EU is actually taking the alternative approach already, right? So the EU is doing stuff on Russian oil. They've imposed sanctions as recently as July on the second biggest oil refinery in India. They imposed sanctions on 2 Chinese banks. I hear that the 19th sanctions package will include more sanctions on Indian refineries and Chinese banks. I think for the Transatlantic Partnership to actually succeed in providing the right incentive to stop buying Russian oil, I would prefer to see the EU approach, where we take targeted sanctions, leveraging choke points, against these Indian, Chinese, Emirati, Turkish entities that are involved in the Russian oil trade, instead of blanket import tariffs, which I do not expect will work.
Can you bring your policy experience and talk about that perspective? How do you think governments and industry stakeholders should assess which supply chain choke points, to use your word, present the biggest strategic risks?
So I would sort of loop back to what we were talking about earlier. I think it's clearly choke points where there's a defense dependency, right? So in the US, we stopped producing antimony, which you actually need to produce ammunition and shells and all kinds of other things. That's clearly not viable for the United States long term. We need to start producing these things. We need our allies to produce them. But then there's this other category where there's asymmetric dependence that could be weaponized against us. We've talked about rare earths, but that's not the only one. One thing that I really want to bring into the conversation, because Jonathan, I think, rightfully mentioned the IRA and the renewables, the clean energy transition. We are, whether we like it or not, moving into a different energy economy, right? Most of the world is adopting battery technologies, clean technologies. And I'm concerned that we are in the process of ceding the new energy economy to China. Because across the clean energy sector, whether it's the minerals that we've already talked about, batteries, or even electric vehicles, China is dominating all of those sectors. And I don't want us to be at the 15th edition of the Transatlantic Forum on GeoEconomics talking about how did we turn China into the Saudi Arabia of the clean energy economy. And that's a problem that we really urgently need to fix as a transatlantic partnership.
Well, Josh and Julia, Eddie wants to be invited back for the 15th session. Eddie, sticking with you in the context of great power competition, in your book, you talk about an impossible trinity between economic interdependence, economic security, and geopolitical competition. Yeah. How should policymakers approach that tension?
Sure. I think this may be the reason I sort of put this framework in my book is I tried to provide an explanation for why we've seen this secular trend in which every single US president of the 21st century, from George W. Bush to Barack Obama to Donald Trump to Joe Biden, has imposed sanctions at roughly twice the rate of their predecessor. And now, according to the IMF, that trend has gone global. If you look at since 2019, global trade restrictions have tripled in just the last 6 years. And it can't just be that Barack Obama and Donald Trump disagree on everything except the fact that sanctions are great. There has to be some sort of structural driver. And so this concept of the geoeconomic impossible trinity, geopolitical competition, economic security, economic interdependence, you can only have 2 out of 3. I think what we see today is we clearly have fierce geopolitical competition, but we also still have the economic interdependence that we embraced in the 1990s. And so what's happened is all of the major powers around the world, the United States, the UK, the European Union, Japan, China, Russia, none of us feel a sense of economic security. And that's why economic security is the buzzword really in all of these capitals. So if this framework is right, there's really 2 ways out of it, right? One way is you get rid of geopolitical competition. We basically come together and say, we no longer view China as a geopolitical rival. We no longer view Russia as a geopolitical rival. We're comfortable with China producing 95% of the rare earth permanent magnets that we depend on. Europe is dependent on, is okay relying on Russian gas. I don't know about those of you guys in the room. That seems kind of fanciful to me. I don't think that's going to happen. And so I think we are going to have to roll back economic interdependence to a certain extent in order to reclaim our sense of economic security. The big question is, what's that going to look like? Is it going to look like autarky, where we all feel like we have to do everything ourselves? Or is it going to look like friendshoring, where the US and Europe roll back some of our interdependence on geopolitical rivals like Russia and China and others, but we actually increase our interdependence with each other. And I think the challenge is, in order to get to that what I consider the more optimal outcome, it's going to take a lot of coordination, and frankly, much more than we have now. And I worry also that because the Trump administration really started off its trade war not just by targeting adversaries, but also by targeting allies, that some of that trust may have been lost. And so I think it's going to take some effort to really build it back up.
There's a feeling around the world that it would be great to just know what it is the US wants, what Trump wants, or what the electorate wants, since it's going, a pendulum is swinging back and forth. But that's also seen as a negotiation tactic from a deal maker president that we have now in the US. How does that affect what you're saying?
Look, uncertainty is really problematic when you're trying to build long-term relationships based on trust. And I heard that even in the last panel, where I think everyone at the end said that the EU-US trade deal is going to look different next year or the year after, right? I think my perception, if I understood Commissioner Šefčovič correctly, was that the EU just wanted some stability, right? They didn't want this to be a protracted trade war because we have bigger fish to fry as a transatlantic partnership. We are dealing with a war on the European continent. We are dealing with an imperialist Russia that's trying to remake basically the world order that we've lived under since 1945. We can't be squabbling as a transatlantic partnership. So I worry that if we are in the process of every 6 to 12 months, reigniting a little trade war with Europe and having to come to another truce, we're never going to get to the point where we can actually deal with the serious security problems that are right at our doorstep.
Let's return to industry. David, the pandemic and the geopolitical shocks that we've seen since since COVID-19 have renewed focus on strategic dependencies in very specific areas: active pharmaceutical ingredients, diagnostic technologies, biotech inputs, other things. There's a broad consensus that there needs to be more resilience. Are there, from your perspective in corporate affairs and experience in government, how do you think that policymakers and industry leaders should evaluate the trade-offs?
I mean, there's an interesting situation we have when we talk about COVID, because actually the semiconductor industry was surprisingly resilient. After 3 months of disruptions, whatever, they got back to normal, and then the 1 to 3 years after that, our company, the Taiwanese companies, they had record sales. So it's the opposite of what we normally perceive when we hear COVID and chip crisis and these words. The chip crisis was an automotive problem. It was an issue with forecasting the demand right. But the semiconductor industry and also other parts of the electronic industry, they were surprisingly resilient because this business continuity is part of the DNA. That's the one thing. I mean, there was already multi-sourcing, there were strong local-to-local strategies in place. And yes, there were learnings, and we had to improve them. We had to, for instance, in our company, we had to develop a digital tool where we really see how the supply chain is working together. So if there's a risk at some end, how does this affect all the other components? And we can also use that for scenario planning. But overall, that resilience was already there. I think the threats, to be fair, are more from the policy side. I think policies have the potential to defragment and to hurt this very sensitive ecosystem much stronger than actually these natural disasters. Yeah.
For each of our panelists, as we wrap up here, we should expect to see supply chain disruptions as a risk for the foreseeable future. What kinds of institutional reforms do you think are going to be best to future-proof the supply chains? Jonathan?
So I don't think there's a sort of single thing. I think what we're trying to do, but what we've tried to do in the UK is sort of go through it a bit sort of end to end. So I think part of this is about having a much better grip on understanding your own supply chains. I think that applies to sovereigns. Actually, it also applies to some companies who've also sort of discovered, if you like, they have areas of dependency that they hadn't realized, even if it's to go back to having a number of suppliers that in the end come back to one. So there's a bit around that, and we set up supply chain center on that. So I think there is that bit from the sort of the policy framework. There will be bits where governments will need to want to intervene, and I think make this debate on the efficacy of these different levers is one that still in its infancy, and there needs to be more of, But then I think, and this goes back to my point about being sector by sector, I think there needs to be an area where, as governments, we recognise this is still basically an issue for the market, and then issues where actually sovereigns can step in, and you have to be quite considered about what those latter areas are. So I'd say those are the sort of three things, which is really making sure we understand the dynamics, make sure your toolkits are there if you need to use them, but then actually have a proper framework that enables you to be quite deliberative about where governments may choose. And that goes back to the sort of three pillars that I was talking about at the beginning.
Well, David, actually, if we could hear from you, where do you think governments should step in?
I think one theme we see all over basically the globe is the coherence of measures. So I'll give you one example. We are currently treating semiconductors and AI as different segments. They aren't. Yeah. They're one. AI is basically developing semiconductors and back and forward. You can't separate them. But we have different regulations, and sometimes these regulations contradict. So we need to really think much more in systems and how these things influence each other than doing isolated. I'm looking at this sector and there's a particular policy for that without looking how this is influencing the other things. That is, in terms of policy, in terms of sanctions, in terms of export controls. I think that's the most important thing, to get that coherence in. And the second thing is we see that's a little bit more a European issue. In order to stay agile, you need to be agile. For instance, in Germany, it takes you up to 12 months in order to get a new material granted. So if you want to, diversify your supply chain, while everywhere in the world it takes you a couple of months, 1, 2, 3 months. So we need to bring also speed and pragmatism into that system. So two things: try to perceive and conceive the system, and try to get the coherence in there, and on the other side, increase the speed within that system.
Eddie.
Sure. So two things, and kind of building off both of what Jonathan and David said. So first, I think one of the things that makes economic statecraft so challenging is that government sets the policy, but it's the private sector that implements, right? It's the private sector ultimately that has to freeze assets when it comes to sanctions, or build fabs when it comes to the CHIPS Act, right? It's not the government that's actually doing it ourselves. I think that while it's great that in both the US and Europe, we've had this resurgence of interest in economic statecraft and economic security, we also need to remember that our strength always has been a dynamic private sector. And so what I would hope is that government finds ways to have dialogue with the private sector, because in order to formulate policies that actually get implemented the way that we want them to, we have to take their concerns and their interests on board. So I don't want to see the US and Europe try to out-China China. I think we need to build on our strengths, which is ultimately a dynamic private sector with very light touch, but guided guidance from the state. I think when it comes to institutional reform, Jonathan mentioned US, European, and G7 coordination on Russia sanctions, and I would really laud Jonathan and his colleagues, because they really did do an amazing job in the early part of the war in Ukraine in 2022 to really align incredibly ambitious measures amongst the G7. What I would say, though, is in some ways we got a little bit lucky, right, in that we had early warning that a crisis was coming. In the spring of 2021, already, intelligence in the US and other countries saw that Russia was probably going to invade Ukraine, and we needed to come up with options, right? That almost never happens. And we don't have any organ within the US government that is charged with doing advanced contingency planning. That's sitting around the way that my colleagues at the Pentagon do when it comes to if China invades Taiwan, God forbid, they have military plans at the ready. We don't have anything like that when it comes to economic statecraft in the United States. I think what we need to do in the US is we need really top to bottom institutional reform in terms of how we do economic statecraft, how we take some of the tools that you talked about, whether it's sanctions, industrial policy, export controls, tariffs, and bring them into a coordinated mechanism, whether that's more robust coordination in the interagency, whether that's a whole new government department, which some governments have done. I think that that's ultimately what's going to be needed to get the coherence, frankly, that David mentioned in his remarks.
Well, I want to thank our panelists. It's been a fantastic discussion. For those who are watching virtually, we'll be back soon. And for everyone who's here, there are coffee and refreshments behind you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for coffee in the foyer, but please return in 15 minutes for our session, which will begin then. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful, wonderful coffee break, and now we're ready to hit the afternoon. We're going to be engaging in a conversation on steel, but I would invite those in the room and those online to participate at askac.org. I have an iPad here that will record whatever questions come in. I'm happy to turn it over. So let me introduce, we have Guido Kerkhoff from Kluckner Company, which is a distributor. I'll let you describe yourself. It's a distributor of steel and metal value-added working. And we have Jürgen Grossmann, who is a partner at Georgs Marienhütte, which is a leading steel producer in Europe. So we have two different aspects of the steel industry to talk about steel. So, gentlemen, have a seat. Well, I'm going to get started, I think, if I might, with just an open-ended question about the steel industry, various aspects of the steel industry, the parts that you're involved in, the competitiveness of the industry. I mean, steel has been at the center of everything for so long, not just industrialization, but my world is trade policy. It's been at the center of trade policy for decades and decades, and I think that's no more true than it is today, where we have a number of disruptive aspects, I think, that are impacting the steel industry. If I can call them that, you can qualify it differently if you'd like. You have the U.S. significant tariffs on steel and aluminum. You have EU has a safeguard measure against steel from around the world. You have non-market excess capacity coming out of China. You have challenges with a trend towards green steel. Issues of high energy costs. There's this range of factors that are affecting, I think, the competitiveness of the steel industry, and a lot of those have directly to do with trade policy and geoeconomics. So I want to start just with an open-ended question to both of you. How are you guys doing?
Well, the trader is in a fortunate position because, he can source from anywhere. And let's say his fixed capital is a lot less than that of a producer. The producer, of course, is pretty much dependent upon the closeness of markets and his customers. So we, as a family-owned enterprise, we have 4 electric arc melt shops. We are looking for our customers. The closer, the better. So the transatlantic trade for us is for less than about 2% of our production. And it's mainly one product where our customers in the US want us because we virtually have a monopoly in the world. But, we're making steel because we want to make money with it. And if the economic conditions don't allow us to make money, then we have to, in the US, then we have to seek other markets.
I mean, it is very interesting because in my world, the trade world, the 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum is a disaster. It's the sky is falling time on trade policy. You're describing a situation where the steel tariffs, in light of the amount of trade you have with the United States. How big a factor is it? How significant is that then for you?
Well, of course it's significant, but our American customers are pulling our products because they can't get them elsewhere. And don't forget, we also have a very, very inexpensive dollar at the moment, which is almost as effective a trade barrier as the tariffs.
Yeah. Guido, maybe I can turn to you with the same question.
Well, there's a couple of things around it. I mean, usually we as processor and trader, distribution is just below 20%. But we supply locally. Usually in our industry we say steel doesn't swim, stainless steel swims. Because steel has such a low value in the end product. You talk largely about 600 maybe to 800 euros or dollars per ton, that you want to keep it local. We buy more than 90% always locally. Buying in China is rather speculation. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. The biggest problem we're currently facing, if you take a look in the overall steel industry, is that the capacity that is installed worldwide, largely in China, 2 billion tons overall in the world, is way too much. The demand is kind of 1.4, 1.5 max. So you have an overcapacity, which is largely in China, because they have invested over time. 50% is in China of the whole steel production. That is then trying to get into the world. Usually, you have always had supply and demand in your region, and that makes an awful lot of sense. But the overcapacity in China is bigger than the demand in the US and Europe together. So you can see what amount it is. And that creates problems and the volatility in the prices. And even for us, we don't like volatility. We rather like to see stable developments in the pricing that you can differentiate with what you do with it.
So if you were, I know you're both businessmen and you're used to dealing. You navigate the terrain that is made for you. Faced with this excess non-market capacity in China, I mean, what do you think the solution is for addressing that? How best can that be done? And is it best done in conjunction with the United States, or with the two parties operating independently? How would you see that?
Well, I guess every economic problem is best resolved with the cooperation of the United States. You are the biggest economic power in the world, not necessarily in steel, but in lots of other fields. So, I think
if I can ask some technical, we lost a sponge or something off of the microphone, and maybe.
Well, maybe my voice carries enough.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, the issue on China is that they build a lot of new capacity, very competitive capacity, but they never took the old capacity out of production because the same arguments as in our countries, employment, local employment, and the new mills did not necessarily were not necessarily erected where the old employment was. So I would estimate that you have about 300 million tons of completely outdated Chinese capacity, which is flooding the markets. This is not, I mean, how are we trying to react on this? We're trying to differentiate ourselves with very high quality products that are tailor-made for the consumer. So, Guido, with all due respect, we try to bypass you and sell directly to the consumer.
Let's try. We can still make a living, but it's, I think...
But not with our steel.
No, we're buying just little from you. But I think the overcapacity has to be addressed where it is, and this is in China, as you rightly said. The Chinese mills are owned either by the provinces or by the state government, so they're not always aligned. That's why they do not get a control of it like in other industries. But that's why, in general, I'm a friend of free trade and having everything open. I don't like tariffs and everything else. I think this is not helpful for creating more efficiency and a wealth for people. But in cases where you have this unfair competition that steel mills can be loss-making and dump it into the markets, I think a protection either by tariffs or by quotas is needed to keep it off and keep the rest alive and keep a fair competition.
And of course, the deal that the United States and the EU struck calls specifically for talk of, I think, free bilateral trade in steel within a tariff quota. And there was also talk about a ring fence, which I think Commissioner Šefčovič mentioned this morning as well, around the two markets. Is that the way forward?
It could be if both sides adhere to it.
Yeah. I think that works, and you have in both. You don't have that many exports from Europe to the US. Again, steel doesn't swim; it makes it too expensive. You have certain qualities like your high-grade stuff, and we have some other stuff we have to import into the US because it's not produced there. We have to be fair. The US steel industry, especially the old mills in the Rust Belt, are among the oldest assets in the world, put it mildly. They're not really by themselves competitive. They produce at higher cost, lower quality.
Yes, and in addition to that, there is a shortage of capacity for some products that are needed for the further electrification of our
Electrical
industry.
steel is missing.
That's grain-oriented steel. There's only one producer in the US that hasn't modernized its facilities in 40, 50 years.
It's World War II equipment.
Well, a little bit after that.
Yeah.
And I imagine,
luckily, the World War II didn't last that long.
And I imagine the presence of tariffs is maybe not encouraging the modernization of those facilities.
No, because it keeps revenues artificially high, and it actually favors the traditional producers domestically. So they're making money without seeing the necessity to invest.
And you can see a good example. We're producing transformer cores in Mexico for the US market. They need a lot with all the new data centers they're building. So the whole electrical grid in the US needs refurbishment. So all these transformers, they're sold out for 2 to 3 years. Now the tariffs came on top of that. Customers just have to pay for it. So it just makes it for the US consumer by the end of the day more expensive. There is no alternative way of getting a supply short term.
Right. So it sounds like from your perspective, some arrangement where you free up bilateral trade, maybe with the ring fence, that is maybe good for the modernization of the U.S. steel facilities and good for competitiveness of the European industry as well.
True, and then of course the CBAM is another part. I mean, Europe is tightening the emissions rules, and that makes steel production more costly. And when, strange enough, all the steel that comes to Europe from China is definitely those 10% of the Chinese steel that is ecologically acceptable, and nobody can check that and control that.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because in a prior panel, I think one of the panelists who worked in the first Trump administration said, watch developments in CBAM. That's going to be a next big issue in U.S.-EU relations. But picking up on that point, there's another aspect to competitiveness, which actually comes from, of course, the Draghi report on competitiveness and regulatory simplification. And interestingly, I think many aspects of the U.S.-EU deal, there are 3 paragraphs in the U.S.-EU deal that discuss tariffs, and there are about 10 paragraphs that talk about more regulatory barriers and standards-related barriers. And it always seemed that there was maybe a bit of an overlap between the objectives of the Draghi competitiveness report and focus on simplification and some of the measures that the Trump administration might consider unfair. In other words, that the EU could maybe pursue some simplification that would also address these non-tariff barriers. Are there particular aspects of regulation in the EU that would also assist in developing the competitiveness of the European steel industry?
Well, Guido, you have a good overview.
Look, I think the whole issue of steel coming from Europe to the US or from the US to Europe is completely misjudged and has taken a too big role. Yeah. It's small and minor amounts. In the past, producing in Europe and sending it over to the US, especially for high quality grades, made sense. The steel production in Europe, because Europe is better invested than the US, has always been cheaper. Even from the modern mills, if you talk about a Nucor or others, bringing material into Europe has just from an economical perspective never been really reasonable. It was always better to keep it in the US and sell it there. So there was no economic reason to do it. But otherwise, there were no barriers of not getting it into Europe. So it just wouldn't make sense. The US prices have always been kind of $100 to $200 higher than in Europe, but that's been for the last 20 years. And it was always needed to keep that protection. And already under Barack Obama, you had tariffs in the US to protect the US steel industry, as the cost effectiveness has never been as high as in other parts of the world. And Germany is not the most efficient steel producer in the world. China is better, and even Russian plants are better than that.
Well, if I may add, one could kind of research the effectiveness of these traditional tariffs and import duties, and you'll find they have not been effective.
No.
Do you? I think you've referenced a bit the issue of newer facilities, sustainable facilities, green steel. Do do you see measures that encourage trade in sustainable steel, green steel? Would that be a trade policy objective that would maybe contribute to the competitiveness of the European industry and the U.S. industry? I noticed that Guido's chuckling at that, so I
Well, first of all, we sell directly to the consumer, and you find our big consumers, that is the automotive companies or the big tool makers and so on, they become increasingly aware of green certificates. I may add the German steel industry is still leaning too much on iron ore and coal and the blast furnace. We have a relationship of about 70% blast furnace made and oxygen converter made steel, and only 30% electric arc furnace. Now, one of the most efficiently organized steel companies in the world is Nucor, the market leader in the US, and there the relationship is more than
it's just electric arc.
Yeah, just the other way around, yeah. And so I believe that Germany and Europe also may be going the wrong route. We are still sitting on a mountain of scrap. We're exporting 5 million tons of net exporting 5 million tons of scrap, gross 8 million tons, and with that we are exporting traditional historic CO2s. So if we were to use that instead of importing more iron ore, it would help our CO2 balance. But apparently our integrated steel companies, 3 out of 4 are set to produce more sponge iron and go into the electric arc furnace instead of relying more on importing metallic iron, either ferrogusa from Brazil, solid pig iron from the Brazilian wood charcoal furnaces, or direct reduced iron.
Well, I think regarding the green steel and decarbonizing, if we assume for a moment that climate change is real and we have to do something about it, I think steel is way more part of the solution than part of the problem. That might surprise a bit. Why do I think so? 7 to 9%, depending on the countries we're talking about, the carbon emissions are the steel in the country. True, but the volume of steel is largely underestimated because it's so much. If you take it per ton, steel is, if you have blast furnace, around 2.5 to 3 tons per ton. If you're electric arc, you're around a ton, can go down to 700. With DRI, you can reduce 80%, you can go to 400.
Maybe you could spell out what DRI is for the audience.
DRI is hydrogen-based steel production, but you can reduce it by 80%. The cost in the end product doesn't play a role. If you double the steel price, a car only has to increase its price by 1.5%. Steel is cheap. So the cost of the change doesn't matter, but you address 25% of the carbon emissions in the production of a car. It's even if you talk about windmills and other stuff, way higher, and it's cheap. The question of the decarbonization is rather, do we want it and do we do it rather cost-based? Because aluminum, for example, the greenest aluminum you can buy is 4 tons per ton of aluminum. The availability of aluminum is about 1% of the steel production in the world. So it's not a solution. Plastics and other stuff is even worse to recycle. So steel can be part of the solution. And the US, by the way, is well positioned by accident. It was not planned, but in the US, they always hate high investments. So they went for electric arc furnaces and they hit cheap energy, always electricity. And this is, if you have green electricity, 70% of the steel in the US comes from electric arc, you can reduce to 700 kilos. So you can be green very easily, way easier than Europe, based on the blast furnace and the cost base of high electricity cost. So the US is well positioned for the green transformation by accident. But I think, therefore, we rather have to think about this decarbonization, what can help and what is affordable.
And decarbonizing steel is A, doable, and B, in the end product, for people affordable. Way more affordable than change from combustion engine to electric cars.
I did invite people to submit questions, and we have literally 10 seconds left. So, but I am going to fulfill that out since I invited it. The Commission has announced there would be a new long-term alternative instrument to steel safeguards. What do you expect this tool will look like? It's a very good question from Emily Kirstens from Global Counsel. Quick, in 0 seconds.
Reducing the volumes that come out of China into all of these markets, be it the US or Europe, are helpful. To get quotas down and limit that, I think would be helpful.
Okay. True, but you know, we have to answer the question: how much of our manufacturing capacity will we relocate to China? And you know, when our customers move to China, the steel production will also be in China. So we have to be competitive with our products, and you have to give the Chinese credit. They're making some pretty good products. Maybe we taught them. But
well, and Europe was depending on exports. I mean, the German car production is down 40% compared to pre-COVID. It's not going to recover. So the whole value chain behind it has to cut by 40%. That's it.
Okay. Well, let me close with one little remark. I was going to the States about 3 weeks ago, and I was at immigration, and the immigration officer asked me, "What's your line?" My wife was with me, and I said, "Iron and steel." And he said, "Both of you?" I said, "Yes, she irons, I steel." It cost me 1 hour.
Okay. Right to secondary after that, right? Listen, I really want to thank you both for a really fascinating discussion, really interesting. You know, discussing the steel industry, you know, tour d'horizon in 20 minutes was always super ambitious, but I think you guys did a very excellent job of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please welcome to the stage Charles Litchfield, Deputy Director at the Atlantic Council's GeoEconomics Center.
So, thank you to the new voice of God. We share a profession. I have a little bit of housekeeping for everyone before we move on to the very exciting next panel on defense, which is that not only have we told you some very interesting things on the stage, but we also have some really exciting written research for you all to read when you go home. The notebooks that have been given to you in the bags have this wonderful card with a QR code. Have a look. There are 6 reports, I think, so all very interesting. It goes straight to them, and there's one very interesting one on defense spending, of course, by my friend Julia Friedlander, on critical minerals. Basically, all the themes of the panels are covered by our research, so do feel free to have a look. And now it's my privilege to welcome the panel, so please come up. So we have a very large and distinguished panel to discuss this very important topic. I'll introduce them very briefly, and then we'll go straight into the meat of the topic. So we have Fran Burwell, Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council. Thank you very much for being here, Fran. We have Jens Boder-Koch, CEO of Heckler & Koch, Tomasz Poja, Czech National Security Advisor, Mujtaba Rahman, Managing Director for Europe at Eurasia Group, and Neil Schmid, the Parliamentary State Secretary of the German Federal Ministry of Defense. So the ambition here is we have a little bit more time than for the steel panel. In about 50 minutes, we'll be discussing funding European defense and the path to 5%. So you all know where the 5% comes from. This was agreed at the NATO summit in June. 3.5% for core defense spending, and then an additional 1.5% for infrastructure spending. But there are many questions, of course, and Ambassador Whitaker this morning brought out some of the issues. I think it was quite interesting to all of us that he was talking about economics, almost the same amount as talking about defense and defense posture. Mentioned, for instance, that Belgians work a bit less on average than Americans per week. And so we're going to try, I think, to talk about not just how we fund this fiscally, but how we find efficiencies to make this possible and make Europe's build-up possible. And of course, this being a transatlantic conference, the role of the US will be discussed on this panel too. what is the balance between achieving strategic autonomy and maintaining the alliance? Could that alliance be harmed by strategic autonomy, or are these actually mutually reinforcing? So I thought if we could start with the Parliamentary State Secretary, so Mr. Schmid. Germany actually got a sort of good scorecard this morning from the ambassador. He said that Germany's increase in spending might actually pull everyone towards closer to an average of 5% faster. So I'm sure you were happy to hear that. But in a little bit more detail, I was wondering if you could comment on what exactly Germany intends to spend the additional military spending on, and also what your vision is for these sort of synergies. You want, and you've commented yourself, saying that you want Germany to engage in more defense partnerships within Europe. So what's your vision for that? Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm pleased to be in Brussels for this very important conference. Let me start by telling you that there's a rock-solid commitment of Germany to spending more on defense and to sticking to the new spending targets set by NATO in The Hague. And you can be sure that this commitment will remain for three reasons. First of all, German politics, in a transpartisan manner, very much is committed to these spending goals. So the next government, which will most probably be another coalition government, will be formed of parties that are also in favor of NATO and will continue the course set by the current coalition. Secondly, we changed the constitution. So we have almost unlimited spending power, which is very important for planning security, also for the private sector and for the defense companies in Germany and our partners elsewhere. And thirdly, Germany has the fiscal leeway to do so, since our debt is, well, not as high as in other Western countries, so we can afford some borrowing. Well, we should not overdo it, certainly, but we can use the financial firepower which was set free by the constitutional amendment. So that's a very important feature, I think, for the years to come, that Germany is a center stage when it comes to spending sufficient money on defense. And we will have to do two things. One is to fill the gaps in conventional in our conventional arsenals, more ammunition, more tanks, more blinded vehicles, and more armored vehicles, and the like. And the second is to start innovating drones, software-defined defense, and else. And the good thing is that since we have so much fund available, we can do both, and we can engage in a lot of partnerships with NATO allies. With European partners, with American partners. So I think Germany can be an engine for defense cooperation and for strengthening the European defense base, since European defense is lagging behind. So in order to take on more responsibility in Europe, well, we need to spend more on defense as Europeans. But we will also have to buy more European stuff from European companies. Otherwise, this will not work out. This does not refrain us from buying American. We did so by acquiring F-35 fighter planes and by purchasing Patriots and systems and stuff like that. But basically, it will be about enhancing the European defense base. Yeah.
Thank you. Could I just follow up very quickly? I understand that the 5% means that there will probably be room both to still buy US kit off the shelf, but also to invest in some European, new European partnerships. But I was wondering, just as you now approach this, you have to get to 5%, you say by 2030, how will you prioritize between the two? I understand that abstractly there is room for both, but there will always be tensions, I think. And then within Europe, sometimes there are tensions between different arms manufacturers. They don't necessarily want to work together, or they want to keep their own independence and their close relationship with their armies, so the German army and German manufacturers. These tensions do exist. I think it would be wrong to deny them. So how do you want to accompany this push for more synergies?
Well, NATO has set a very clear goal, which is to be combat ready by 2029. That's what I understood. That is also a part of the military planning in Germany. So we have to speed up procurement. And very often this means more or less buying existing stuff. And since Germany is committed to provide a lot of land warfare capabilities inside NATO and logistics, we can recur to a lot of existing products which primarily come from German manufacturers. So if you look at tanks, armored vehicles, a lot of artillery, this is basically produced in Germany and Europe. Well, when it comes to these huge gaps we have in air defense and deep precision strike capacity, we most probably will have to engage in partnerships with American firms, at least in the short term. But at the same time, these are key technologies which should also be mastered in the future by European companies and European governments.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to talk to Tomáš Poja, the Czech National Security Advisor. So Czechia has also committed to reach a higher goal by 2030, I think of 3% of GDP spending. Prague has also been behind some very innovative solutions to problems since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which started almost 4 years ago. At some points there have been bottlenecks and problems supplying the Ukrainians, and Prague has been behind some really quite innovative solutions that have gotten us through the bottlenecks. So I was wondering if you could provide that specific Czech view, which has been pragmatic and gotten us through some of the bottlenecks. But between now and 2030, there's going to be more spending, purchases from the US, also hopefully some new European defense partnerships. But what's your specific Czech view on this?
Thanks. Well, first of all, we have a goal to reach 3% by 2030. It's quite achievable. So it's the matter of political will. There is no budgetary issues regarding to that, or no significant budgetary issues. And that doesn't include the 1.5% for the infrastructure or additional costs, where we are almost 1.3% of 1.5% we are already doing. So to reach 5% by 2035, it's really achievable. It's just a matter of political will, which is important, and it may not be there, but it's not the matter of macroeconomics. Then, when you mentioned the creative solutions, so we strongly believe that capitalism works. And if you allow capitalism to work, even in the defense industry and in the supplies, well, surprisingly it works. So there is no shortage of ammunition in the world market. So if you cannot produce on your own, so you buy elsewhere. You can buy, you can deliver, and it's not so difficult. Until you have your own capacity, and then naturally you, of course, spend domestically, because it's politically important, it's economically important, and it's important for the security of supply. And I think we have to go this direction and this way in Europe. And by more spending, there is going to be an economy of scale when the American companies will be coming to Europe with production, and we will be demanding them coming to Europe with production. Because 10 years ago, to demand Raytheon to produce Patriot missiles again in Germany, it didn't have any sense, because the orders were so low that there was no economy of scale behind it. Now there would be economy of scale, and it's quite natural to say, okay, we will not replicate exactly Buy American Act, but we will have some kind of Buy European system, which is understandable. And whatever can be produced in Europe by Europeans or Americans or Israelis or South Koreans, then we should insist on having the production in Europe, and that will be comparative advantage to others. In some elements, we will not be able to produce, because we will not have our own productions, our own technologies, and then we will be more dependent on buying elsewhere, like buying in US and having. But I think if we deregulate at least a little bit, if we really put forces of capitalism at work, then defense industry will be fine and we will be fine with supplies.
Thank you. And very briefly before we go to Mij, but isn't this exactly the tension that has existed? So the Czech initiative worked, and that's wonderful, but there was a little bit of pushback from other member states of the EU suggesting that already we need to be investing a certain threshold or putting a certain threshold into European solutions.
Well,
so what? So
everyone was freed and allowed to invest, but first of all, to sell something, you have to be able to produce it. So, and this was, our system has been completely voluntary. It's like a clearinghouse, and whoever wants to contribute decides fully what they are buying from whom, for how much, and when is the delivery time. And so it's not us micromanaging it. It is the others to contributing this way. And surprisingly, if the donors see that there is a production in Europe, then of course they buy in Europe, and they don't go elsewhere. Or if there is it doesn't have to be full production because there is not that much full production in Europe still. But if there is an assembly in Europe, of course they prefer the European way, and everyone does that. Everyone prefers cheaper, safer, and the European way if it's there. So it has also contributed to several European companies, including Czech companies, in the large caliber and whatever caliber ammunition, to invest more and to beef up production. And the Czech companies were the best in beefing up production, even surpassing Rheinmetall in that sense, in the volume.
Did you find that any initially skeptical capitals came round to your way of seeing things?
Okay, we have been joined by, it depends how you calculate, by 15 capitals. Yeah. I think Europe is divided into the north and south, and it will be more divided into the north and south with more defense spending and more support of Ukraine, etc. I hope that we will still belong rather to the north than to the south as Czechs after the elections, but that will be seen. But we are definitely more there than in the south traditionally. And there you could see like more spending and more contributions. And there were some countries, which I don't want to name, but they said it's a brilliant idea, they didn't contribute. Okay, fine, it's everyone's choice what anyone can do. But it has to be competitive. So if you have your own production, which is so extremely expensive that only yourself you can buy it because nobody else is going to buy from you and you will lose a lot of money, then at the end it's not sustainable.
Well, you didn't name the country, but I think we understood.
It's a big country.
Understood. Mij, we're talking about money. Both of the countries that are represented and have just spoken say they don't have fiscal problems and can, or at least can achieve this, and this is entirely achievable from a macroeconomic perspective. I tend to agree, but they're not the only two countries in Europe. There are some that face much bigger fiscal difficulties and contradict some of their ambitions. So you've written that Europe needs to go further even than the SAFE fund, which is already 150 billion for partnerships. It needs to go to the COVID scale on borrowing. So could you tell us a little bit more about how that would work and whether you've had any response when you've suggested this?
So the SAFE facility is interesting because it's an interest rate subsidy because the Commission can borrow more cheaply from capital markets than countries with high deficit and debt levels. And so from that perspective, it is interesting for the French, for the Italians, but it doesn't really, I think, go far enough because it doesn't address the fundamental fiscal and political problem many of the large member states are confronting. I do think the Commission's playbook on security and defense issues is mirroring what it did on COVID. So it's, if you think about 2020, the Commission created a platform for joint procurement to sponsor the production of vaccines within Europe. The second iteration of the policy response was the Shore facility, which was again borrowing for loans to support domestic furlough programs across the EU. And only the third iteration, once that facility, 100 billion euros, had been exhausted, was to do next generation grant financing. So Commission borrowing, passing that money on to countries in the form of non-repayable grants, and that money then being used to support the Union's geostrategic goals. At that point, it was the green transition, digitization. If you think about where we are today, we've effectively gone through the first two of those iterations. So as the two previous speakers have spoken about, we now have legislation in Europe that promotes use of European money for domestic suppliers and fosters joint procurement. And the 150 billion SAFE facility will be exhausted. 19 member states have requested its use. I think the numbers go north of 150 billion. And so I suspect in a context where the geopolitical environment deteriorates further, and that may not happen, it may happen, the next, I think, question will be, does Germany in particular agreed to use its balance sheet to enable more grant financing for countries that really don't have the fiscal space to get to 5%. And I think when I think of that collection of countries, I would absolutely put France top of mind. There is no pathway to 5% for France in light of the political and fiscal turbulence that country is experiencing. But even the UK, I think the outlook on the 5% target is very challenging.
Okay. Any response from Germany on that idea?
Well, I think Mitch is right in his analysis that there is a growing discrepancy in terms of fiscal capacity among European allies. So sooner or later we have to deal with that, either on a national or on a European level. But I want also to point out that in the German political debate, this is of course highly controversial. So progressive forces like my party and the Green Party tend to be more open to some European joint funding vehicle, whereas conservative parties like the Christian Democrats and the Liberals are firmly opposed to that. So for any German government, this will be a very difficult way to go, especially with Chancellor Merz throwing away one fiscal taboo by amending the constitution on the debt brake. For him, it will be very difficult during this term to throw away or to overcome the next fiscal taboo. So I think it's a complicated matter in terms of politics, but also in terms of constitutional law, because there are also very tight constraints coming from the jurisprudence of our Supreme Court on that.
Yeah. And never forget Karlsruhe, absolutely.
Yeah.
So if I could come to you, Fran, from an American perspective, although you know Europe well and you're here very often. So you've written recently about your concerns about how this will lead to more divergence. I think most people here care about the transatlantic relationship. We'll have different views on where it should go. But you see Europe, you think Europe's plans are serious?
Yeah.
And think that, therefore, a few years from now, some of the ties that still bind us could be dilapidated by some of these plans. So tell us more.
So I think you have to look at both sides of the equation, both sides of the Atlantic, because I do think that as Europe does more of its own financing, and I've already heard here and certainly have heard outside in the coffee break a lot about European preferences. But I think from the other side of the Atlantic, there is also a move away from Europe. So I think the Trump administration is very fractured in terms of its decision-making. President Trump is the main decision-maker. He has made this deal at NATO, and he supports it, and I think he sees this as one of his successes. But he's now on to other things. And I don't expect him to really return his attention to this issue until, the 5% issue, until we get closer to the summit in Turkey next year. He will look at who is providing weapons for Ukraine, and as you know, we are not just giving weapons to Ukraine anymore. We are looking to Europe to buy those weapons. At the same time, there are issues with American supply. There are backlogs in terms of production. So even if Europeans wanted to buy some of the material that we make, they have a long waiting list and a long wait time, and that's not especially good for the Ukrainians. But even more important, I think, is the decision-making in the Pentagon, where there are people who don't want us to be in Europe, or only in a limited sense, and who are reluctant to have US weapons come to Europe because they believe that they need to be stockpiled for a potential invasion of Taiwan, to be blunt. And there's a new national security strategy that will come out in the next couple months. From what we know from press reports of what it's looking like, it will emphasize defense of the immediate territory of the United States, so potentially more hits on drug boats in the Caribbean, that kind of thing, as well as the use of the military in the United States, as we've also seen, and a focus on China. So is there divergence going on? Yes, there is. And there will be those in the States who will point to a Buy European clause and be very upset about it. I hope that there would be a way to modify, because there are many US defense companies who are employing workers here in Europe. And so a made in Europe as opposed to just a Europe owned may be a medium ground that we can look to. But I think it's not just about what's happening in Europe, it's also about a United States that is moving away in a different direction.
Understood. And since we're being blunt, we can talk about some of the rumors that have gone around since President Trump's return. I mean, some European buyers have started rethinking their procurement strategies. I mean, it wasn't a European leader, but the Canadian Prime Minister who talked about the US weaponizing its hegemony, and therefore that leading to people reconsidering what they should do. I think another episode that really concentrated minds was when the US shut down intelligence sharing with Ukraine. It only lasted a few days, but it's still mentioned to us at the Atlantic Council as a factor. So, I mean, there are many voices in the Trump administration, and they change their policy occasionally quite quickly. But I was wondering how that factored in as well. The sort of sense that the uncertainty in direction from the US is changing minds in Europe, even in countries that are traditionally quite pro-transatlantic.
Let me just say that right now our relations with Canada are extraordinarily bad or challenging. So I think that is, you shouldn't take a Canadian statement as the way Europe should respond. I understand that view in Europe, and I hear it too, but I would say that actually the Europeans have been pretty successful in getting President Trump to understand their perspective. And I would take this meeting with I think 6 or 7 European leaders whom Trump introduced around the table to his audience, I mean, his constituents. So I think that whereas before Europe was struggling to get a hearing, I think they have convinced him. They've convinced him of the rightness of the Ukrainian cause. Have they convinced him that the U.S. should put its might behind that cause? No, I don't think so. That's a hot and cold thing, depending on the day. But I think they have opened the door and now have a consistent way of speaking to him that I think should alleviate some of those concerns.
Thank you very much. So before we go to our last speaker, last but not least, of course, the CEO of Hector & Koch, I do have to ask the audience to prepare some questions. You can send them to me on askac.org, and they'll appear on this iPad, but we will also have a roving mic, so please prepare some interesting, provocative questions. So Jens, thank you also for participating. So you represent the private sector. You're one of these defense suppliers. I suppose I have a twofold question. First of all, we clearly see from everything that's been said already that demand is exceeding supply. There's a lot of demand. So how are you preparing to increase scale? And I was wondering what are the better and more efficient signals that you need from governments and the proper incentives? Because there is a fear, and it's studied in one of our research pieces on how to make sure that the incentives are used efficiently. So what are the right signals? What works well for you to help you increase supply? That's the first question. And also, how are you preparing for this more cross-border dynamic, cross-border synergies, supplying other partners than the German army, all of that? Thank you.
Let me start with your second question. We are a German-based firearms manufacturer, producing the finest firearms in the world, I would say. But we are truly transatlantic company, so we have a presence in the US since 50 years. We have a manufacturing site in the US. We have invested in products and production capabilities over the last years in Germany and in the US. And we delivered firearms to the best of the security forces in the US, but not only in the US, but worldwide. or worldwide is not correct, to the Western world, worldwide, so sharing our values, meaning Europe, NATO, NATO-associated countries, and therefore Germany is not the biggest customer, it's one of our customers. With all the investments now being planned by the German government, their share will get bigger and bigger, but we have some 100 customers, also police forces, so we're not depending on one customer. Secondly, we are looking into Ukraine. We are delivering weapons into Ukraine to the special forces, and that really makes a difference. So there's innovation on the weapons, which we will see. So coming to your question, how do we prepare for the new demand? We've always been a company since 75 years learning from the missions of our customers. So we have constantly spent in product development. So we have like almost 100 engineers in the company. And for the production demand, of course, we have invested over the last 5 years more than 100 million euro. And to put that in perspective, we are a 300 million euro sales company. So 1/3 of the sales is invested over the last couple of years. And we prepare more investment packages now. So we will buy a new site, we will buy more machines in order to prepare for that new demand. We've always delivered to contract. We have never let down a military or law enforcement customer. Yeah. Civilian customer might have waited a bit longer for a weapon, but we've always focused on law enforcement and the military.
Thank you very much. So we already have a good few questions here, some very provocative, but I was thinking we would perhaps start in the room. We have a question right at the back. We'll start with the man behind you, and then we'll come to you, son. Go ahead.
Yeah, Martin Sandberg from the Financial Times. Thanks very much. A brief specific question to Nils Schmidt and a general question to the panel, if I may. The specific question is, Chancellor Merz wrote in an op-ed in the FT on Thursday, I believe, that Germany now endorses a so-called reparations loan for Ukraine. And he mentioned the figure of 140 billion euros. So that's a large sum, which he wrote should be solely devoted to weapons, and suggested there should be some sort of European input in deciding what should be bought. So I was wondering if you could spell out what the policy really is there, and what is the wisdom behind saying all of the money should go to weapons and none to general budgetary support. The general question to whoever in the panel would like to answer is, one thing that often comes up in this debate, but hasn't really been touched on today, is the sort of multiplicity of specification, the fragmentation of production in Europe, and so on. A related problem is the lack of common procurement that was touched on very briefly. So the question is simply, how big of a problem is this? Can you put a sort of, give us a sense of the magnitude. How much does this destroy for Europe's capacities? And how much is being done? How fast are we actually remedying this problem, if at all? Thank you.
So I think we'll go to Niels on the specific German question.
Well, I think the idea spelled out by the Chancellor in your paper points to the urgency of arms deliveries to Ukraine in light of the current military situation. And it also stresses the point that in order to change Putin's calculus on the military side of his invasion, his aggression against Ukraine, you need a very strong, solid, and continuing military support for Ukraine. As long as Putin is convinced that he might or he can prevail militarily, he will continue the war in Ukraine, against Ukraine. And for 3 years now, we have been trying, by delivering weapons to Ukraine, to alter this calculus, to make Putin understand that there is no way ahead in terms of military victory. And I think the point of this proposal made by the Chancellor is to put this very much at center stage of the political debate. The urgency, the pressing need to deliver as many weapons as possible to Ukraine, and to do this over the course, or to be prepared to do this over the course of the next few years, in order to show to Putin that we are in that for the long haul, and that we will not tire off delivering weapons to Ukraine. I think that's the political point behind that offer.
Thank you. We'll go to Midge in a second to answer maybe Martin's more general question. It's nice to see you, Martin, and have participated for a long time with you and others on this Russian assets saga. Also very nice from the Atlantic Council GeoEconomics Center's perspective to see some progress on this. My feeling is that, if I may answer, although I'm the moderator, that we're really at the beginning of this, of exploring how this loan will work. When the ERA loans were agreed last June, by the G7, it took another 6 months for us to see how it would work technically. So we all very much encourage this work, but it's going to be, I think, quite complicated. Midge.
So Martin, I would basically reinforce Charles's point. I think the sense in the institutions in Brussels is the extraordinary revenue accelerator, the Ukraine facility, and in the Commission's MFF proposal, this wrapper on top of the proposal, it's those three vehicles that will ultimately do the civilian budgetary support for Ukraine proper. And it's this priority Ukrainian list initiative with the Trump administration that they are now trying to figure out a way to fund over the medium to long term in light of the national fiscal constraints member states are facing. And that's why I think the reserves primarily are going to be used for that initiative. But as Charles says, I think a lot of this is now going to be worked out within the guts of the Commission and ultimately come to the member states where it will be negotiated. So I think we're at the front end of that process.
Thank you. Fran, you had something to say?
Just a brief comment on the lack of common standards across European defense companies and products. I think Europe is at the beginning of a process that the United States went through 2 decades ago, maybe. There's an infamous dinner when the companies were told by the Secretary of Defense that they had to get together and figure this out, and then that most of them would not survive. They'd be eaten by the big companies. And that's what happened, and it was painful. And I'm very skeptical about the member states themselves deciding whose supply lines, whose for whichever munition you're talking about or armored personnel carrier is going to survive. My Czech friend here said capitalism works if you let it work. But if you determine that your companies are all national champions, then you won't be able to let capitalism work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but with those systems now so expensive and so sophisticated, then you cannot do it on the national level besides few countries. So it makes it more easier for consolidation. So I strongly believe that there is going to be this drive for consolidation. It has already started. You will see less fighting jets and less versions of tanks in the future than what you did see 20 years ago. And the way is then, yes, to voluntarily by the countries to decide and to go together with procurement. And this is already happening. Look, we are a good example of that, I think. We have gone to the CV90 production with Sweden as being 6th or 7th or 8th country having this infantry fighting vehicle, with some portion given to the Czech industry because of security of supply and, of course, maintenance somehow linked to the Czech space. We have now done deal with Leopard tanks linking exactly to the German agreement with the company, so copying the procurement agreement and just making sure that there are also some Czech companies in the supply line. And even the F-35s, we have bought 24 F-35s, and 12 of them are going to be produced in Texas and 12 in Italy. So I think this is the trend which is going to be there wherever it is possible. Not in every product it is possible, but this consolidation will be there. And in few years, Heckler-Koch will be bought by Czech competitors. So don't worry, there will be consolidation on this end as well. It almost happened, so there will be next chance.
So, Herr Koch, I have to give you the floor now.
We'll see. Actually, I love competition, because it brings out the best product for the women and men fighting for our freedom. So what we see is national egoisms and countries buying at their national star or wherever. Yeah. Whenever there's competition, usually HK wins the competition.
Well, Cold CZ is a bit bigger now, so.
Who?
Cold CZ.
Yeah,
it's a bigger company, so let's face it. Yeah.
I don't know where the beef comes from, but that's fine. We don't see them in competitions usually, so that's fine. Well, you can buy us, but you have to talk to the German government for that. So coming back to my point, we love competition, yeah? No, it's regulated in Germany, so they have not to ask us, but they have to ask the German government. We love competition because it brings out the best products, and what we see is national egoisms, and therefore not the interoperability that we would look for, not the standards we would look for, and I think that's not a big problem, but it is a problem. We see from Spain, France, Norway, Germany, Lithuania, Latvia buying HK weapons, so there is a kind of standard on the rifles. But there are some countries who protect their own industry, and I think that's a problem.
Thank you very much. We have another question from you, sir. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Thank you, Charles. Oleg Dunda, member of Ukrainian Parliament. Very short question. At least NATO summit, we have had very big decision, challenge to make bigger military budget, defense budget. But at the same time, we have a lot of problem in public finance in Europe. First of all, in public finance in France, in Germany. And after that, we will able to have risk to have in this country social crisis, and after that, political instability in Europe. So, my question, what kind of opportunities do you see to reduce risk of conflict between public finance in Europe and defense budget?
Thank you. I think, Mitch, that one's for you.
So look, I don't think there's an answer to that question in the French case. So to ballpark these numbers, France's defense budget for this fiscal year is 62 billion. Germany's is 86, so not incomparable, but by the end of the decade, Germany will be at 150 billion and France hopes to achieve 80, which is 3% of GDP. I don't see how a minority government with no pathway to get a budget deal through Parliament can deliver on that commitment. And that equilibrium, I think, will basically remain the same between now and 2027. Maybe Le Cornu will fall, a caretaker may come in, maybe a technocrat will come in, they may be censured, Macron may have to call an early election. The domestic political picture is a complete mess, and it's not going to resolve itself before a presidential election in April or May. And hopefully that president will then be enabled with a parliamentary majority in the summer of that year. And that may create the basis for a conversation about how France can then get to 3.5% or 5% by 2035. The UK, it's outside of the EU, situation's a bit better, but I think equally challenging. And so I come back to my point earlier, and Niels will have more to say on this. I do think Merz's instincts on this question of common financing are different than his party. I think there is huge indigestion within the CDU on the right. Within the deep state, they're reasserting themselves in light of the abolition of the debt brake, in light of the infrastructure fund. But my sense is, Merz and the team around him, they're looking for cover. So when there is just as Merkel looked for cover during the COVID crisis to make the big move on next generation EU, and I don't think that is for today, it may not even be this mandate, maybe the next mandate, but I genuinely don't think there is if you're talking about credible collective European defense, you require the French as an active participant in that discussion. I don't see how you do it without a big move in Germany on common financing, just given the state of the public finances and the extent to which that's now intertwined with a very challenging political situation.
Usually it would be fair to take these questions on the German deep state to the parliamentary state secretary, but I think, Thomas, you wanted to come in.
Well, I think Germany will make money out of it, because if Germany releases this money for others to buy in Europe, then German industry will profit and German economy will profit. So I think it's wise for Germany to look in this direction, as it was in the past and as it will be now. But to respond to the question, it's you will see it much easier in the north and much more difficult in the south. And the most difficult it will be for the countries which have huge debts. That means very difficult or expensive borrowing, are sometimes out of the Eurozone, because then the question is about the fluctuation of the currency rate, to put it, and which doesn't have, and who don't have their own defense industry, so they cannot invest anything into their own economy, meaning that they cannot say, yes, we are also creating our own jobs. So at the end, easier for North, worse for or more difficult for South, but at the end, depending on country to country, also based on if there is a defense industrial base or not. And those who have defense industrial base, it will be easier there to argue for, because there the business will fight for it if it's not shy. Business is usually shy these days in Europe. So I hope that once again, the European business will fight for itself, not like what we have seen in the last 10, 20 years. And I'm not talking only about defense business, but other business as well.
Thank you very much. I do have a few direct quick round questions from here on the pad, which I think would be fun to bring out. One for Niels, which is whether Germany will go with for FCAS with France, FCAS without France and with others, or GCAP.
Well, the German government is fully committed to the FCAS project. As we've seen over the last few years, this project very much depends on the political will of the governments, especially of the French and the German government, of course also the will of our Spanish friends. And there's an agreement which we should all stick to, and then it will move ahead. So we'll see over the course of the end of this year if we will have this political will still in place. But for Germany, very certainly, the continuation of the project is the most preferred option, of course. In the end, we need to learn to work together on major technology advances and the future combat air system, future air combat system is definitely one of those. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So one final question from the pad, which I think is an important one because the word has not come up in this panel so far. And it has been a very good panel, but it is important to bring this word up, which is space. European military space capacity. Europe does have a space agency, but it does civilian space work for now. Will Europe simply accept that on this particular part of our future and on the future of military, we export or we outsource this to the US? Or what does Europe feel comfortable doing on future space military technologies? Would anyone like to take that? Go ahead.
Well, definitely we need to develop our own competences as Europeans. And my minister just gave a groundbreaking speech on that last week, in which he defined the challenges coming up from space, and in which he announced that Germany will spend up to 35 billion euros on that in the coming years. So I think we need to acquire our own capabilities and capacities as Germans and Europeans on that, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, the risk of being in this position is that we were in between what you were doing before on steel and lunch, and yet you have all stayed, which we're very grateful for, but I think that speaks to the quality of this panel. So thank you very much to our participants. And I have a little bit of housekeeping before we applaud them. We do have lunch sessions for those of you who are interested either in the future of cross-border payments, which will be a very good session led by my colleague Ananya Kumar. That's in 30 minutes. And then we have, after that, at 1:30 p.m., Ambassador Dan Fried, former US sanctions coordinator, talking about, moderating a panel on the new challenges in sanctions enforcement. So that's at 1:30, 30 minutes after the beginning of the first lunch session, which starts in 30 minutes. So now it's time to say bon appétit. Thank you for attending, and thank you to our excellent panelists. Thank you.
Kumar, Deputy Director for Digital Currency at the GeoEconomics Center of the Atlantic Council.
Hello, welcome back to our viewers online and those in the room. Thank you for being here with us today, and welcome to Brussels for those of you that have traveled especially for the conference. My name is Ananya Kumar. I'm the Deputy Director at the Atlantic Council's GeoEconomics Center, and I have the special honor of moderating this panel. But I've had the pleasure of talking to my honored panelists for about 4 years now, and this is going to be a continuation of the conversation that we've been having for a long time. So let me introduce Maria de Mertes, leader of Economic Strategy and Finance Program at the Conference Board, Europe. Jennifer Fowler, who's a member of the Secretariat at the Financial Stability Board in Basel. Candace Kelly, who's the Chief Legal Officer at the Stellar Development Foundation. Jesse McWaters, Executive Vice President and Head of Global Policy at MasterCard. Thank you all for being with us. Maria, let's get started. Let's get right to the point. We've had this conversation many times, and exactly this format many times. But specifically, we were here in Berlin about 2 years ago, having a similar but slightly different conversation on cross-border payments. 2 years have passed. What's happened in Europe since that has changed the transatlantic dynamic when it comes to payments?
Thank you very much for continuing the conversation on this. And indeed, actually, we were almost the same panelists back 2 years ago. And it's actually interesting to see how things have shifted since then. I'm going to join the rest of the conference today to point out that the big thing that has changed is uncertainty. Today, the world is a lot more uncertain than it was back then. And what's interesting about that, I mean, the word uncertainty has been with us since the global financial crisis. But I think what is really different now, and particularly in the last 2 years, is the fact that we have policy uncertainty. The fact that we don't know what policy decisions will be made. We've heard it this morning many times, how detrimental that is to businesses, to planning, to investments, to everything, to the economy, really. So I think that is really the big thing. And you know, if I was to be a little bit more provocative, and since I am based in Brussels, and I'm actually the only one here talking from the Brussels perspective, I think there is an element of trust that is being eroded. And I think that is what complicates things. And it has an important implication here, and that is that the issue of security and economic security in the context of what we're discussing here is really first-order problem now in Europe. And I think that is really what I certainly believe, that while we are fighting for competitiveness and security, I think we maybe need to flip these things around in the sense that economic security, without economic security, we don't have choices. And in order to address the issue of competitiveness, we need choices. So I think that is really the new thing in the discussion.
Yeah, and you're not going to be the first person to talk about uncertainty and instability, certainly not on this panel, but throughout the discussions today. Jesse, let me turn to you as also the repeat offender here about what have been the payment sector developments in the US that have impacted Europe in the last 2 years?
So Maria's already grabbed uncertainty from the bingo card. Let me put crypto on your bingo card. After a couple of years in the FTX penalty box, crypto is back at the top of the policy agenda, certainly when it comes to discussing cross-border payments. The passage of the Genius Act in the United States has people all at Twitter about stablecoins, and I think that's obviously really important. But I think when we dig beneath the surface, what we're seeing is a greater openness to the consideration of the use of public permissionless blockchains in financial services, including for regulated assets. And so while stablecoins already exist in this world that operates 24/7, 365, that is programmable, and that is inherently sort of out of the box global in terms of its operations, I think that as you see use cases for stablecoins start to develop traction, you're inevitably going to see a kind of draw in an investment in experimentation and development on the use of other types of assets, particularly commercial bank money, as well as the development of netting facilities as the sort of capital intensivity of stablecoins as a settlement instrument, being inherently sort of gross and and pre-funded sort of creates some challenges around their use and scaling. At MasterCard, we're really interested in both of these, working on stablecoin settlement, also working on projects like Agora, which experimenting with tokenized deposits. But to bring it back to cross-border payments, I think I would say that we see really exciting opportunities around the use of blockchain to simplify elements of the cross-border settlement space. But I want to make a note of caution around viewing these as a panacea. There are a lot of us here who spend a lot of time in the regulatory space. Cross-border payments is about more than just fixing potholes on the road to settlement. It's about aligning regulatory frameworks. It's about identifying shared and common standards. It's about simplifying what is an increasingly complicated space for the transfer of data related to payments. And I think that if we just sort of assume that new settlement systems are automatically going to fix those problems, we risk being sorely disappointed.
Thanks, Jesse. And one thing that's certainly different in the last 2 years is that we've often started, especially in Europe, with talking about the digital euro before we got to stablecoins and crypto and other things. So that's certainly a bit of a distinction in the last 2 years and where conversation has evolved. Jesse mentioned Project Agora. Let me turn to you, Jennifer. All of these conversations that we've had are happening in the context of Agora, which is now in sort of its final phases. Could you tell us if Agora's motivations when it started out 2 years ago still match with what has happened on the product end there? And what is the sort of big lesson you've taken from working across 7 jurisdictions and 40 central banks?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think Agora is such an exciting project. I'm going to speak about it from my role at the FSB. I've been supporting the project on a couple of different aspects. The original inspiration for Agora remains the same, which is to really try to fix the key challenges that we see in cross-border payments, of payments that are too slow, that are costing too much, they're not transparent, not accessible. So that's really still the inspiration. Of course, it's the same inspiration as the roadmap, the G20 roadmap for cross-border payments. What Agora does is try to use DLT to address those issues in many ways. As Jesse said, one important aspect, of course, is putting both tokenized commercial money and tokenized central bank money on a unified ledger, which, of course, is a concept the BIS has been talking about for some time. But also to try to use programmability and composability to really streamline the process of moving money. And a lot of that comes out of the sequential nature of payments today. And so trying to use that to be able to achieve that efficiency. What I would say the most important thing about Agora is the public-private collaboration. It's really incredible. As you said, I think there's 7 central banks, 40 private sector entities. But it's not just numbers. There's regional diversity. There's a lot of diversity in terms of business models. There are card networks. There are really systemically important financial institutions. There are domestically important financial institutions. So it's just a real diversity of views. And I think that is what's so promising, because it gives you the potential of building something that has staying power.
That makes a lot of sense. Candace, let me turn back to stablecoins. We've had a little bit of a stablecoin summer with the passage of Genius in the US. As we're heading into what is going to be a rulemaking process in the US, what needs to be done so that MiCA and Genius can work together better?
Yeah, well, thanks. That's a great question, and not an easy one. I think conceptually it seems pretty simple to say that we need to have reciprocity, which is specifically called out in the Genius Act and what the Treasury Department is working on in their rulemaking. In order to have blockchain reach its potential of being able to have seamless cross-border payments, the regulatory regimes, as Jesse pointed out, have to be reciprocal. I think harmonization is something that people like to say, and I don't think that we've seen that in any legal framework, and so I'm glad that we're not talking about trying to harmonize. But there are a lot of obstacles because MiCA doesn't have that provision, and I think there are some amendments being discussed, but I think there's a lot of work to be done between the EU and the US on that, on what does it look like. When you think about the specifics of enforcement, cooperation on enforcement, on supervision, on what if you have an issuer in one jurisdiction that there's reciprocity in the other, and that issuer fails or has significant problems? How do you make sure that the consumers are protected equally in two different jurisdictions? So there's a lot of work to be done. I am very encouraged today by listening to how pragmatic the discussion is in the trade and tariff conversation, which is not my area of expertise, so I'm learning a lot today. And I hope that that pragmatism comes to this discussion, because I think, as Jesse pointed out, the conversation about blockchain and stablecoins being a game changer in cross-border payments has matured so dramatically, and that, and thanks to projects like Agora as well, it's no longer a question of whether this is a good solution, it's how do we make it work.
Mm-hmm. Let me turn a little bit to one of the main themes of the conference, which is competition and innovation, also a big theme that comes up when we think about the European Commission and its approach. We've talked a little bit about Genius and a little bit about MiCA. Maria, from your perspective, what is the difference between the US and EU approach to competition and innovation when it comes to their payment sector?
I think it carries over in many other things, and it also demonstrated also in payments. But I think I come back to my original point, because I think that is driving the discussion. As you know, on the digital payment front in Europe, we've gone down the public route, which is the digital euro, rather than the establishment of private solutions. This might change in the future, and one of the wishes of the ECB is actually to provide a platform for the private sector to thrive. The private sector hadn't provided payment systems that are common across all EU countries till now. And this is one of the big motivations behind providing a public solution, which is just one common digital payment in Europe. So that is one. But the second one, and this is the one that's really different from 2 years ago, is this issue of what I called economic security, financial security, the need to depend more on our own feet and to diversify. And if you look about the financial dependencies that the EU have, I come back to the choke points that Eddie talked about. The dollar is a choke point for Europe, and the fact that banks are exposed to dollars on exchange rate risks. We have the payment systems. We have liquidity provision in times of crisis. All of this in the EU depends very much on the US, and it's becoming uncomfortable. And I think this is really what's driving the discussion. And on the payment systems, I mean, Jess, we've discussed this many times, but I think this is now one of the biggest motivations, is to try and have a European solution that is going to be truly European, public or private, hopefully private, but at least that's a way of providing an alternative, because payment systems in Europe are dominated by US players. This is an issue that has been discussed, and if you're serious about economic security and business continuity, you really have to advance this. This is what the digital euro is aiming to do hopefully in the near future. So competition here is as part of industrial policy. There is nothing. I mean, the digital euro really is industrial policy, and we heard it this morning too. Industrial policy as a tool that violates competition principles, but as a way of providing other needs, and that is of course security.
Right. I think the tension is very clear here between the US and EU. Candace, I'm going to turn to you as someone who operates their business globally. How do you see it outside of these two jurisdictions? How do you see the challenges of calibrating to different approaches of innovation and competition?
Well, I think that for me, the EU and the US really do drive that and drive the business models, because just like you see in the privacy space, for example, there's a standard, and business, to be able to move quickly, you need to meet those standards even if they are lower in other jurisdictions. So I do think that those the US and the EU are probably the most critical. But obviously there's very different approaches, right? In the US, we're all celebrating the Genius Act. It's one piece of legislation about payment stablecoins, and so there's a lot more to be done. Even as the U.S. continues, I think, to have a more innovation-led and industry-led approach, there's still a lot of work to be done, and the legislative momentum is critical to make sure that we continue to see the industry be able to innovate and do it responsibly.
Yeah, and of course here we're talking about payments, but just as a quick plug, we have about 5 reports out as a part of the Transatlantic Forum. One is about different AI strategies that EU and US have taken, and some of these issues that we're talking about of instability and sovereignty have come up again and again on other emerging tech issues as well. Jesse, what we're talking here is about sort of a fragmented regulatory approach across the US and EU, not just on innovation, but also what it seems like veering into into the traditional payment sphere. Where do you see the sort of most acute instances of fragmentation, and how can they be bridged?
I think maybe I'll pull on a thread that Maria started talking about. I mean, I think it's obvious to anyone who's been sitting and listening to the panels today that we live in a world of increased geostrategic uncertainty, increased geoeconomic competition, and it is only reasonable that in such an environment, countries and regions will start to shift the way in which they think about what payment sector resilience really means to them. I think this isn't purely an artifact of the current U.S. administration. I think this is really continuing a thread that started at least as early as the pandemic, as the rapid digitization of payments across many economies led policymakers to reflect more and more on the centrality of payments to elements of their own domestic policy and their domestic security. At the same time, I think we believe really strongly that it's possible to find a balance between, on one hand, taking actions to ensure the resilience of payment systems, encouraging domestic payment operators and domestic payments, while at the same time continuing to encourage competition, continuing to encourage innovation, and particularly to finding ways to continue to incent investments in the security and stability of payment systems. So if we think, for example, about the rising risks that we see in payments in response to AI-driven fraud, in response to state and non-state-backed cyber warfare. These are really serious challenges that payment systems face, and we believe that they need sustained and significant investment in order to meet them. And so that's why, to put in a plug for my employer, since 2018, MasterCard has invested over $10 billion in cybersecurity and fraud protections within our payment system, with much of that investment being deployed in our Waterloo Cybersecurity Center, not too far from where we're having this conversation. And so I think we are really hopeful that here in Europe and elsewhere, that a path can be found that both finds a way to encourage new payments players, new innovation, new sources of competition, while at the same time remaining true to the principles of competition, innovation, and really letting the market drive as much as possible the shape of financial innovation.
Thanks, Jesse. And before I turn back to our speakers for responses, I want to really quickly show an image from our CBDC tracker that looks at cross-border payments and really helps contextualize what we're talking about today. So this tracker is about 4.5 years old, and when we started the project, there were about 35 countries interested in CBDCs. That number now is at 137, so that's really huge. But here we really specifically look at cross-border CBDCs projects and see how that's developed over time, especially since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I really wanted to just take a moment to contextualize the real flow of money that is now happening through some of these cross-border projects. Let's turn to sort of future solutions and what's coming up next year. So the G20 has traditionally worked on the payments roadmap, which has in many ways defined targets for cross-border payments, targets for retail payments, targets for remittance payments, sort of important legs of cross-border payments across the world. That roadmap is now 5 years old, and as has clearly been evidenced today, a lot has changed over the last 5 years. Candace, let me start with you here on how do we include the sort of more innovative aspects of payments into the payments roadmap going forward as the US takes on the presidency next year?
Well, as we've been discussing, blockchain has shown that it is aligned with the G20 roadmap in terms of faster, cheaper, more inclusive, more transparent payments. And I think one of the big changes that's happened in those 5 years is that there was a lot of talk about the promise of blockchain 5 years ago. And now there are actual use cases, there are reports, there are statistics, there's data. The beauty of the blockchain is that the data is available publicly. And so there's one report that just recently came out. It happens to be from an alum from the Stellar Development Foundation, who's now at Stanford. And she analyzed 5 years of data from a company called AirTM, which is a payments company that uses USDC on Stellar. And for 41 million payments, she goes through and compares it to the G20 standards. And for just one little data point, which is 96% of the payments on AirTM were well below the 1 hour settlement mark. I think most of them were in minutes, but she used the 1 hour for consistency with G20. There obviously still some work to do on costs, but I do think that the G20 can play a really important role in working on these questions of interoperability and standards, and particularly focused on safeguards as well. But the data is there, and it doesn't have to be speculative anymore, that can be faster, cheaper, more inclusive, and transparent using blockchain and stablecoins.
Maria, same question to you, but I'll add that as the US takes on the G20 presidency, France will have the G7 presidency. So can these fragmented issues that we're talking about be bridged across those two fora?
Oh yes, absolutely, and it should. I mean, if you think about the financial flows that are going across the two continents and globally, they're huge, and technology here is our friend. We can actually, we've seen it actually in the BIS experiments that were done. We've seen the huge benefits, both in cost and in time, that we can get out of this new technology. So it's just a matter of coming down, understanding standards, setting standards, and I remind also of the big elephant in the room, which is China. Yeah. That as we are talking about it, there is a parallel world in which a cross-border system is being developed, which is alternative to the one that we are thinking about now. So there will be almost two systems across the world that will at some time need to talk to each other. So the more we can work on the network effects, of course, the better it is. It's just that I think from the European perspective, the cross-border element needs to be addressed in terms of efficiency, but at the same time preserving the economic security argument, which for us is not a trivial one anymore.
Great, thank you. We're going to do now what is my favorite part of actually running a panel, which is a lightning round. The question that I'll ask all of you as we end our panel today is, what is the one issue of regulatory harmonization between the EU and the US that you'd like to see more attention on? And maybe we'll start from that end of the stage. Jesse.
All right, I've got two. One that came up in the course of this panel. We need to harmonize on whether it's Agora or Agora. This is the great tomato of the central banking world at the moment. Has to be resolved. The one that I'll focus on is, I think that we are seeing more and more data requirements, data localization, data frameworks being put in place, and often being put in place in a way that is not adequately considered within the realm of the work of AML and CFT enforcement agencies, the FIUs. And so I think that there is a real need to get those two groups, the FIUs and the data protection and data privacy regulators, talking to one another. And I'll give a plug here for some great work that Jen and her team at the FSB are doing under the G20 roadmap, creating a task force to really start to bring those actors together and try and find ways to reconcile their goals. I think that's some incredibly important work, and we're really excited to be part of it at MasterCard.
Thanks, Jesse. Candace, over to you.
I guess I'll pull together all of my answers before, which is working on those interoperability standards, whether it's pulling in the G20 to help with that, whether it's working on a very specific Genius Act implementation of the reciprocity requirements, and certainly in the EU, focusing on MiCA, kind of expanding and addressing that multi-jurisdictional question of stablecoin issuance.
Jennifer.
Well, I hate to be repetitive, but I also was going to say data. This is where we see the most frictions arising cross-border, and it's something we've been focused at FSB. We've been focused on it for quite some time. As Jesse said, last year we published recommendations for how to address some of the frictions arising from data cross-border. And when I say that, it's everything from how should data be presented in sanctions lists to data privacy and protection laws and how are they implemented cross-border. But what we found, the overall consensus was there actually is no forum for payments folks, AML, CFT folks, sanctions folks, and data privacy protection people to come together and talk about it. So what we've done is stand that up. We've had our first meeting in May. We'll have another in December, it's early days, but I think it has a lot of promise to looking at practical solutions to those problems.
Yeah, really good call to action there for next year as well with the G20. Maria.
So Jesse, it's none of the two actually. It's actually Agora. So, but on a more serious note, just to reinforce what my fellow panelists have said. But from the point of view of financial stability, we mustn't forget that the global cross-border payments are global payments, and we need to have minimal harmonization that is going to prevent financial stability concerns. We don't want to go back to the global financial crisis. It's only 15 years back, but we seem to have forgotten it. But this is absolutely essential for the sector to thrive, for payments to improve, to preserve financial stability. And of course, that means harmonization and common standards.
Great, thank you. If you want to know my answer to this, you'll have to see me outside. But please join me in thanking our panelists today for this great conversation, and thank you for being here with us today. Thanks. Thank you. I'm going to now hand over to Ambassador Dan Fried, who's the Weiser Family Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council.
All right, and it is my privilege to invite Saleha Mohsen of Bloomberg. And we have David O'Sullivan of the European Union, and Daniel Tannenbaum, a partner at Oliver Wyman and senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. So here we are, and the subject is sanctions. We have a half an hour. And I'm going to start out with a simple question. Has Trump's particular style and economic strategy, has it so trashed the U.S. reputation and that the dollar is weakening, and we Americans will no longer hold the high ground in finance that we have held since 1945 or 6? So people are thinking about the Trump administration. I've lived with tales of inevitable and imminent U.S. decline since I was a teenager, a long time ago. But this time, is there more of a basis? So I'm throwing that to you because you've written about it before, and I suspect you have thoughts.
That's a spicy question.
It's after lunch, so if we don't wake people up, what are we doing here?
That's true. Look, the U.S. dollar has been at its peak position for decades. And it took several decades for it to gather that strength. Any change in an empire is slow. It's almost glacially slow. And you don't know when the shift happens until it's been a couple of years and you look back at a point a couple of years ago, a decade ago, and think, oh, that was the moment. So we won't really know for a little while. In the immediate term, looking at it, I'm with Bloomberg, so looking at it just from the sheer immediate markets perspective, the dire predictions after April 2nd, when the near universal tariffs came down, those really haven't come through. The dollar correction has been orderly. Corporate earnings are fine. We have tariff receipts are with the plus sign. I think it's around 400 billion. There's minimal signs of recession right now. But that is, of course, just the market's perspective view. There's a longer-term picture to look at. And that is the key pillars of what makes the dollar the world's reserve asset. Now, there's things like the fact that the U.S. is the world's largest economy by far. You have to take numbers 2, 3, and 4, put them together, and then you can get past the U.S. So that's how deeply entrenched the U.S.'s dollar status is. That's not going anywhere. There's other things that are looking shaky. Rule of law, free and fair elections, having independent agency, an independent central bank, those are all key pillars that make investors want to look at the dollar as a safe haven, even in times of turmoil like the global financial crisis, which was brewed in America, but still the world was piling money into the US for safety. Those pillars are looking shaky. Rule of law, we're seeing Trump using the government to go after his opposition. The most recent example we can point to is James Comey. We are seeing attempts to make the Federal Reserve less independent. The president has a lot to say on monetary policy, and he is attempting to shape the Federal Reserve's Board of Governors and rate-setting committee in an image that gives him the rate policy that he wants. We're seeing, even today, the big news out of the Washington Bureau for Bloomberg is that we're dealing with is that there's a shutdown looming tonight, maybe. We were just in the green room saying we wonder if FAA will be paid tonight to work when we're landing back in Washington or tomorrow.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. All of those things are really bad for the dollar's role as a reserve asset, but those are internal threats. So I think it's the internal threats from deep partisan divide, not necessarily Trump, but deep partisan divide that is making it hard to rein in the deficit and avert shutdowns or even the threat of shutdowns and maintain the sanctity of the Federal Reserve, things like that. That is more of a threat than anything that could come from abroad.
I'm old enough to have remembered periods in which America's inevitable decline was upon us. And it turned out not to be so. I've got a long list. But I can't refute any of the individual items that you cited. Now, to continue this in this cheerful note, David, you have had the pleasure and privilege of working with the Trump administration and before that, the Biden administration on coordinating sanctions policy. Sanctions are a key in our policy of pushing back and contending with Putin's aggression against Ukraine, but it's broader than that. It's a tool of choice, and I would throw in addition to sanctions, classically, I would throw in tariffs and other forms of economic pressure, economic statecraft, as we call it at the Atlantic Council. So, at the risk of putting you on the spot unfairly, but you signed up for this panel, on the record and live, how is it working with the Trump administration now on coordinating sanctions when so much is in turmoil in general and specifically with respect to US-EU economic relations? How's it going? How are you coping?
Well, I think it's going much better. I mean, obviously there was a period in the early stages of this administration where a lot of the effort was going into trying to negotiate a peace settlement, trying to persuade Putin, trying to talk to everyone else. I think that unfortunately has failed, not through any blame on President Trump, but for the very obvious reason that President Putin doesn't want peace at the moment. Not interested in it. He believes it's more interesting for him to continue. So I think we have seen a return in the administration to talking about how to pressure Trump, how to pressure Putin, and how to. And in that, we've had the discussions about sanctions, about the use of the frozen assets, about tariffs or about other means of economic pressure, as you say, particularly on the revenue side, which I think we all agree is very important to try and hit even more effectively than we have the Russian revenue on oil. I note that President Trump called on President Erdogan to stop buying Russian oil. We're looking at ways of working together on sanctioning refineries, sanctioning maybe even some oil majors, the work on the shadow fleet. All of these things come together with the same objective, to hit the revenue going to Russia and to continue the more traditional sanctions that we're both familiar with, Dan, about the export controls. I mean, I continue to believe it's very important to deny Russia access to the sophisticated technology. I mean, we're not going to stop it entirely, but all the evidence is that when it gets more difficult to acquire, when it becomes more complicated, less reliable supply chains, and more expensive, this does hit the Russian military-industrial complex. And of course, we have to continue to support Ukraine militarily, and that's very important, not only in terms of air defense, because obviously there's deliberate targeting of the civilian infrastructure and civilians, but also their offensive capacity, so that we demonstrate to Mr. Putin that there will be no diminishing of Western commitment to supporting Ukraine. As we said last night, Ukraine, this is not just Ukraine's fight, it's for all of us. I know that many in America would say, yeah, but China is much more of a problem than Russia. But actually, they're kind of two sides of the same coin. When Wang Yi was here a couple of months ago, he even said, we can't let Russia lose, because if that happens, the West will concentrate on China. So I think we do need to stop Putin in his tracks and to prevent the expansionist policy that he seeks to develop. But we also, I agree, we need to address the problem of China. Perhaps maybe sanctions aren't the way to do it, but I think we have many issues with China, and we need to address those. So I think what we are seeing, not without some difficulties, is a gradual converging of US and European Union policies towards the same objectives. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we're in a better place than we were, say, 6 months ago.
Let me go at you a little bit on that one.
I'd be surprised if you didn't, Dan. You would disappoint me. Yeah.
Look, your menu of potential sanctions against Russia is a solid one. Ambassador Whitaker was here this morning. I liked what he said, and by the way, I give him tremendous credit for stage managing the successful NATO summit earlier this year. I mean, solid work, solid guy. The one thing he said that gave me pause is when he said that he seemed to say that a precondition of US additional sanctions against Russia is a cessation of all purchases of Russian energy by all NATO and EU members. If he means it, that gives Viktor Orban a veto over American national decisions with respect to Russia, going after Russian energy. Do you have the feeling that the Trump administration is going to hold back on sanctions until Viktor Orban and Slovakia and Turkey, NATO member, cease all energy purchases from Russia? Because that sets up that puts us in a holding pattern for using time we don't have. But you are suggesting that sort of your level conversations with the Trump administration, with the British G7 are going pretty well, and that we're discussing the menu of perfectly valid options.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hear what Ambassador Whitaker said, so I'm...
oh, I can tell you.
I understand, but I mean, let's be clear. The European Union as such has long advocated the cessation of all purchases of Russian energy. We have had to accept that certain member states have particular dependencies that is difficult to phase out quickly. And they are notably Slovakia and Hungary, by the way, who are frequently very close to the current administration in Washington. So we would be delighted if the administration wanted to put more pressure on those countries to accelerate their weaning off of Russian energy supplies. We are already doing so on LNG, which is somewhat easier to displace than the oil, because there are refineries in Hungary and Slovakia which actually only work with Russian oil. So, I mean, there are legitimate reasons why there is still some dependence. But, I mean, I think the direction of travel has been very clear. I think it would be a mistake if, and I'm not saying that this is what Ambassador Whitaker said, but it would be a mistake to hand Mr. Erdogan or Mr. Orban or Mr. Fico a veto over the extent to which we intensify our sanctions and our pressure on Russia, because that's the situation in which we find ourselves now, requiring unanimity for work on sanctions. So I'm sure that's not the intention of the administration. I can understand that it's great that there would be pressure from Washington to accelerate the cessation of any purchases of Russian energy by NATO members or by partners. I think that's something we would welcome. The European Union would applaud that. We are indeed working in that direction and have been working in that direction since the very beginning. So I think that pressure is welcome. And if it delivers results, I don't think you can do this with like the flick of a switch from one day to the next, but I think we could all put greater pressure on certain EU members and NATO members to cease or wind down purchases of energy from Russia. And I think we should try to do the same with India, with China. We've sanctioned a major refinery in India. We have made it impossible to import into Europe refined products made from Russian crude, which were being exported in quite large quantities from India. So, I mean, I think there are many ways to come at this problem of the revenue, not just tariffs. I think there are also traditional sanctions that can be used, and we can use the additional assets, the frozen assets, to provide greater military assistance to Ukraine, because we should not lose sight of the fact that what's happening on the battlefield is also important.
Dan, you have been consistent and prolific on your recommendations to the Trump administration to increase the economic pressure on Russia. And you have also suggested a number of ways to do so this over the last couple of years. And some of those ways have been picked up by the EU. Maybe because you said them, maybe just those ideas are around, but nice work. You know, it's good when you don't have to be ashamed of your previous posts on X. Solid. What's on your menu now? And what are the best tools we have for squeezing the Russian economy? Because I don't know, I can't judge the battlefield, but I don't want to suggest that time is on Ukraine's side, nor do I want to suggest that Putin's economy is invulnerable. What's your list?
Well, and appreciate your likes on X, formerly Twitter. I mean, one, I think what is not on the list is tariffs. Let's be very clear that tariffs are not a real practical strategy of curtailing Russian energy purchases. I think you were in the room when the president called in to declare his proposal of 100% tariff that should be shared by G7 countries on purchases from India and China due to their purchase of Russian oil. None of that money was destined for Ukraine, by the way. If it was, you may actually see a different response if the funds that were going to come in for tariffs would have been bound for Ukraine. There's additional secondary sanctions that could be imposed by the US. I mean, let's also be clear, the president has applied a grand total of 0 new sanctions on Russia since he's taken office again in January. None. There have been more members of the ICC designated than anyone related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let that sink in for a moment. The bar is pretty low. We need to see any action, frankly. There's been a package of shadow fleet designations that the president's been ready to sign for months. He won't sign it. The Senate has legislation that I think is now up to 90 senators that are supporting. They won't pass it without Trump's sign. We need just to see any tangible action beyond the president's disapproval that he shares in pool sprays as he's coming and going from Air Force One. We haven't seen it yet. And that does let our European allies, our British allies, and certainly Ukraine, leave them holding the bag because the US is just using words and not necessarily actions.
What I liked earlier, I said that Ambassador Whitaker did a solid job of preparing the NATO summit. And the way he did it was to take Trump's push on the Europeans and then manage to get President Trump to take yes for an answer. We won, the US won the argument about European defense spending, and the Europeans acknowledged it. And then instead of moving the goalposts, Whitaker said, take the win. And that was a solid summit. President Trump was more positive about NATO in Europe than I have ever heard him. If that could be replicated with respect to the EU, and we will hear our ambassador to the European Union soon, or with respect to sanctions on Russia, that would be a good day. Here's a question for you, Dan. Back in the day, the Republicans leaned on the Obama administration very hard to increase pressure on Iran. And they passed legislation that would impose crippling sanctions against EU banks if they didn't drop to 0 their imports of Iranian oil, which would have been, let us say, impractical. But at the last minute, they worked out a compromise that if purchasers of Iranian oil reduce the purchases every 6 months, these would be waived. And the Chinese and the Indians screamed and yelled and protested and then did it. They dropped their purchases. And the result was considerable pressure on Iran. I know you said that tariffs don't work, and the Graham-Blumenthal bill that has, you said, up to 90 senators supporting it, is, 500% tariffs? Anyway, prohibitive tariffs for anybody that buys Russian oil. Could you fix that legislation with a similar carve-out for significant reductions every 6 months? Would that work? And then might that be enough to convince the Trump administration to take that and then start imposing more sanctions on Russia itself?
The other thing I'd add, Dan, that you didn't add that worked in concert with this is the U.S. in 2005 began incrementally imposing significant economic fines on large European banks for historical sanctions violations, ultimately upwards of $19 billion. You scared people out of that market real quick, even after the JCPOA, when John Kerry and Boris Johnson tried to encourage banks to go back in once secondary sanctions were lifted. They're all like, no thanks. And I had clients in the room for that discussion. There's Austrian and Hungarian banks still actively operating in Russia. They don't feel the fear to make a choice. And I do think the lack of aggressive enforcement, which is where the edge goes to the US, it's got the longer history of sanctions enforcement. That lack of enforcement really takes away the consequences of mess around and find out. That disincentive just hasn't been as present yet. And I do think that would play an element here.
So let me take this specific discussion and go back to Saleha and your general challenge. You talked about a gradual deterioration of the U.S. high ground in international finance because of a whole bunch of factors. You've just heard Dan Tannenbaum argue for U.S. using some of its muscle in the short term on behalf of a cause that enjoys strong support in Europe and the G7. So if the Trump administration used its considerable short-term capital to put more pressure on Russia, would our standing still support this? How does this fit? How does this use of potential U.S. muscle fit against your general picture of a slow and perhaps, slowly and then all at once decline of American influence? Or does it help reverse it if we're working with Europe?
I don't know about reversing, but multilateralism would help.
Yeah.
I think the U.S. Retaking the global stage as a superpower, but in a way that works for the U.S. as much as it does for the rest of the world. That's one thing that Donald Trump has tapped into. The U.S. electorate stands behind economic populism. Mm-hmm. He changed not only the Republican Party, but also the Democratic Party to become a more populist party, both populist America. So as long as it works and you're moving forward, I don't know that it reverses it, but at least you're moving in a better direction.
You're not eating into our political capital.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So there's a way forward. David, you're the one actually in the trenches on the line. You heard Dan Tannenbaum's challenge, which was starkly stated but sadly accurate. What's your sense? What will it take? Put it this way, are we close to the decision point where Trump crosses the line of additional pressure on Russia, which he has walked up to repeatedly, and for which there are a number of viable options? Are we there? And if not, how do we get there? What's your best advice, including to all of us, non-government people?
Well, I mean, look, I don't know the answer to that question. Obviously, it's the $64,000 question, or whatever that used to be, the prize in the famous quiz show. I detect, like everyone, a growing impatience on the part of this administration with President Putin, growing criticism of his unwillingness to engage with any kind of peace process, and a growing sense that the only way is going to be to increase the pressure. At what point does that translate, as Dan has said, into tougher enforcement, into America taking new sanctions? All I can say is that at the technical level, we have made a lot of very good progress on what we could do. We're adopting the 19th package now. The US, I know the colleagues have worked on ways in which the US could catch up with, say, the 17th and 18th packages. We could have closer alignment. We are working very closely on what we could do with the assets. We're also looking at what we could do on the revenue side. But, you know, when will President Trump take that decision that now he's up for taking punitive action against Russia because of a lack of cooperation, Mr. Putin? Honestly, I can't claim to know, because every conversation we have, understandably at the official level, comes with a caveat: this is all subject to presidential approval. And you know, Dan has mentioned the activities in the Senate of Senator Graham and Senator Blumenthal and others, Jean Shaheen and others, but it all comes with a subject to a green light from the White House. And honestly, we wait to see. I mean, if I read the signs, we seem to be getting closer, but honestly, I would never presume to judge what the final decision of President Trump might be.
I'm interested to hear our ambassador to the EU, but if he follows Matt Whitaker and wants to take the win for Trump, the win he could take, and I'm speaking on a personal basis, is that Europe had to be pushed into strong Iran sanctions, an unpleasant process. Europe worked shoulder to shoulder with the Americans after 2014. When I was doing the sanctions, and Eddie Fishman, who was somewhere here, now Europe is taking the lead. And if I were writing something for President Trump, and I won't be asked, but if I were, I would give credit to President Trump, who put the Europeans in the position where they had to take the lead and responsibility, and they're doing so, and this is a good thing. So then the Americans come in, and we show Putin that he has lost, and the free world gains, and President Xi takes notice. That's just a thought. Time for questions. I'd love to do it from the audience, and I can actually see, and there is a hand raised, so you're on.
Thank you very much. My name is Sabine Conrad from the law firm Aurelius Cotter. This may be a too specific question for this panel, so please, if so, tell me. The EU sanctions regulation has done a very good job defending European companies who are being forced into Russian courts under the arbitrage court law, Lugovoy court law. Now, since April, it's not just Russian companies, but the Russian Federation itself going against EU companies, and they have imposed penalties as of 2 weeks ago in excess of 20 billion, billion with a B, euros. Are there intentions by the EU to amend the regulation to encompass, to clarify that also the Russian Federation itself is caught? Thank you.
You catch me off guard. I can't answer that as clearly as you would like. It is always our intention to provide the maximum legal protection for legitimate companies, for legitimate European companies' interests faced with threats from either the arbitration system in Russia or indeed the state. But I honestly can't give you a precise answer now. Happy to check into it and come back to you.
Okay. Jan, is that you?
Hello, Jan Ružička from PPF Czech Republic Private Equity that used to be very active in Russia, not anymore. I would like to reiterate what Dan said on, I would say, Europeans being active in Russia. And actually, from my perspective, we were in Russia, we took a hit, Mr. Putin stole $1 billion from us, but it was easy for us to leave Russia, because we are a family-owned company, no fiduciary duty to shareholders. And certain banks that are publicly traded are in Russia, and they have a profitable subsidiary there. It would be actually felony from perspective of shareholders, some of them Americans, if they would kill the institution. and from this perspective, we as a financial sector, we would love having more clarity on sanctions. And certain banks in private conversation would, told me, hey, if somebody would really give a clear instruction, it would be easier for us as board members, because then, you know, it's easy to sell. But now, basically, this muddy waters, if you are publicly traded, you cannot do much.
I mean, just to pick up on that point, I think the bigger concern, even putting aside the fiduciary obligations of boards, is the lack of concern of how easy it could be to be on the wrong side of these sanctions. The law says we can be there, great. But does that mean you're taking a chance with your business downstream? And I think that's where the lack of meaningful enforcement from a US perspective post-2019 creates that abyss. Banks have short memories. I work in the compliance space. They need constant reminders of what happens when these things can go wrong. And I do think that has led to some of the situations where the banks won't leave, even to the point where I'm having discussions with some you may be talking about saying, we'll wait it out. Maybe we'll be okay in the end. I mean, that is the dilemma that firms are facing absent clear guidance.
Okay, we are out of time. This conference has shown admirable fidelity to its own schedule, and I will not be the one to break it. Thank you very much. And thank you all for listening and for the good questions.
Yeah, well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, Fred Kemp.
So I'm just going to say a few words while they're moving some furniture up here. I was going to give a couple of comments this morning, but we jump-started because we got the permanent rep, the U.S. rep to NATO, and so we wanted to get him on in time. So let me give you a couple of comments now. The second half of our day is about the future of the U.S.-EU relationship on technology and innovation. This is the first time that we've hosted this forum in Brussels, in the heart of the European Union. Previously, we hosted the conference in Frankfurt and Berlin, last year in New York City, and I've been to all of those. Josh and Jorn don't want me to share where we're going to go to next year, but it's going to be really exciting, and it's going to be in the United States. But I promise, Josh, I'm not going to tell people until the end, and then you can share it with some people. But the ideas remained the same from the start. And that's that finance and economics are deeply intertwined. They anchored the U.S.-European alliance, and we need to chart a new way forward at this inflection point in history. I don't think there's ever been a more important time in Europe for both security and defense, and for innovation and growth. And those dual challenges are what we've been talking about all day. I'm going to talk about with the U.S. ambassador in a moment. It's also true what we took granted for about economics and geopolitics has changed dramatically since we first met in Frankfurt in 2022. This past year, with the start of the second Trump administration, has seen a shaking of the global trade order. The transatlantic relationship experienced the risk of a trade war and then stepped back and found a path toward a deal, and you heard a lot about that today with Commissioner Shevkovich. The same is true on defense. When the second Trump administration began, there were concerns about U.S. commitment to NATO. I didn't share them because I knew the people were coming in. I knew how they felt about NATO. They didn't want to leave NATO. They just wanted NATO's allies to do more, and NATO's allies have done more. The 5% defense spending target for NATO, 3.5% core, and 1.5% related. We should celebrate these achievements today, but not revel in them. This is a tenuous and volatile moment, and together, Europe and North America have to forge our history forward, and that's why we're gathered here. This forum is designed to bring together leading voices at the intersection of finance, economics, and national security to help re-anchor the U.S.-European relationship. Each forum has had its own mission. The first in Frankfurt was the foundation that allowed us to present a framework for economic statecraft 1 year later in Berlin. The ideas from New York of using economic tools not only to secure supply chains, but to bolster industrial policy feel more timely than ever in this new era of geoeconomics. As countries increasingly reach for economic tools to achieve their objectives and decide how to handle China, alignment among allies is more important than ever. And that's what this relationship and partnership was built on. It remains the world's single most important economic and political partnership, and the Atlantic Council was created to support both the economic and defense pillars of this alliance and realize that they're interconnected. The EU, the UK, and the US represent nearly half of global GDP. So, over the course of this afternoon, you'll hear keynotes from the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Teresa Ribera, and Commissioner for Economy and Productivity, Valdis Dombrovskis. And we'll close the day with powerhouse panels on AI, the euro, and the dollar. But first, we open up the second part of our program with a man who is brand new in his job. He's been here for a month, and he's graciously agreed to join us for one of his first public events in Brussels. So please join me in welcoming the U.S. Ambassador to the European Union, Andrew Puzder, to the Transatlantic Forum.
Thank you, Frederick.
We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to be short in my introduction, but just to tell you that the ambassador is a globally renowned business leader, political commentator, author, attorney, and retired chief executive officer. He's also taken a stab and made some investments in Europe, so we'll talk about that as well. But I want to get right into the questions, and so why don't I skip a really impressive CV and get to the questions.
Good idea. Let's skip that.
So you heard me talk about the sort of existential moment, if you have, where Europe has to do two things at the same time, build more for defense, build more in the economy. You've just arrived. Can you tell us how you're setting your own priorities for your time in Brussels at the European Union, and what are your expectations for the U.S.-EU relationship?
So it's it's an interesting time to be in Europe. Europe, for so many years, had built a very strong, a very prosperous economy based on a three-legged stool, which was basically the United States would cover defense costs, cheap Russian energy, and a retail market in China that seemed like it would never go away. Since 2022 and the invasion, the Ukrainian invasion by the Russians, Russian oil's gone. America now has to focus a lot of its defense capabilities on Asia. China, the consumer market there, even in China, has been drying up, but certainly they've been exporting more than they've been importing. So we've seen that three-legged stool collapse, and that three-legged stool was supporting a very significant social welfare state. Now we find Europe in a position where it has to increase its defense spending, up to this new 5% limit. So at the same time that it's got to increase defense spending, it's found that the economic structure that it built its social welfare system on has crumbled. So there are only two ways that Europe can meet its defense spending obligations. One is to reduce what it spends elsewhere, which that's politically going to be very, very difficult to do. And the other is to generate economic growth. And we've got the report from former Italian Prime Minister Draghi, Professor Draghi last year, saying, look, we've got to support innovation, we've got to support entrepreneurship, we've got to get the kind of economic growth that's going to turn the economy in Europe around. Our economy was larger than that of the United States back in 2008, when the United Kingdom was part of the EU. It's now 30% smaller if you include the UK. It's 50% smaller if you exclude the UK. There was a report in Eurovision recently that said that, I found this fascinating. Germany's economy, GDP per capita in Germany, is now lower than it is in the state of West Virginia in the United States. West Virginia is the 49th on a list of 50 states in GDP per capita. And if you look at the EU generally, you look at France, you look at Italy, you look at Spain, their GDP per capita is actually now below Mississippi, which was the 50th state as far as ranking in GDP per capita. So we're at a time when economic growth in Europe is incredibly important, and it is in the best interest of the United States to have a strong trading partner, to have an economically strong Europe. You need Europe strong for trade purposes. We also need Europe strong for defense purposes, so they can cover their defense costs, and perhaps can help us in other troubled parts of the world where the United States is addressing an issue where maybe Europe could address it better or could at least assist in our addressing it. So a strong EU isn't only in the interest of the citizens of the European Union, it's also in the best interest of the United States. So what I want to do here to get to my agenda, which was your question, I guess that was a long lead up to actually answering your question. I think number one, it's important that we implement the trade agreement we came to with Europe. And I want to emphasize something I think that Europeans don't emphasize enough. Look, Europe got a really good deal in this trade deal. I know that's not the popular opinion here, but I think if people look at it more rationally and less emotionally, it's a very good deal. Now, President Trump is a great negotiator. He got a great deal for the United States. But Europe agreed to buy $750 billion in energy, and they probably should have made that $1 trillion, because if you're agreeing to buy $750 billion, we're agreeing to sell it, and Europe needs energy, particularly if they're going to participate in this AI economy and stop the deindustrialization that's going on. So it's important that we have this strong Europe, and then you've got $600 billion that Europe's going to invest in the United States. But unlike Japan and South Korea that are actually investing the government's money, taxpayer money from those countries in the United States, for Europe it's all coming from the private sector. So the European Union or the 27 sovereign nations aren't making that investment. Tariffs are down to 15%, but there's no stacking, which means that if there's a higher tariff on something like steel and iron, you don't add 15% on top of the higher tariff. So you end up paying either 50%, or if the tariff's below 15%, you pay the 15%. That didn't happen with Japan and South Korea. And as you know, we've got very high tariffs on Switzerland now that did not come to an agreement with the United States on trade. So I think Europe got a very good deal. I think the markets here in Europe have been doing well, and I think part of the reason is they realize this is a good deal. So I'm hoping that gets ratified soon in the European Parliament. So there's implementing the trade agreement, incredibly important. There's dealing with China, trying to make sure that we have a joint recognition between the EU and the United States as to the strategic and economic threat of the People's Republic of China, and I've actually found that there's more alignment on that here in the EU than I thought there was going to be. There's regulatory. The proper word is simplification. I've been told I can't say deregulation because it makes everybody upset, but simplification. So we're going to need to do some simplification of these regulations, which ties into trade. That ties into the trade agreement as well. And then finally, trying to bring peace into Ukraine. As Secretary Rubio said, we don't need to end the war in Ukraine. We need peace in Ukraine. We need to stop the killing. We need to stop the carnage. We need to stop the destruction. It needs to come to an end. And I think President Trump has been adamant that that's what he wants to see happen. So to the extent we can influence that, I can influence that as his representative here. I intend to do that.
A really, really important opening answer. Thank you so much for that. Implementing the trade agreement, working together on China, regulatory simplification, and then peace in Ukraine. That's a heavy agenda, and I think a really important statement that I think a lot of my friends in the European Union don't always recognize is how strongly you said it's in the United States' interest to have a strong European Union. Within that, President Trump called it the biggest deal ever made in terms of trade. You talked about why it's a good deal. What are your priorities for the next chapter of U.S.-EU trade?
Well, obviously, the next thing that has to happen is we have to get the deal done. I mean, we have the framework now. We got to get it done. That's number one. Number two, we need to deal with certain particular issues. I think steel and aluminum is probably the most prominent. There are a lot of issues around steel and aluminum. There's sovereignty issues on both sides with the EU and the United States. There are national security issues, and there's also the issue of dealing with the overabundance the overproduction of steel and aluminum out there by a country which will go unnamed that we need to address. But I'd say, in general, going forward, once we deal with those particular issues, I think the simplification efforts are incredibly important. We've got these non-tariff barriers to trade, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and Reporting Directive, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Marketing Act. We've got a number of regulatory initiatives that are an impediment to trade, an impediment to moving forward on trade. Now, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and the Reporting Directive are dealt with specifically in the framework agreement. There's a paragraph that talks about cutting those back. And actually, it's important for Europe that they get cut back. It's more important for Europe than it is even for the United States. Chancellor Merz and President Macron have both said it should be repealed. And they're not saying that because that's in America's best interest. They're saying that's in the best interest of Germany and France. So there's a real impetus to move forward with changing those two. On the digital services bill, I think there are a lot of misunderstandings between the United States and Europe as to what it does. We need to get together and understand each side's interpretation of the agreement. Because I can tell you, there's no president of either party, and I can tell you President Trump in particular, is going to tolerate a foreign government restricting the First Amendment, fundamental free speech, free expression rights of American citizens to an extent that the United States government can't even regulate those rights. So we need to come to an understanding as to what's happening with the Digital Services Act. The Digital Marketing Act, we need to make sure that it's not intended to penalize companies because they're American and large. If that's the intent, then that's an issue we need to address. That's not the way you treat allies. If that's not the intent, then America needs to come to an understanding in that respect.
Thank you for that. So you and I were looking at something I'm going to put up on the screen before we came in here, and if I could cue up this coming to the screen. We've seen in the Draghi report what needs to be done in terms of reform, in terms of growth. We've seen in the agreements in NATO what needs to be done to be in defense spending. You've watched Europe for many years. You're talking about some of the signs that are good right now. Look at what's happened here. Newly created $10 billion plus companies in the comparison of the US versus the European Union. It's pretty striking. What do you see that gives you faith that Europe is willing to move this time? If it is such an important time, are you confident that this is the time that Europe will make the changes it needs to make?
Yeah, you have to look at this graph and say, well, why would this happen? Like, how did this happen? And as I said, John, how does Germany end up with a GDP per capita that's less than that in West Virginia? Or France, worse than Mississippi? And the reason, the Europeans throughout history have been entrepreneurial. They've been innovative. Much of the innovation that Western civilization has brought about has come from a very few countries in Europe. And so why did this happen? Well, there's really two reasons. One is that there has been in place a regulatory regime that makes it very difficult to do business and to start a business in Europe. Actually, when I was running CKE Restaurants, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's a company that owns about 4,000 Carl's Jr. and Hardee's restaurants worldwide. And for those who don't know what Carl's Jr. and Hardee's are, they're quick service hamburger restaurants. And in 2013, a company called Quick came up for sale. And I looked at it because we wanted to grow in Europe. We had a few restaurants in Denmark, but really no restaurants anywhere else in Europe. It was a huge opportunity for us. And I looked at Quick and looked at the union requirements, the regulatory requirements, all of the things you had to do to run a restaurant in Europe. And I said, I'm not doing that. We're not buying that company. If we're going to grow in Europe, it's going to be franchisees because the Europeans may know how to do business in Europe, but for me, it's just way too difficult. And we didn't buy the company. And I don't think I'm alone in that. I think there are many people who've looked to start companies and decided they would be better off starting them in the United States than starting them here. Or if you started a company in, Berlin or Paris, and it started to get some traction, you're probably thinking, I'm going to move to the United States with that company because I can profit more myself if I do that. It'd be easier to run the company. So I think there are regulatory problems. The other problem is fuel. Fuel costs in Europe have really skyrocketed, and you know, energy runs the world. You look at countries that are energy rich, and you'll find a prosperous country. You look at countries that are energy poor, and you will find countries that are not prosperous. And in the United States, one difference I've noticed since I've been here is that when we talk about energy in the United States, everybody talks about energy abundance. When we talk about energy here, it's always about energy efficiency or energy cleanliness. It's not about energy abundance. And so energy costs a lot more. It's hard to make Volkswagens in Germany that are competitive with these electric vehicles from China when China's buying cheap oil from Russia. And Germany's, you know, taken its nuclear power plants and cemented them over and closed its coal plants and is trying to survive on energy that is just extremely expensive. So particularly if you're going to, if Europe's going to enter the AI age, the artificial intelligence age, they need to start looking at energy, at the problem of energy in the future. Now, the debate up to now has been, can you run an industrial economy on what we'll call clean energy, solar and wind? And, you know, the results haven't been so good in that respect. I think it was Prime Minister Maloney said last week that we're deindustrializing a lot faster than we're decarbonizing. And the part, and you know, that's a big issue. You don't want to be deindustrializing. Europe is the only major region, economic region in the world where the demand for energy has decreased. Not the price, but the demand for energy has decreased. That's, again, not a good sign. It's a sign of deindustrialization. Now, assuming that the argument is still valid, whether or not we could get wind and solar and other renewables and nuclear to a point where you actually could run an industrial account, where you could actually make Volkswagens and do it profitably or competitively with that kind of energy. That's really yesterday's argument. That's yesterday's problem. Today's problem is if you want to compete in the AI economy, and President von der Leyen was very adamant that that's what Europe needs to do. When I saw her speak with Professor Draghi a week or two ago, the AI economy, digital economy, we're going to go strong. Well, I mean, you really increase the demand for energy when you do that. So it's not just deindustrializing anymore or dealing with industrialization. Now you've got a whole new incredible energy demand going forward that you really need an all of the above approach to energy to meet. Now, if you don't want to do AI, if you don't want to be in the digital economy, I'm not saying people have to do that. I'm certainly not here to dictate policy to anybody. But if you want to participate in AI, you need energy. I mean, currently the current software that we're all used to using thinks once, right? You get it, you put it in your computer and it does something for you, thinks once. AI thinks all the time. That's what makes it AI. And it's an incredible energy drain. That's why the United States, we're talking about adding, I think it's 100 gigabytes of energy over the next few years. Well, you know, the old nuclear power plants produce 1 gigabyte of energy. China's adding energy way ahead of what the United States is adding. I mean, they're adding much more than we are. And we're adding all that we can. Now, we're a little bit ahead of them to begin with, so it's not completely a fair comparison. But China's adding, you know, not only solar and wind, but geothermal, and they're adding more coal plants every year, an incredible number of coal plants, oil, gas, whatever they can do to generate electricity, they're doing it because you need it in this AI race, which has implications not only for your economy, but for national defense. This is a national security issue. A huge national security issue. And it would be great to have Europe as a partner as we go forward in this. We're already working with the UK, but it would be great to have the EU as a partner moving forward. But again, it's going to take energy. So energy and encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation, and I think Europe can turn things around. And I think there are people who get that.
And that was what I wanted to get to.
There are people
between
who,
1 to 10,
don't.
Between 1 to 10, Europe doesn't get it, and 10, Europe gets it. Where are you on that scale?
Probably, I guess 5 or 6. I mean, and there are definitely, you know, it's funny, the people who don't seem to get the need to grow the economy, which is the only way you can support what you need to do. It's the only way you can do defense, do AI, do all the things you want to do. The only way to grow the economy is to kind of reduce this regulatory state and reduce energy costs. But the people who don't want to do those things are the same people that want to increase and maintain the social welfare system. So it's a different fight here. I'm still trying to come to understand it completely, because some of it's a little difficult to understand. But I am encouraged by some people that I speak with who get this. Now, they don't agree with me that we need to make big changes in energy or where you need to deregulate it. And really, the EU's it's not a sovereign nation, but it's close to a sovereign nation. It has many of the attributes of a sovereign nation, but it's made up of 27 sovereign nations. And whatever direction it wants to go in is great. But for the United States, we'd like to see an economically strong Europe. And to do that, I think they need to move in a particular direction. And some people get it and some people don't.
So we've run out of time, but one quick question, quick answer, though I know this one could take a long answer. White House has made clear its desire to see European member states, Union member states, fully divorced from Russian energy. How likely do you think that is? And then what role, I think more importantly, what role do you see the energy relationship playing in the US-EU relationship?
Well, I think that we can be a huge energy supplier. We're already the largest oil and natural gas supplier, and I think the United States, and President Trump in particular, wants the United States to be a reliable supplier of energy to our allies. So I think he's making a big push to do that, and I'm hoping, and I believe that Europe will take advantage of that. As far as oil and gas from Russia, there's really only, and he didn't say Europe, he said NATO.
Yeah.
So NATO includes Turkey. Turkey, I think they import about 33 billion in oil from Russia a year. Hungary is about 3 billion. I know Slovakia also imports some. It would be great to see them stop. The president mentioned last week that there's problems with Hungary and Slovakia as they're landlocked. But there is a pipeline through Croatia that we have to see whether that can meet the Hungarians and Slovakians' needs with respect to oil and natural gas. If it can, then they should cut off Russia. Turkey, that's between President Trump and Mr. Erdogan. Those are not conversations I'm privy to, and I think I will decline to comment.
So, Mr. Ambassador, I think everyone in the audience sees that the Trump administration has brought a dynamic, knowledgeable, significant voice to Brussels. We thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. I'm really happy to hear you thought it was more 6 to 10 rather than 2 or 3. Now, hopefully, you can help us get that number up to 8 or 9 over the time you're here. But thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator of your next session, Suzanne Lynch.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to the Ambassador for a fascinating discussion. I'd like to invite the panelists for our next session on stage, which is going to be Innovation versus Regulation, a Transatlantic AI Race.
Thank you.
And just to introduce our panelists, from my left, we're joined by Giorgia Albertino, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google Cloud Europe. Dante Disparte, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy and Operations at Circle. Professor Dr. Michael Hütter, Director and Member of the Presidium German Economic Institute. And last but not least, Jens Wiese, Co-Founder and Managing Partner at Leitmotiv. My name is Suzanne Lynch. I'm the Bureau Chief for Bloomberg here in Brussels. So delighted to be part of this event when there are so many issues being discussed here that are of central relevance to EU policymakers and thinkers here in Brussels.
So in this session, we're going to tackle an issue that's become one of the defining issues of our time, really, and that is the advance of artificial intelligence. And we're going to explore some of the themes like the regulatory regimes and also the geopolitical challenges that are shaping this emerging technology. So, Georgia, I think I'll start with you on this. I mean, how does a company like Google navigate the diverging governance structures when it comes to AI, particularly between the United States on one hand and the EU on the other?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here. And indeed, this is the question that we are asking ourselves, how to navigate this. And in an ever-changing environment, I think that the key word or the key North Star is to have a long-term and pragmatic approach on how to do things, and especially, and we heard, of course, the ambassador on this, focusing on Europe for us, on European growth, on European competitiveness, and European security, because this is what and where AI can really play a role. So our approach is and has been, partnering with both sides of the Atlantic, and especially here in Europe, having very strong partnerships with European players. Because if you don't have this partnership and you're not entrenched here, then you cannot really achieve the digital sovereignty product and therefore solution. So we have, partnership from Schwarz Group in Germany, Telecom Italia in Italy, etc., around the world. But the question you ask is, okay, so how do we bring the two parts together? And what we have seen, and not just as Google, but many European CEOs have seen, I'm sure that you read a letter that was recently released on that, is how difficult it is for companies that are running in Europe to really be innovative with the level of regulation that companies need to face. The ambassador was talking about simplification, but I want to give you a very concrete example to understand really in a pragmatic way what is the problem. A product that is important product as AI overviews, that is what you use now when you use search, took 11 months to be launched in Europe. So it was launched in the United States, and then it took 11 months of check and compliance with all the level of regulations in order to land here. And this is a problem. It's a problem for innovation. We were talking about growth and competitiveness. The Draghi report has been already mentioned several times, of course. I mean, only 1 out of 10 recommendations on digital that are in the Draghi report has been really put into practice. So how do we look at the future? Well, we look at the future, of course, with hope. We see that there is the digital omnibus on simplification that should address this point, and so bring also the two sides of the Atlantic more close. We hope basically for two things: that the European institution focus not on creating new regulation, but really to identify what is already existing and enforcing that, first of all, and second of all, to really collaborate with the US, so the two parts to work together, to work on common standards, common approach, because this is what will make innovation arriving and coming faster in Europe, and not having this problem, for instance, the one that I mentioned to you, to land a product for European citizens and European companies.
Yeah, interesting. And of course, if the European Commission President was here, we will be hearing from Commission Vice President Teresa Ribeiro shortly, but they would say they have put this issue of simplification at the heart of von der Leyen's second term, and they've introduced these omnibus bills and simplification packages, although they are going very, very slowly, it must be said, through the EU system. Dante Disparte, what are your views on how AI and that kind of regulation is intersecting with the financial space in your area of expertise? How is that playing out, particularly in the United States and in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, well, first, it's great to be here as well, and great to be on a stage with such a great group as well. First order of business is all of these novel technologies are converging. That'd be just the first general point. And in some respects, I think it'd be useful for policymakers and regulators in the broad sort of community to look at the role of AI in financial services not dissimilar to any other novel technology in financial services, which is cloud infrastructure offers in some respects a good anchoring point. In the beginning, it was very easy for IT teams and others to argue against transitions to the cloud on the basis of two things. The first was job security, if you're being a little frank about people's motivations and confronting new things inside large enterprises. And the second, of course, is about preservation of the infrastructure that many companies had invested in. And you fast forward to today, there's not a public or private institution that isn't leveraging cloud infrastructure in some capacity for their business. In fact, you could argue it's a technology standard that helps business continuity and growth and novel business models. Now, the AI conversation in some respects has also, like anything new, and particularly in a European context, the Draghi report is a useful framework to look at anything new and what type of standard do we want for Europe. You have to also look at the way we're confronting the rise of AI in two lenses. There's one spectrum that says the default end game is the Terminator movie, and there's another spectrum that says, well, in the operating reality of companies and institutions, yes, it can be transformational, but it's not going to necessarily be radically disruptive. And so what you find today is a lot of financial institutions are exploring the role of AI in things like payments, for example, fraud detection, back office issues, and looking at sort of marginal improvements in the core operations of companies. But I do think where we're going to likely see a big breakthrough in AI is in agentic commerce. Agents that are empowered to do something for you that you couldn't have done before, that of course presuppose the existence of other critical innovations in novel technologies such as digital assets and currencies, which allow you to now contemplate the movement of money at scale. For truly internet-born, internet-intermediated economic activity, you can't just decouple AI from digital assets. And therein, I would actually say the Europeans have a slight advantage. The Europeans spent the better part of the last 7 years creating common frameworks for markets and crypto assets in all of Europe that have given guardrails around this activity such that the more AI now is plugged into finance, into banking, into payments, and to the rest of the stream of commerce, you could also envision a world in which the money that corresponds with AI-powered activities in finance and banking can also be legal and compliant. So those two things coming together, I think, is important. But what I would also advise against is there's, of course, a massive tendency to try to anticipate in rulemaking every possible nightmarish scenario, which is then the enemy of growth. The refrain could be that if America innovates, Asia replicates, Europe regulates. What we now need to argue for is for these internet-born novel technologies, we need harmonized and common standards, because even if we can't agree on the nuances of those standards, we can also agree in the long range we wouldn't like the world if the United States and Europe and all of these common partnerships lose this long-range AI space race.
So you're talking there about this fear that's built in, essentially, about some of these developments. Michael, just moving to you with the more kind of macro view. I mean, how do you assess the rapid development of AI technology? How is it impacting the industrial landscape in Europe, perhaps vis-a-vis other places in the world, or how is Europe coping with that?
Yeah, so let me start with a quote from Bill Gates. He gave a speech this summer on the annual convention of the German Federation of Industries. And he said the important point is not to create the generative AI model, it's to use it. So how to use and to scale it. And therefore we have to start at the specific situation, for example, in Germany, as an industrial core of European Union. We have a cluster economy. The manufacturing sector is still very strong. 20% on GDP is roughly twice of what we had in share in France, in United Kingdom or United States. So, and the manufacturing sector in Germany has a long-standing tradition came from the automatization in the 1970s. Then they used the digital transformation in the B2B world, so different to the United States approach, very efficient to create a very consumer-oriented specific product on a cost-affordable base. And now we see that the companies are going this way, use generative AI to bring all this information together and increase productivity, increase strength on innovation, the power for innovation, but only in Germany, 37% of companies are already using generative AI models. So it's there's, you may say, in a positive sense, there's a huge potential. 73% of the companies, 63% of the companies can use it. And when we ask them, and we made some surveys, they're saying, okay, we have a lot of regulation. We have a lack of skilled experts on that to bring it in. And the most important question for the companies is, what will be the positive impact for us? So I think that makes clear that's a long way to go. Sometimes it seems to be very easy. And coming from the German sector structure and this industrial-based economy, what is needed is a specific design for industry domain language models. Because we have this strong machinery and equipment, we have a strong automotive sector, we have still a strong part in chemical industry and so on. And we have to reduce the risk for hallucination, and we can easier use what we can do together. We have experience as a cluster economy to work together outside the competitive position, but I think we here have to learn in which way we can use this new technique. And I can only say that the impact for the macroeconomics, from a macroeconomic perspective, is huge. It's 7% roughly of German GDP we could be increased. And imagine that this year we have a stagnation. Last year we had a recession. The year before we had a recession. And the forecast for next year is 1.2 and the year after 1.3%. That's really nothing. So we are still missing to come back to the medium-term growth path. For that, AI is so important. And what is the challenge is, on one hand, to learn in which way you can use it. And the second is to reallocate the production factors you have in your company. Because if you are able to do some things in a very different way, you have to reallocate. And there we have a high level of labor market protection, of labor protection specifically. So also this is important for that. I think it's not only a question in which way the companies can do it, how to design the regulatory framework, not only from technical perspective, also from labor market.
Interesting. Jens, bringing you in here, I mean, this idea of a kind of a race between countries, between regimes on AI and AI technology. How would you characterize, as someone at the heart of business here, how would you characterize the activity of venture capital in Europe? I mean, is it still lagging behind? Is there something that can be done on this? And is it manifesting itself in the field of AI?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for being here. Leitmotiv, we are a venture capital investor, investing both in the US and in Europe, in the fields of decarbonization, industrial AI, and robotics. And I think if you look at the field of AI, the question who is going to win that race, it's a question of capital, talent, and technology. And for the general models, like the large language models, capital, the US attracts by far the most capital. I think according to data from the EU, last year, in the European Union, 4% of what was invested in the US was invested into AI. Talent, the US attracts by far the best talent globally into the AI sector. In Silicon Valley, talent finds a unique ecosystem that has grown over many decades, and that provides just this very close-knit environment to build and to very quickly develop technology. In terms of technology, obviously NVIDIA has the most advanced AI chips, subject to extensive export control. The big tech companies invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next years into a build-out of data center, pure, sheer compute power. So from that angle, you could conclude the US has got that. And what's the point in entering the race? I think from a European perspective, and that's where also we as an investor get really excited about, is when you think about the next level of AI and AI moving into physical AI and industrial AI, transforming traditional industry. That is where you need to work together between the tech companies, the tech players, the software companies, and the established industry in order to advance things. proprietary data that sits in enterprises and businesses is a multiple of the data that's out there on the internet. And you need that data to inform physical AI models, to train these models. You need the industrial perspective to inform early use cases and how to best deploy new technology and to guide the technology and development roadmaps of these AI players. And I think that is where Europe has a right to win, and where I think also transatlantic collaboration is super, super important. I think it's an amazing, exciting field to be active in.
Okay, interesting. I mean, you mentioned NVIDIA there. I mean, I was just, in Bloomberg, we were reporting yesterday, Huawei is doubling the production of its most advanced AI chips. So there's a lot of movement, a lot of activity coming out of China now as they try and get past some of these barriers in terms of export controls. I mean, where do people see that, the China part of this? Is this something that is impacting the dynamics of your own businesses and how you look at the next stage of development? Anyone want to come in?
Yeah. From our part, it's almost like two different ecosystems, and obviously in terms of some like basic infrastructure, they rely on the same building blocks. But the way how it's being built out, the way how it's being regulated, but also how it's going to be deployed in business, I think there's obviously, I mean, this U.S. versus China angle. I think from a European perspective, the question is where do you lean towards? And I think there's very strong transatlantic ties, and I think Europe would be ill-advised, or European companies would be ill-advised to sacrifice those.
Interesting. Georgia?
So it's very interesting what you both said about adoption and about the role of China. Indeed, there are some interesting numbers in the report, and they mentioned that indeed, if we look at China, the number one between China, Europe and the US in terms of adoption by companies of AI is by far China. I was quite impressed when I saw the number, that's why I wrote it down. It's 83% of Chinese company that today adopt AI versus 65% average. Okay, in the US and 13.5 average in the EU. I understand that actually in Germany is higher than 13.5%. And out of this 13.5% in Europe, they are mostly big companies, not small and medium companies that are still kind of lagging behind in understanding why they need to adopt AI. Another number that is relevant is that China is number one in the public investment into AI. The amount of money that you're putting into AI is huge, while, as you, Jens, was mentioning, the private investment into AI is still much higher in the United States and in Europe than China. But these numbers are important because they tell you that basically both the investment of the state and how the government is driving companies to adopt it, it's huge. So this is, I mean, we need to look at number to understand really where we're going. And so I think that, well, basically a couple of things. I really hope that Europe and the EU will come together, and there are fora where they can come together to define standard, what is the type of AI that we want, what are the standards that we want to have. For instance, reactivating or activating the Trade and Technology Council. That was an interesting and useful forum to really push this kind of activity would be great, and further indeed working further together. We were mentioning before regulation. Well, it would be great if through the simplification process and also the ambassador was mentioning it, the trade agreement, but we can find really common ground and common rule to develop together what are the rules of the road going ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Sorry, Michael.
Just add 2 points. First on China, we should not oversee that the pressure in China for politicians to do something, for the party, Communist Party, to do something, is so strong due to the demographic situation. The aging of the Chinese society is remarkable. In the end of the century, the workforce will come down from 800 million to 400 million. So you have to push everything you can do for productivity growth. And the AI investment, in my interpretation, is an answer also to that, because they realize that they are in a demographic trap, because there is no way out. The birth rate is on a historical low. It's not a country for migration, so the only thing you can do is work on productivity. So that, I think, maybe is the background. And let me only add for the European side what you said about discuss about the financial sector and the need for venture capital. I think that's true, it's very important. But the other point is the cost of failure for an investment in Europe, and most of European states, are too high. What does that mean? If you would say that from 10 projects, 9 will fail, that's a normal figure. So you have a 10% chance of success. That means that you should be very flexible in reallocating the production factors you have in. In Denmark and Switzerland, you have to pay additional 3 months after you have finished the project because it failed. In Germany, 31 months. In France, 34 months. In the United States, 7 months. So that means you are even more flexible and agile in reacting to the failure you have and the cost of failure due to labor market regulation and labor protection in Germany and in the Netherlands are too high. So specifically for the tech sector, and we want to trigger productivity from that, because the gap in productivity between the United States and the European Union, look on the Draghi report, is caused on the tech sector. In all the other sectors, it's on par.
I mean, I was just going to make the point as well. I mean, we're talking there about this huge public money that's going in China to AI. And of course, the Europeans have been worried in other areas that there's the massive anti-competitive advantage that the Chinese have in terms of putting money in. But it has to be said, I mean, we do have a situation now. The US, I mean, we're hearing a lot from the ambassador there about, you know, the welfare system in the EU. I mean, we've seen a situation where the US now getting involved with Intel. In the last administration with the Inflation Reduction Act, a very big investment in industrial policy in the United States. So you know, perhaps it's not as clear-cut as it might seem, but it does link into one of the questions that came in here, which I thought is quite relevant from some of our viewers, I think, online. The person says, Microsoft's Brad Smith has tried to offer Europe assurances about continued access to cloud and AI services in the event of US-Europe tensions. What similar assurances can panelists representing US companies provide? And how comfortable should Europe be about relying on US companies? This is the space we're in now, about that trust between Europe and the United States. And yet, as you were saying, you were strongly saying the EU should tack more towards the United States rather than China. But how trustworthy are American companies for Europe, or does Europe have to kind of look inward to itself a bit more?
I mean, I would just say very briefly, I mean, first on the competitiveness questions, the technology alone isn't going to take your job. Right? If you're thinking about the human productivity or competitiveness question, it's the companies or the people who use the technology very well who might take your job or displace your job. And so I think frame one, it has to be seen as a tool like any other tool in the context of workforce enablement and beyond. There's also a second very critical warning that needs to be heard on both sides of the Atlantic and around the world, which is right now a lot of the investment side of the equation. We have to be very careful not, and this is the Intel question, right? A lot of the investment could very well end up becoming a stranded asset to the extent the AI industrial base doesn't have a dual use or multiple uses. This is why the DeepSeek moment that happened not long ago evaporated $2 trillion worth of market value across the tech sector was such a profound wake-up call, because it is not enough just to build a slightly better model. It is not enough to have the industrial base. You also need to have ubiquity in its use and its application. And therein lies, I think, the best case study for AI across the Atlantic. And this is where companies, even in an environment of trade upheavals and lots of political disagreements, novel technologies give us a place where we can agree on what we can agree on. And we can agree that a world in which alternative uses and hostile nations dominating these new technologies could be profoundly bad for the value proposition that the West cares about. But it isn't obvious that the business use case alone is about more spend. DeepSeek taught us a lesson. It was like MacGyver built AI, and it was the prospect that more people would have access to it was the actual scary prospect in the market, and that they could do the same thing or comparably the same thing as OpenAI or other models, but for a fraction of the cost. And so we have to be very, very careful about this notion that it's just the industrial base that makes all the difference. It's actually the application.
Yeah, sorry, Jens.
I have a perspective to offer on that question as well. I think when I was talking about transatlantic collaboration, and yes, I mean there is potentially dependencies, right? And unilateral dependencies are not necessarily a good thing, particularly not as we heard this morning when there are choke points, right? But if you think about business partnerships, I think one guiding principle to construct these is there's mutual benefit and mutual dependencies. And ideally, this is some sort of a equilibrium. And then you have a much less risk of being held hostage. And there's an economic incentive for both parties to work together. And I think the example I used on physical AI or industrial AI, I think there's many examples you can think of where that is exactly the case, where both sides need each other and form each other, and together they are more than if they were just to exist individually.
Interesting, not such a zero-sum game. You wanted to come in,
Yeah, if I can, so because the question that was asked was basically about digital sovereignty and competitiveness in the market. And I think that digital sovereignty is about choice, first of all. So the possibility for whatever business to have choice, to have the possibility to choose between several different, in our case, cloud providers, to make sure that, first of all, you choose the one that ensures you, let's say, the best, your needs. And second, you want to have most probably a multi-cloud, so different providers, because this will make you, well, more efficient and more secure. What we are seeing even today in the attacks, in the cyber attacks and the system that collapse, is because if you have one point of failure, so you basically work only with one cloud provider, you're much more vulnerable than in other situations. So digital sovereignty and all of this is about choice and is about having sovereign solutions that are provided to European business. And these cloud sovereign solutions are definitely also provided by, for instance, Google Cloud, but by US provider. But I think that the key point is that European business or European customers need to have a choice among different type of providers.
One point on Europe between the United States and China. I think the key word here is scaling. We have a huge potential in the United States for scaling. The internet companies are very successful in scaling up so their products, so they are attractive for capital. The capitalization is high. On the other hand, we realize that in China, it's easier to organize scaling up, for example, also in green technologies, because they put in public money. And the opposite is true in Europe. We have fragmented markets still. The single market is 50% on the way we did, but we have a lot of potential already to do. But the key word about is scaling. If you have the potential for scaling, you can reduce. They have a cost regression, and we see that there, but there is no really perspective for the European actors. So if we want to be a manufacturing-based economy, we may use the German way on focusing the individual customer-specific product, but it's very costly in the end of the day. So you need other platform solutions to bring this together. The specific, as I said, industry-based platform solutions, we have to open up the European market for the European companies to scale up. And therefore we need, as you already mentioned, the Capital Markets Union to have a broader and deeper way for investment.
But we seem to be always talking about this lack of completion of the Capital Markets Union. It's this age-old problem. I mean, the single market has been the cornerstone of the EU's economic clout for decades. And yet trying to adapt it to a digital or even a green tech age has become problematic. And the problem would be, it seems to be member states, these individual countries, when it comes to it, want to protect their own, their own entity. There isn't that. There's a kind of a paradox at the heart of the EU structure that the Commission is trying to push forward with this, but it's getting pushed back. I mean, is that correct, or is there anything that can be done to try and push forward on this single market expansion and deepening?
I would say we have a lack of leadership. It's not only a task of the European Commission. Remember when we had the discussion in the late 1980s, early 1990s about the introduction of a European Monetary Union and a euro in the end. There was I would say, a probability below 30% or 25% when the Delors report came up in 1988 and the European Council decided to go ahead, common market in 1992, and let's go on the way to the monetary integration. But we had political leadership. It was the team, Helmut Kohl and François Mitterrand. It is not only a task of a commission. So we have a lack of leadership if we want to go ahead with capital markets union. If we want to go ahead with a single market in very different respect, as a single market for energy, a single market for innovation, single market for infrastructure networks, and so on. So where are the political leaders in Europe to ask for that? They're coming from their home terms. That's the other side of the coin, what you're mentioning, and ask only to reduce the bureaucratic burden, to reduce that. And Chancellor Merz announced that after the meeting of the cabinet, he will come to Brussels and say, this is our list. Reduce the bureaucratic burden to this 8 points in regulation or whatever. Even more important should be, what should we do? What is our perspective? What's our mission for European Union for the next 5 years? And that had to start with a new project, not in reducing the old project.
Interesting. No, Jens, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in on that. I think this is a huge issue, task, obviously, you're mentioning, right? It's a gigantic effort to tackle this. I think with the new economic environment, and this served as a kind of wake-up call for Europe, if you look at it that way. And maybe a point to start is for Europe to be very explicit. What are the 10 industries or sectors or technologies where we have a right to win, where we want to advance? And then figure out what does it take in order to get there. But be very explicit, these are our priorities, and then start aligning everything else behind that. That can be a way into that to unify some of the economies or businesses across the different
That's interesting, focusing on a few key strategic sectors rather than across the board. I mean, this issue of the divergence between like the innovation in Europe and America is not a new phenomenon. With the tech space and the first wave, with all the US tech companies, it's always been a Silicon Valley driven model. And we've always had the paradox again that the EU as a major regulator is regulating US companies. So that's always been the case. But just to kind of push back a little, not being wearing too much of a European hat, even though I am European, but obviously non-biased. But, you know, what would you say, though, to the fact that there's been a lot of criticism here today about EU regulation and how that stifles innovation? But a lot of people would say here that in Europe, that the European Union has been with the public in terms of the need to regulate big tech, and has been ahead of that. And in ways, in an earlier phase, I'm thinking 10 years ago, with the early stage of regulation of tech companies, that the US actually followed suit, that the EU Brussels was ahead of that. Similarly with AI, there are a lot of concerns among parents, among people in Europe, that companies need to be reined in, and that the EU is listening to their democracies and is answering that. I mean, what would you say to that? As particularly, I'm looking at you, George, I know as representing one of the tech companies here. I mean, do you think that they're getting the balance right?
I would like to take a data to answer that question. And Jens, I'm looking at you. The number of unicorns that are created in Europe are already, I don't remember how much, but very little. But no, this is not the point I wanted to make. The point I want to make are the ones that are created in Europe and then migrate in the US. They are more than 50%, which means that even these companies cannot grow here. They move there. Point number one. Point number two, there is a report that actually has been released at Davos last year that talks about how people, because you're going into people, citizens, how they like AI. Well, they are in love of AI, and it was quite interesting. Actually, Europeans liked AI and thought that AI was not a threat to their job or to their life, much more. So they were much more enthusiastic than the US people.
Interesting.
Okay,
Yes. Yep.
so these are two data that are pretty interesting. So I'm asking myself, how much are Georgia, Michael, or Francis from Europe that are driving this regulation? Well, if I look at the data, perhaps not that much. They are enthusiastic. And how much is that Europe is very good in regulating?
Yeah, interesting point.
And,
yes.
and if I may, I mean, so if we're discussing what do the people want, I mean, fundamentally, you have to look at the endowment that the people give policymakers and regulators to actually lead. But there is this very, very careful fine line in which I think excessive risk-based policymaking can end up starving an economy of economic competitiveness and relevance. And I think that is true of a lot of novel sectors. So it's great, for example, that Europe is trying to think long and hard about principles for a lot of the new technologies that are coming online. But should that also mean that we're depriving European consumers of the latest iPhone or iPod innovation that might have instant translation of the many languages spoken in the region? That's a choice policymakers are making, but that fundamentally will deny people of products and services that they can see their peers enjoying. And so one thing we just have to accept is, as much as we have to put guardrails and protections around new technologies, we cannot entirely presume that the final retail consumer is a person without agency. Don't deny me the risk that I know I can willingly take in the spirit of regulatory protection, because you end up starving the economy of growth, starving the economy of job creation and relevance. I mean, there is something to be said about the point about the number of unicorns, but there's also something to be said about what banner of innovation do we want to have that reflects a uniquely European pathway for growth that is also compatible with an American pathway for growth, because the fact is these two massive economies across the Atlantic need each other more than we could operate alone. But there's in many sectors, I think we're just missing the script down to the retail consumer.
Yeah, interesting. And a very interesting note to finish on there with that idea of, I suppose, the agency of the citizen and the role of regulators. And as you say there, it's a fine line. Thank you very much to our panel for this discussion, and thank you for your interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. And thank you very much to everyone here in the room. We're going to move on to our next session now. And I'm pleased to be staying on to moderate this session, this Q&A, with the European Commission Executive Vice President, Teresa Ribera. I'm delighted to welcome the Commission's Vice President to the stage. I think everyone will agree, extremely relevant to the discussions we've been having this afternoon and this morning about the whole issue of competitiveness and the transatlantic relationship. So, Commissioner. Hi there. Happy to see you. So, Commission Executive Vice President Ribera, thanks very much for joining us. So maybe we could just start off by quite generally setting out, we're almost a year into this European Commission. You were appointed in this central role, looking after portfolios from the green transition, economic competitiveness, and of course, the issue of antitrust. What would you characterize as the main priorities for you over the last year, and what work remains to be done in that?
First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me, and thanks for the question. I think that it is so important to have a chance to discuss, exchange updates on the transatlantic relations, how we can work together, how we can improve what we do, how we can learn from each other, because I think that there's much that can be learned between Europe and the United States. And I guess that part of your question relates back to this idea, what we can learn from each other to improve what we provide as society in terms of building a better future. And this year has been particularly turbulent. So to learn from each other. I could say that this year it has been a critical year. So to build resilience, remain united, ensure that we are forward-looking in terms of how we can be more secure, more competitive, sticking to our values, building new partnerships, thinking that the world is increasingly multipolar, so we may relate to many different players, and that, of course, we want to keep a very good relation with the United States, and it has not been particularly easy in this last year, but I think that it is more or less the spirit that has been floating around, how we can keep, improve, remain united, stay forward-looking, use sustainability and values as part of those market forces, market drivers that can help us to create wealth and to be a much more resilient and modern economy.
I mean, you're talking about the difficulties, really, and it's been a difficult time, I think it's fair to say, for transatlantic relationship. And you talk about building new partnerships. I mean, has this been a wake-up call for Europe? The change in rhetoric, the change in administration in the United States, and what kind of new partnerships are you talking about there?
Well, I think that for the most how to say, for most people in the world, counting on a multilateral system that works, delivers based on the rule of law, predictability, stability is an important thing. And that has been, I could say, the bad part of this relationship. We always took the United States as that real partner, that was a key partner to build global governance, to ensure technological improvements, to ensure well-functioning trade. It's true that we have also learned that we need to develop and count on our own capacities to ensure security, and we may be reliant too much on the United States. But it has been a kind of a shock. We need to speak to the rest of the world, and we need to develop other partnerships. And that's not against anyone, but on the contrary, it could be more than better that we can count on the United States in that effort. I think that is something that is quite key, and as it is popularly said, whenever you leave the ground, there is someone else occupying that ground. So I think that the ground, the small, big world, needs to count on these committed societies, these societies committed to values and to the respect of the liberal order, and to improve, to invest in a better future, as I said. And that's the thing that we could like to keep on doing with the United States too. And that's where we have mainly heard not so much positive in this recent year.
Yes, I mean, that idea of shared values and the liberal order you mentioned, which was a central feature of comparison between the United States and Europe. What about China? It's one of the debates that's been happening here throughout the day. I mean, where does Europe position itself now vis-a-vis China? We were hearing in the last panel about like their need and their commitment to advancing, say, in AI. They're increasing their chip production, that kind of thing. I mean, how does Europe respond to a country like China, which does not share the values, really, of the European Union in so many ways?
Yes, it's true. There are many things that we do not share with China. There are some things that we share. We are continents that do not count on fossil fuels, that think that we need to make access to energy in a much more sound and clean manner and in a more efficient manner. And there are things where we do not agree. I think that there is much room for improvement in terms of how we can build democracy, how we can build respect to freedom and liberties. And there are things where we identify that there are technological challenges being responded differently, and even positioning its country differently. So to what extent we can ensure that the trade relations are fair, the technology breakthroughs can respect intellectual property rights or can be developed jointly, to what extent we stay aware and prevent any type of additional development in terms of regional threats, are things that will be part of the landscape of the global agenda for the time to come. And China is a big country with high speed development in terms of technology breakthroughs and positioning its economy in a very impressive manner. And yes, the digital, the protection of the data are things that we need to take into consideration, while in other fields I think that it is quite obvious that they have been providing solutions that could help to the whole humankind to count on sound solutions for access to clean energy or clean mobility that could make a difference. So it is also our task to be able to keep on providing these solutions, taking into consideration that we have the business capacity, the labor capacity, the investment capacity to do much better.
So those possibilities in clean energy, clean mobility that you mentioned for China, is that something you see emerging because the US is going a very different direction when it comes to these kind of areas?
Well, that was a reality before, but I think that the fact that the United States seems to be backtracking is not helpful for these technology breakthroughs that still need to happen. I'm sure that there is still quite a big amount of investments taking place in what we could call the green economy, also in the United States, including the development of new patents, of new solutions, and the American society is great on that. The American society counts on great technology researchers in the capacity, counts on the capacity to grow up from the very startup size towards large-scale solutions. And I think it could be fantastic to keep on working in this technology side with the American investors, with the American industrials, even if apparently it is not the priority for the White House in these days.
So where do you see that possibility of those kind of green tech and innovative, like harnessing, I suppose, American innovation, American scale-ups for these kind of projects? Where do you see that coming from? Not at a federal level? Is it just the private sector, state level?
That's true. Last week I was in New York and I had the opportunity to meet some governors and some members of the House and some mayors. And I heard about this initiative speaking on the possibility of America being still in this clean tech race. So the federal regulation, the federal support may be one thing, but at the very same time, there are lots of initiatives taking place and lots of regulation at the state level that can support the modernization of the grids, the installation of new capacity, power capacity, clean power capacity that could be helping into this digital and AI revolution that is already taking place and that requires energy, water, and soil. So there may be lots of new things happening at smaller scale, but that sum up quite a big amount of modernization of the American economy.
Another area, I suppose, of tension between Washington and Brussels for some time has been the issue of digital regulation. And of course, you have a central involvement here. We just recently announced the fine on Google, for example. Are you worried that the EU's regulatory tools and the EU's regulatory oversight is going to be very damaging to EU-US relations?
Honestly, no. I mean, I think that something that we need to bear in mind is that in the Declaration of Independence of the United States, you spoke about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The democratic values being so important, the origins of the competition and antitrust regulation to defend industrials against the market share, the big market share of someone's getting monopolies or oligopolies, protecting consumers, protecting industrials, protecting the business community, protecting democracy. And it is absolutely true that now we cannot understand the economy, we cannot even understand the industry or the services without the digital reality. But there are not so many and they have been accumulating at a fast-growing speed, such a big power. We are so much, the whole world, dependent on so few players, and that fits into the system in such a dangerous way that, of course, both the antitrust American authorities and European authorities realize that it is time to regulate a bit better, so to ensure that new players can challenge the traditional incumbents, so that there are not abuse of dominance by anyone in a given position. And the American antitrust authorities play with certain rules, and we Europeans play with our own rules. And we talk to each other, and we respect each other, and we intend to get the same goal, which is to ensure that things work well, that the level playing field is respected, that innovation is not being killed, and that consumers are protected. I think that around 75% of the new players being benefited by the European regulation come from the United States. So it's also the American business who is asking the European Competition Authority to work in the European digital markets to prevent this abuse of dominance and to ensure that they can grow up and boost new opportunities, and that it is through competition that the best can get a bigger share, but not because of this protection of this bigger share, innovation may be killed.
I mean, one of the topics we were discussing in the last panel was the AI, development, the race to be at the top of AI. I mean, is the Commission how concerned are you about this new front in technological advancement with the proliferation of data centers, for example, like what that means for energy? That seems to be cutting across some of the EU's green credentials. The idea, the reality being that these AI companies, AI data centers, their implications for energy use are enormous. Are you concerned? Because it has caught the eye. Some of the AI partnerships like Microsoft, OpenAI, has caught the eye of the European Commission. What's your view on this whole new expanding area of the technological revolution?
Well, I think that this is a fascinating new world. And I think that, of course, it comes with lots of new challenges, big challenges, I could say. Yes, it is quite intense in energy consumption. Some solutions or some players are trying to be as efficient as possible in terms of energy consumption, water to cool the data centers and the infrastructure. But it is also something that relates back to the access to the data, sensitive data in some cases. So the accumulation of data or the prevention to access to the data to feed into the algorithms and the learning process may create any distortions in the market, and that is an issue that we need to tackle. Some of them, as I said, could turn back to personal data, so there are issues also that could deal with civil rights. So how we can build, what I could say, the governance capacity to ensure that this works in such a manner that does not create additional distortions, not to speak about the microchips and the magnets that we need in order to put in place the new digital AI economy. So it is software, hardware, other services and goods being related, and other liberties and rights that deserve protection. Yes, we need to work on that. There are particular initiatives. There is a set of initiatives that the Commission is trying to figure and to promote, having this broad understanding, this comprehensive approach to be sure that it grows up in an adequate manner. To end with a final comment that I consider quite interesting. Last week, I don't know if you were aware, but in New York, in the context of the UN General Assembly opening session and conferences, there was this launch of UN governance of AI initiative. So to see to what extent different countries, different parties to the United Nations can work together in the development of a common set of rules to ensure that it works smoothly.
Because even I think I'm right in saying that Mario Draghi quite recently criticized the AI rules, saying maybe they'd gone too far. I mean, is that a valid criticism? The EU's AI Act, that it's too, you know, that it needs to change in a way?
Well, there are these developments of the AI rules that need to be promoted and quick. And there are tensions which are obvious. I mean, there are the publishers, press, and even the creators that say, hey, this may drive us into the desperation, the big theft of our data and intellectual creativity, being reflected in a kind of summary, anonymous summary, that will be killing the possibility to count on the access to any kind of remuneration or recognition to the original creation of any intellectual outcome, and that could be feeding into the wrong direction, because that could go on its own, and then how we can ensure that what it has been quite a relevant engine for improvement for the societies may not count on the adequate platform. So that is not to mean that we need to block, or we need to freeze, or we need to give a blank check to accept whatever. This is very honestly new challenges that we need to respond in a very wise manner. Quick, that's for sure, but wise too.
But sometimes the EU is not known for speed on some of these things.
Well, but we are reliable, stable, predictable, things that others may be missing.
I mean, your broader portfolio, if you like, one of the major challenges facing the EU and Europe is, of course, the competitiveness challenge. And I mentioned Mario Draghi's comments about the AI Act, but he was here in Brussels a couple of weeks ago to mark the anniversary of his report. And of course, all the media, including myself and everyone, were making the point, like, you know, how many of his suggestions in his landmark report had actually been adopted. I mean, what should, or what do you think will be the main focus, say, over the next 6 months, that the EU needs to advance in order to ensure that it remains competitive, that it remains a place for businesses to innovate, and it doesn't lose any more of these market shares or any more of the unicorns leaving for the US we heard there earlier? I mean, what should it actually, or what are you going to focus on to make sure that the competitiveness issue is addressed?
So may I say something just to start? It's my 20 seconds of publicity. I think that sometimes we procrastinate a lot. I think that we are a fantastic economy, a fantastic and competitive continent, and we have a strength that probably nobody else in the world, including the United States, have. So just to say, because sometimes we get into the mood side, and the blue side, and we don't get all these other elements that are bright elements to keep on building. And we need to build on those bright sides.
And what are the bright sides?
For instance, we need to come up with a real breakthrough in terms of the development of the single market. That's one of the big lessons from this very last year. Remain united and keep on driving the single market. And that may be related to the interconnections and the energy system, to the infrastructures, as Enrico Letta was saying, to the possibility to simplify the way we handle with the administrations in the 27 member states, to count on a much more united version of capital markets or savings and investments union, as we, by the way, adopted this morning.
Just
some
today,
steps,
yes,
today.
There was an announcement on that,
Yes. So the main thing is that, yes, of course, we need to do all those things at the very same time, and I think that that is part of what it is, the clear mandate for this period in the Commission. In the coming months, we need to come up with some of the most relevant aspects. We did this clean industrial deal diagnostic that Mario Draghi applauded a lot, by the way, but we still need to keep on getting into the concrete deliveries in terms of energy, in terms of skills, in terms of modernizing our competitiveness tools, competition tools, in terms of being consistent on how we use our external policies, including trade, with our domestic policies, in terms of facilitating a much more efficient use of the resources. So the clean being one of the most relevant elements to bet on competitiveness. And yes, there's a set of measures and packages to come up in this very last trimester of the year dealing with all these fields. By the way, some of them being announced by the President in the State of the Union speech. So
just a few weeks ago.
Yes, just a few. She said something that was very interesting because it is a neologism, homegrown energy. So counting on clean energy and interconnections, counting on the 28th regime to ensure that we can speed up our decisions in terms of permitting and in terms of functioning, operating in the single market, counting on the possibility to develop this use of our savings within the continent that saves the most to be dedicated to the investments in our own continent. I think that there are lots of things.
Which is what was proposed today in the Savings and Investment Union package announced by the Commission. But just on that, you're talking about clean tech. Is there not a kind of a broader issue, though? We've got a lot of pushback against, I know particularly in your previous position, you're extremely well known in the field of climate in particular. But we've seen at the moment Germany, for example, is pushing back against these combustion engine rules phase out. I mean, does that worry you in terms of, the Europeans saw themselves as this leader on climate change. It was always at the forefront, and now it's kind of squabbling over the latest climate targets. Are you very concerned about that, given your experience in this field?
That's a good journalist, provoking a bit. No, I don't feel that is my past, that is my present. Okay. I honestly think it is also my present. I think it is the present of all the Europeans and the largest majority of the people all over the world. That's for sure. Everybody is trying to find the ways to do much better in a much more efficient manner, in a much more cleaner manner. And as I said, it's a market driver with full clarity. No, I think that of course, there may be contradictions in concrete files, and of course, there may be additional difficulties when we enter into a new phase. The low-hanging fruit was reasonably obvious and easy. Then we enter into a much more mainstream approach on the green development, the green economy, the efficient use of resources within the economy. And in order to get this broader mainstream approach, we need to tackle different policies, including social policies, innovation policies. It relates back not only to this aspect of the value chain to get a different engine, but the steel that seems to be also going through different moments, difficult moments, because of the overcapacity of production of steel elsewhere. So I think that, of course, it is not easy, and of course there may be additional distractions around us. We have these terrible scenarios in the eastern border of Europe. We have these difficulties because our traditional partner decides that he wants to play differently, so that doesn't help either. But of course, the commitment is there, the deep conviction that this is the only way to become competitive and to keep on creating wealth, so to ensure that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness can happen at the European way is absolutely clear. The course, very honestly, once the investments have been taking place, to count on electric or electrified vehicles, and the market has understood that this makes sense and that this prevents imports and that this allows to keep into the creation and the innovation in the industrial context, I don't see the point to stop the clock and backtrack.
So
and
you
that
see it
is the
as
risk.
key to the
That
European
is the risk,
success.
to backtrack. I think that rolling back from what we have already achieved
in clean
would be a
tech
great
and
mistake.
energy.
In general terms, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that thought, quite a positive thought about what you see as the driver of European competitiveness. I think it's fair to say that is different to some of the views we've heard from the US side today, but it's a very strong, positive statement from the EU about how they see the future of European industry and competitiveness. So, Commission Executive Vice President Teresa Ribera, thank you very much for joining us.
My great pleasure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Julia Friedlander, the CEO of Atlantic Brücke.
Good afternoon, everyone. To continue our commissioner marathon this afternoon, it's my distinct pleasure to welcome Valdis Dombrovskis, who is Commissioner for Economy and Productivity, Implementation and Simplification, to join us in conversation today. So, Commissioner, let's take a seat. Now, you are an old hand in Brussels, a steady hand in Brussels, have had many positions here over decades. And in the conversations that we've had over today, and actually at dinner last night, we talked about the evolution of the single market and the European project. I think that we're all very quick to criticize shortcomings, and we'll talk about areas for improvement in just a second. But it's often overlooked how far European institutions have come and how much they have managed crisis. So my first question to you, sir, is how has the role of the Commission and the European institutions evolved since you first came to this city?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this invitation to Transatlantic Forum. It's a pleasure to be here. On the role of EU institutions, I would say that maybe not the role of EU institutions have evolved so much, because our role is, in any case, in tandem with member states to address challenges the European Union is facing and to work to preserve our values, our interests, our way of life. And that's what we are consistently doing as also European Commission. So what has changed over the decades is that there are many different challenges and issues we had to face, and a geopolitical situation is just getting more complicated. For example, European Union until quite recently was not active in area of defense, because traditionally EU was, so to say, started as a peace project to prevent the return of the war on the European continent. But now, unfortunately, we do have a war on the European continent. So as a EU, we have to reassess our role, and actually now we're engaging very actively in the area of security and defense. And actually for this mandate of European Commission, we have defined security and defense and competitiveness of European economy as two overarching priorities.
Would you say in that sense that the Commission has become a more powerful executive arm?
It's always so that there is this saying that European Union is evolving through a crisis. And it is a different kind of crisis which force us as European Union member states to work together to respond to the issues in a coordinated manner. And yes, that means delegating also new competences, new tasks to European Commission.
No, it's fascinating also just to sort of follow these developments. I would agree that there is a tendency to see Brussels as much more powerful, not only as a peace project, but also as an instrument of global power, right? And I think sometimes we underestimate that. But how has the role of the United States in this picture changed?
First of all, it has to be said that EU and US are strategic allies. We are also each other's largest trade and investment partners, and especially in a current, more conflictual geopolitical situation where autocracies are trying to assert themselves. It is very important that we as democratic countries are working together. So this is, in a sense, a message and approach with which we are engaging with the US, also with the current President Trump administration. At the same time, we also know that from President Trump there is an emphasis that Europe needs to do much more for its own security and defense, and that's acknowledged. And Indeed, recently from the EU side, we came with a major new initiatives like ReArm EU and Readiness 2030 initiative to very substantially increase our defense spending by aiming to increase it by some 800 billion euros over the course of next 4 years.
It certainly is a big step. I remember myself discussing with my own EU counterparts what the nascent efforts at PESCO and trying to put together a defense identity for the EU. But of course, we're in a whole other different league. Do you think that, you know, we had the U.S. permanent representative to NATO here, and just a few minutes ago also to the European Union. Do you think that Americans perceive the European Commission as a defense actor?
Well, I would say increasingly so, because it's also true that European Union and European Commission is just over the last few years active in this area, so we're also still shaping up how all those things are working institutionally within the European Union, because many of those initiatives are previously unprecedented, and obviously we continue this very close and very intensive engagement also with the US on this. Of course, there it's worth noting that there's also a certain division of competences, so to say, and we also need to respect the competences and prerogatives of NATO as an organization, but I would say on this we are on a good track.
Well, in a lot of ways, the Commission has a lot to do with the money, right? And the money is important for defense.
Well, that's why I was mentioning this ReArm Europe Readiness 2030 initiative and this aim to mobilize additional 800 billion euros. And more recently, we also announced new initiatives specifically for the EU's eastern flank, because we know that the threat actually comes from the east. So the Eastern Flank Watch and the Wall of Drones initiative to have a proper detection and interception capacities at our eastern borders.
Of course, we shouldn't overlook the fact that you yourself are from an eastern flank country. When you talk about the security environment and quote unquote what needs to be done, do you use different terminology within the Brussels bubble, or and then speaking with international counterparts, with Americans? And when you go home, because of course you were a national leader before coming here, do you need to use a different frame of reference? Do the Latvians want to hear something else from you than Americans versus the colleagues in the College of Commissioners?
Well, I'm not a particularly big believer in this concept of, targeted messaging to different audiences, because nowadays whatever you say is global, and every audience can read and see whatever you are saying to some other audience. So I think here it's important to be consistent. But indeed, in Latvia and Baltic states in general, in EU's eastern flank in general, this sense of urgency and sense of danger which is coming from Russia is felt much more acutely than maybe if you are far away from Russian borders. And for many years, in a sense, Baltic states were warning also other EU member states on, different activities which Russia is undertaking and the risks what it is posing, and often it has been seen as, alarmist and so. But since 2022, this has changed, and since the Western Europe is listening what the eastern flank countries have to say on Russia, and it's important that we respond here in a spirit of European solidarity, because that's key. It's entire EU's eastern border, so the eastern flank countries cannot be left just alone dealing with with their problems, especially in a situation as threatening as it is now, with Russia continuing and, if anything, escalating its war in Ukraine, and also openly threatening invasion of other countries, including EU and NATO countries.
Would you say that at home the fear is acute of it?
Well, certainly concern is felt much more acutely, and also if you look at the recent provocations, incursions of drones, violation of the airspace also by Russian fighter planes, and so on and so forth. Obviously, this is all of a major concern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you, of course, do have European forces stationed as part of Enhanced Forward Presence, and so there is the sort of the raising the European awareness in that front. Of course, Teresa Ribera comes from the country that seems to not acknowledge the NATO spending targets. It's a guns versus butter question, but of course the conversations that you have here lead to comity on this issue. But away from security for a second, we'd like to blame red tape for a lot of things, and we've gone through a couple of the conversations we've just had have been about competitiveness issues, US versus Europe versus China. I am a firm believer in the simplification agenda, but as a former regulator myself, I believe in regulation, and don't think that ripping everything to shreds is going to necessarily make the situation better. But if you were to look at the sort of array of options for simplification in Europe, what is at the top of your hit list?
Well, indeed, I was mentioning the two overarching priorities for this mandate: security, defense, and competitiveness. And the simplification obviously fits in this competitiveness agenda, because in general we see that we do have structural problems in the European economy. Our productivity growth is slower than that of other major economies like US and China already for decades, so there is some catching up which we need to do. And that's why one of the first initiatives we came forward as a new European Commission was so-called Competitiveness Compass, where we outline, reforms and actions to take to address our competitiveness issues across different policy areas, and simplification is one of the key pillars on that. So on simplification, actually, we moved very quickly and strongly. So by now, we have presented already 6 simplification, so-called omnibus proposals. They range in different areas, including sustainability reporting, sustainability due diligence, agriculture, defense, small mid-caps, and so on. And there are a number of further proposals in pipeline for the next few months, including simplification omnibuses for digital and environmental requirements on automotive, also targeted revision of REACH, which is our chemicals regulation. So all in all, we are setting the goal of reducing the administrative burden for our companies by 25% and by 35% for SMEs. And that would translate into savings of like recurring annual administrative costs of 37.5 billion euros by the end of this Commission's mandate. And the proposals which we have put on table right now would generate savings of 8.4 billion euros already. So it's annual administrative costs. Of course, it's worth noting that those are at this stage European Commission proposals. but they are still in a legislative process with EU member states, with Council, with European Parliament. So it's important that also in this legislative process, this ambition in terms of simplifying the requirements is not being lost.
This is a tactical question. Now, when I hear omnibus, I think of the U.S. legislative process and how sometimes, there can be so much gridlock in the U.S. Congress that we pack one legislative thing together like a Christmas tree and everybody gets an ornament on it. That's certainly how we pass our budgets. That being said, the government might shut down tonight. So. When trying to push through a major reform agenda, do you agree with the idea of trying to create a package? Or do you think it might be easier if you're negotiating with member states and the parliament to go progressively and not just say, this is an all or nothing kind of thing, the way, TTIP was an all or nothing kind of trade agreement?
Well, on this, so basically the approach we are following, so the intention is to stress test entire EU legislative body or EU acquis, as we call it here, and doing those stress tests, doing also engagement with stakeholders, getting feedback also from companies which how to navigate our rules, come with legislative proposals how to simplify it. And there were, broadly speaking, following the sectoral approach. So that was mentioning those various proposals. They are following different sectors. So we're not trying to mix everything together from, I don't know, from culture to agriculture. Yeah? So if it's agricultural omnibus, it's agricultural omnibus, to put simple. Okay, on this term omnibus, that actually just means a legislative technique where with one legislative proposal we amend several pieces of legislation. But somehow it now just is sticking in a context of this simplification agenda. So somehow now when we talk about omnibuses, people immediately think about simplification, even though really it's about specific type of legislative technique.
Fair enough. Are there any specific things that American counterparts have pushed that you're particularly excited about?
Well, I would say this simplification agenda and administrative burdens we are facing, they are equally important for European companies and also for foreign companies, including American companies working in Europe. So from that point of view, I would say many of the messages we are getting from European businesses and from American businesses are actually aligned, and often they point to the same problems and issues to be resolved. Obviously, there is also specific angles, like when it concerns of certain extraterritorial dimension of our legislation, like, for example, AmCham was quite active in indicating this in a context of corporate sustainability due diligence directive and so. So there are also some specific angles. And also, if you look at this EU-US joint statement in a context of the trade deal which we reached back then, also there we outline a number of things how we can work together on simplification.
It's certainly ambitious. I'm personally, when I look at the capital market situation, or we're going to call it savings and investment union, what kind of crisis has to come before the compromises are made? Right, we've been talking about it for 10 years, and whatever conference I go to in whatever city, it's the biggest fish in the pond to compete globally, to attract capital, and yes, to compete with the United States. I have friends in investment institutions in the United States that say, Europe just has to move that far, and we're waiting at the gates. what, I mean, I put you on the spot, provoke you a little bit, like what has to happen before the final compromise is made in that regard?
First of all, capital markets union, it's not something, where you need to decide one thing and make one compromise. Actually, we have already implemented 2 capital markets union action plan and are working further. And that concerns a very broad list of topics and issues to address. So, for example, ease of listing of companies, especially simplifying requirements for SMEs. Retail capital markets participation, where we frankly just lack this tradition to compare with US. Whereas Europeans are great savers, so there are more than 10 trillion euros of retail savings in the EU. So we are working on this retail capital markets participation strategy, how to actually facilitate that this money is not just idling on bank accounts, but actually is put to productive use, put to the capital markets to provide also better returns for investments, because we know that in the long term capital markets do provide better returns than just bank deposits. And also with this provide funding opportunities for European companies. It's also addressing number of obstacles for cross-border finance and so on and so forth. So we're working on all of those issues. But it's a complex endeavor, so it's not that you need to reach just this one compromise and then everything is done. No, it's actually you need to work across many different policy areas.
I know. I was just trying to be a little provocative. The last question, and I think to tie us over to our next session, if you're talking about cross-border payments, a topic that's very near and dear to the heart of this conference which is digital currency work. And you mentioned yesterday you were just speaking at a conference looking at the future of the digital euro. Now, it's no secret to anyone that in research and development and that the EU is actually light years ahead of the United States on a CBDC. Can I ask you about what the timeline might be and how you might get consumer confidence in such a product?
Yeah. First of all, on a timeline on this digital euro. So it's already 2 years since the European Commission has tabled a legislative proposal on digital euro. And since then we are making slow but steady progress. And indeed, we think it's important now to accelerate this work. So we welcome the ambition of Danish presidency of the EU to have a common approach of EU member states or Council by the end of this year. So European Parliament is also advancing their work, so one can expect their position on digital euro somewhere in spring next year. And then we can start the actual negotiations between the institutions, so-called trilogues. So I think it would be realistic to assume that during the course of next year we could actually finalize this legislative work. And then what European Central Bank is saying that once the legislative work is finalized and once it provides clarity on number of important elements on design of the digital euro, they need maybe some 5 years before the actual introduction of the digital euro. So that's more or less the timelines which we are talking. In terms of confidence, well, first of all, here, when we talk about digital euro, it's a way of bringing central bank money into 21st century. So it's digital equivalent, basically, of euro coins and banknotes. So, and obviously, central bank money is a safest form of money. So the question is probably a bit opposite, that we will be actually limiting the store of value function of digital euro, not to allow for disintermediation, not to have negative effects on a banking sector, so that banks can continue to play their role on providing credit to the economy, so not to create financial stability issues. Another element on confidence, what consumers and what people demand is a high level of privacy, and there indeed we had been preparing this digital euro proposal with those privacy considerations in mind, and it will provide higher level of privacy than current digital payments. In a sense, the central bank will know less about those transactions than currently commercial banks or credit card scheme providers know. And third, but okay, it's also not complete unanimity. There's also, anti-money laundering framework, counter-terrorist financing, also addressing fraud risk and so. And third important element is whether a digital euro is there kind of not to take away cash. And on this we have been very clear. So in parallel with our digital euro proposal, we also tabled a proposal on legal tender status for cash, actually reinforcing the legal status of cash, making it obligation for euro area member states to ensure sufficient availability and sufficient acceptance of cash so that it can fulfill this legal tender function. So those probably are three key topics for the public debate on digital euro.
Will you be one of the first users?
Certainly, I do hope that we will bring this project to the successful conclusion, and looking forward for using it.
Me too. Thank you, Commissioner, for taking the time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage the Chair for International Economics of the Atlantic Council, Josh Lipsky.
Well, welcome everyone to our final session of the day. Thank you for being with us through this powerhouse action-packed day. We've had 5 keynotes, we've had 6 panels, we've covered AI, we've covered defense spending, we've covered trade, and we are going to end the way this forum started in Frankfurt in 2022, the future of the euro and the future of the dollar. And so I am so pleased to bring up a distinguished panel. If they please join me on stage. Thank you. And please give them a round of applause.
Right here?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to have fun in this final session. It's going to be interactive, so prepare your questions. I'm going to go to the iPad. I'm also going to go to the audience, and we have a lot to cover. The session title is provocative on purpose, the Euro's global moment, why this time is different. I know I already heard from many people in the hallway, they don't believe this time is different. Okay, message received on that. We will debate that here. Let me introduce our panel. To my left, Andreas Dombre, Global Senior Advisor Oliver Weinmann, Board Member at the Bundesbank, Supervisory Board Member at the ECB, and Board Member of the Atlantic Broker. Andrea, it's great to see you again. I remember having this discussion in Frankfurt. We will see what's changed. To his left, Daniel McDowell, Senior Fellow at the GeoEconomics Center, Professor at Syracuse University. Dan, thanks for joining us here. To his left, Martin Bolhuizen, former Chief of Staff at the IMF, Director of Strategy, Policy, and Review at the IMF, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council. And to his left, Elizabeth Shortino, Senior Fellow at the GeoEconomics Center at the Atlantic Council, distinguished career at Treasury, U.S. Executive Director to the IMF, a powerhouse panel to finish the day. We could not ask for better expertise to debate this question. I'm going to start by putting up some data, because that's what we like to do at the GeoEconomics Center. And I want to show our dollar dominance monitor, one of our newest flagship projects. And we'll put it up on the screen here. And I hope this scene sets our conversation a little bit. So here's the dollar dominance monitor. If you scroll down, and we'll see it in the back as well for those here so they don't have to turn around. Here, let's go to the dollar first as our scene setter. So if you go to the dollar, this is how we traditionally think of currency reserves, panelists, and our panelists can look back here, and the audience can look here. We think of share of global foreign exchange reserves. We think of share of export invoicing. We think of share of foreign exchange transactions. This is what I would say are the traditional macroeconomic indicators of currency strength. If you tab over to the euro, as we will compare, these numbers, I would argue, are somewhat inflated because they account for intro-euro intra-euro trade, so we can debate whether this is actually overstated. If you go over to the pound, and then the yen, and then the renminbi, I think this explains pretty clearly and quickly why Fed and Treasury make the argument frequently, there is no alternative to the dollar. And so the question is, and we can scroll down quickly just to see other parts. We'll go down, dollar's international use. You see the dominance clearly. See euro as second. And if you go down further, this is our unique metric that we created at the Atlantic Council, how to evaluate the strength of a reserve currency. And there are different ways that we assess strength of reserve currency. Obviously, euro hits many of the metrics, but not the same as the dollar. So Andreas, I want to start with you. Is this time different? And specifically, if it's going to be different, there's going to have to be progress on capital markets. We just talked about that with Commissioner Dombrovskis, savings and investment union. How far has Europe gotten in making progress in what we would call the second column here for euro, in really the financial market dimension here, to strengthen that shade? That's really what we're talking about. See size, depth, openness of financial markets, that shaded right there. For that to get deeper, for the euro to really challenge the dollar, where are we?
First of all, thank you for having me. These shifts don't go quickly. They're not going to happen overnight. This 60-20 ratio is not going to happen overnight, but there are structural issues you have to think about when you think about, the coloring or the deepness of those numbers. Now, we have a new administration in the US, as we all know, and voices are very different, and what I hear is very, very different, and that will have an effect. You have quite a number of votes towards Europe right now, but let's go through this. You mentioned depth of capital market, correct, no doubt. You mentioned safe haven status. There I would argue Europe and Germany is also quite a safe haven. Nevertheless, how much debt is there? That I would add as a third category. There is quite some debt because and a lot of debt is issued. There's very few euro debt issued, mutualized debt issued. A lot of on the country level, debt on the country level, like Germany and other countries who are issuing debt. Now, Germany is still AAA. The mutualized debt, which is issued by Europe, is also AAA. So we have good ratings in Europe, and we are having more debt. Look at the German 1 trillion over several years, 1 trillion euro investment. So we're going to see more happening there. France really is the elephant in the room right now, but that's doesn't matter. There is a certain liquidity. There's no scarcity of liquidity, let me put it that way. The second thing is, if I might add, and I'm sorry to all frighten you, the independence of central banks. And the question of how independent is the central bank? And there is a debate which I don't really want to lead between the Fed and the ECB, but that's also a point which is probably not on your list and shouldn't be, because that should be taken for granted.
When we created it 2 years ago, I didn't think we needed to do that.
I didn't think this either, and I feel very bad about this. The last point, which I think the Commissioner started the discussion at the end of his panel or his fireside chat, was really what other means are there, which maybe weren't there either 2 years ago, and that's all the entire question about stable coins, digital euros, tokenization, and of course that is a very, very dominant effect also in terms of funding. If you look at the fact that 99% of all stable coins are US dollar denominated, that is going to help fund. So you have to take this into consideration either.
Well, that's certainly the argument of Secretary Bessent right now, that the issuance of dollar-backed stablecoins will increase dollar dominance. And I want to get to that, but I want to push you on something. I didn't prepare you for this. But given your role at the ECB, you said France, you kind of glossed over it. I have to ask, is there any situation going forward where the ECB has to intervene, given what's going on in France right now?
Well, it's not an easy question. With regard to the instruments the ECB have, there are two instruments. They still have the OMT instrument, but more importantly, they also have the so-called TPI, transmission progression instrument, whatever it's called, which has never been used, but which has been created a few years ago. this would be a problem to use it. I think the fact that this instrument is there in itself is good because all the shorts in the market may well consider that there is this instrument. On the other hand, I personally think about this instrument as like a nuclear bomb. You want to have it and you don't want to use it because it causes so much damage. And it would lead to a discussion within the ECB, the Governing Council of the ECB. Are the rates of the French Trésor, are they elevated naturally or not? And that is a very political debate, and then fiscal policy and monetary policy blurs, and then the ECB would have to have a decision on that topic, which I would find very difficult, but they may have to do. I hope they don't.
Okay, so I'm reading that answer as unlikely, but leaving the door open. Thank you. Now, Martin, that transitions well to you, because really this gets to the heart of the issue, which is even if an opportunity's been created by instability in the US, by challenges to central bank independence, can Europe capture that opportunity? That seems to be the structural issue. Capital markets or savings and investment union is one element of that. But we've debated this now for a decade, back when we worked together at the fund. Have you seen real progress or ability to capture the opportunity to the extent it exists?
Yeah, there's been progress, of course, toward getting to a more integrated capital market. But we've heard earlier today that, for example, in the area of IT investments or AI investments or new corporate investments in general, the US is far outperforming the euro area or the EU. And I think the capital markets issue is part of that, that you just don't find it as easy as combining these funds and investing them because of all the different kind of regulations and institutional characteristics you have across countries. So there is a long list of things that could be done. Harmonization of rules, coordination of regulatory agencies, securitization, SME listings, etc., etc. This is all good and progress would be welcome, but it's not decisive. That's not the issue. The fundamental issue is whether we're going to see the national states from withdrawing some of their responsibilities and handing it over to a more supranational within EU authority. Look, for example, at the Commerzbank saga in Germany. I mean, it should be the most normal thing that one bank, if there's a business case, has the possibility to take over another one. In the US, if a bank from the West Coast would want to get into an East Coast institution, no problem. Here you have all sorts of national issues involved, and the deal is not progressing. So it's tied to this broader EU agenda, whether citizens believe that the costs of giving up sovereignty, for example, in that market regulation area, is really worth it, outweighs the gains, is smaller than the gains in economic efficiency and geopolitical clout. It's not just in the financial area, it's a broader issue. And I don't see that progressing at the moment.
Okay, I would take that as a pragmatic, given the theme of the day, assessment of the situation as it is. Elizabeth, let me turn to you. From the US perspective, does anything about the euro keep the Fed or Treasury up at night?
Great question. First, I want to make one comment, because there's been some commentary about the US and the dollar. And while I do think there was obviously some interesting analysis released by Stephen Myron at the beginning of the administration about, is a weak dollar better for the US? If you look at the rhetoric in the last few months, it really has been reinforcing that the administration's goal is maintaining dollar dominance. So that doesn't maybe say strong dollar, but it does say, promoting dollar sovereignty, stability, sovereignty. So, and that has come out mainly through the White House's executive order on digital assets, also the digital assets report that was released. So I do think the policy is still very clear on dollar dominance. Now, in that context, do people at Treasury or the Fed worry about the euro being a threat to that dollar dominance? Well, I'm not there now, obviously, but if I were to put my Treasury hat back on, I think the answer is, of course, they monitor it, but an active worry, probably not, for all the reasons that we're discussing, some of the structural reasons there. I mean, and here I just get back to the sheer size of the US Treasury market. And it's very hard to replicate that with the euro market, and to find, and even if central banks wanted to diversify their foreign exchange reserves, it would be difficult to do that entirely into euros. And you see that with your very helpful dollar dominance tracker. Even as the US has gone down in terms of FX foreign exchange holdings, the euro has not gone up. It's been diversification into other currencies. And then you just have some very structural factors, I mean, not just around sort of the banking union, but also around current account surplus. And then the different fiscal policies and different risks associated with the different countries in the euro. So I think it's something that Treasury and the Fed should continue monitoring. I'm quite sure that they are, but an active worry around threats to dollar dominance, probably not.
And no more worried since the beginning of the Trump administration than they've been before.
Well, that depends on who you ask, right? If you're going to ask the civil servant or if you're going to ask the political person. I mean, if anything, I think this administration is looking at the Genius Act as really solidifying that dollar dominance. And you'll see it all over their press around that piece of legislation. And I think it does have some potential to do so, especially as stablecoins really grow into a bigger source of payments.
Okay, this is the second time stablecoins have been invoked, so we definitely will cover that and debate a little bit whether they actually lead to dollar dominance, as many have said, and Chris Waller told us at the Atlantic Council in February. But Dan, I want to turn to you, because we've been talking about the macroeconomic role of the dollar. We've been talking about currency, invoicing, we've been talking about foreign exchange reserves, but there's another role of the dollar. This is core to our work at the GeoEconomics Center. I know it's core to your book, Bucking the Buck, which is how the dollar's used in national security. Now, these two things are, of course, interconnected, but not always moving in parallel. Countries can work around sanctions and undercut the dollar without touching any of the metrics on our dollar dominance monitor. And I wanted to hear from your perspective, whether on that front, on the national security front, you see an ebbing and erosion from the dollar, and especially when we think about Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the G7 sanctions response. There was a lot of diversification from Putin into euros before the invasion. If you go from 14 to 22, you can see that strategy. But that strategy didn't pay off because the G7 worked together on sanctions. Is it different now in the Trump administration with the divisions we've been talking about on other fronts throughout the day? Does that change the dollar-euro calculus that maybe countries have been thinking about over the past few years?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So there's really two parts to that. The first is, do we see erosion in the dollar's role because of the United States' use of sanctions first? And then second, what about the euro? Because they were in on the sanctions game with Russia too, right? So on the first question, I think the answer is yes, but it's concentrated, right? It's concentrated among a small number of states that have real legitimate concerns about facing sanctions, or countries that have already been sanctioned. Obviously, you can look at Russia. Russia has de-dollarized, right? It's de-dollarized because it had no other choice. It was pushed out of the dollar system, so it's had to seek alternatives. China's been a key partner in that agenda. China, of course, has also been really active in the last few years promoting the yuan in trade settlement in particular, and other areas. And that's driven, in my view, more because of geopolitical considerations than because of economic motives. I think if we go back before 2015, the motive to internationalize the currency was more because of economic risks. I think that's shifted today. I think it's because of sanctions. So that's the answer to the first part. To the second part is, what about the euro? You know, the Europeans, and the euro was also used, weaponized against Russia. And so is it sort of stigmatized in the same way that the dollar has been stigmatized because of the United States' use of financial sanctions in the last few years? And I think the short answer is yes, it has been, right? Europe's decision to block Russian euro assets means that the euro is no longer viewed as an apolitical currency in some corners of the world. But I think if we zoom out, I think that actually says less about the euro specifically and more about our current geopolitical moment. I think the reality is that there really aren't any apolitical international currencies left in the world, right? For countries that are worried about sanctions risk or geopolitical risk more generally, you know, there's no true safe haven. It's really just varying degrees of risk depending on where you sit. And so I think that's why we're in this moment where the imperative is diversify, because if you're not sure what the future is going to hold, it's best just not to have all your eggs entirely in one basket.
Let me just follow up on one point, your first point about sanctions eroding the power of the dollar, which I agree with. You know, we've talked about this and debated it. You know, the center agrees with this view. But I don't think the Fed agrees with that, and I don't think many people at Treasury agree with that view. I know because they've told me flat out they think I'm wrong many times. Why is that? Why are we disconnected on the sanctions erosion dollar point?
Well, look, first thing I'll tell you, if you're talking to economists, and this is no critique of economists, I'm a political scientist by training, so I talk to economists a lot. I have many great colleagues who are economists, but economists who focus on international currencies, they tend to think about the role of international currencies, the benefits of international currencies in a sort of econocentric way, as you would expect. They don't think about the political angle as much. You go back and read, research and writing in the last 20 years from an economist perspective about the benefits of issuing the dominant currency. You don't see sanctions mentioned in there. It's not part of the way they had typically thought about it. It's eking its way in. But to your question, have sanctions eroded the dollar's sort of power in the world? Again, macro picture is no, not really, right? But has the United States' capacity to, let's say, use the dollar as a coercive tool against China diminished in the last 5 years? I think the answer to that question is yes. That doesn't mean the United States still can't weaponize the dollar against China and impose costs on China. But China has already moved in a direction to anticipate that move and try to minimize the impact. And so that's where the effect is, I think.
And Elizabeth, I just want to bring you in quickly on that. Is my reading correct of Treasury and the Fed?
It's absolutely correct. And
why do they feel that way?
I've been told the same thing, but I tend to agree, with your conclusion. If you look at the data, the dollar is it still dominates. But China has been taking these discrete steps, and they do have, more use of the renminbi in their sort of regional trade circles. So, and that's probably to try to diversify away from their reliance on the dollar. How effective it is, we'll see, but.
I'm going to come back to China in a moment, but let's stay with Europe for a second. Andreas, back to you. For years, when we talk not just about the digital euro project, but about payment systems in Europe, the argument we've always heard, we've heard it from Commissioner Dombrovskis, we've heard it from the ECB, is sovereignty. Europe needs sovereignty, and so we have to build our own networks. And that's not just about stablecoins. That's about payment systems. That's about credit cards. That's about MasterCard and Visa. And this is what you hear from Europe. Can you just unpack this argument a little bit? Because I only hear it from the euro area. I only hear it from the ECB. There are a lot of motivations to do domestic payment systems, but the sovereignty argument is one I've heard most, and it's not just about digital currency and stablecoins. I've heard it for a decade or more from the ECB.
Yes, but it's getting louder, these voices, because of what's happening since the beginning of this year. Now, I would have never thought I would have to answer a question like this about sovereignty of our payment systems, but it's becoming more relevant. And there are two things which you have to bear in mind. First, there are several smaller countries, also in the Eurozone, of course, most of them who don't have an own payment system and who are really 100% relying on Visa and MasterCard. So because that was ever so convenient and never has been seen as a risk. So it's not France or Germany who are really here, at stake, but it's a lot of countries within Europe and outside of Europe who don't have that. So that is, the sovereignty issue becomes more important. The second thing is we are just not at all harmonized in terms of payment systems in Europe. We have some countries who do quite well. Look at Spain, look at Italy. We have other countries, look at France, look at Germany, who really have very old payment systems. So we need to harmonize that in Europe, and we need to modernize that because it's really out of date. And that's where the question comes: do we want to give up and give up to MasterCard and Visa, very good firms, or do we need to do this on a European level? And that's where the digital euro comes back in again, and that's where the issue of tokenization comes back in again. But it's more not because of a Master and Visa card being ever so dominant, but because of the systems being weak and needing harmonization and modernization.
We have guests from MasterCard and Visa in the room, by the way, so I hope they ask you a question when we get to that in a few minutes.
I hope so too. Yeah.
Martin, I want to turn to you. First of all, this is Martin's report, which has been published a few months ago on the dollar, so I recommend it for everyone, A Strategy for Dollar Dominance. And Dan also just published a piece for us that's published today on the future of the dollar, so we'll share that research with everyone. But you testified to House Financial Services Committee a few months ago about the dollar. In part, your testimony was based on this report. And you talked about the fact, as we've all discussed, that in a crisis, people turn to dollars. We are facing a government shutdown tonight in the United States. It looks like we're headed toward. Sometimes we go through the debt ceiling in the US or come right up to the brink. In all of these situations, historically, treasuries have done well. Whether the crisis is created by US dysfunction or an external shock, The world wants the safe asset, which is treasuries. But we saw a break with that after Liberation Day. And the question is, has something fundamentally changed, or was that a temporary blip and we're a return to normal?
Yeah, I don't think it has fundamentally changed. I mean, there were some other factors like an expected slowdown in the US economy, an adjustment in monetary policy outlook implicitly that all kind of helped the dollar to decline a little bit. But I think the real threat to dollar dominance right now, at least, while there's no alternative, comes in a way from within. I mean, we're having the objective of shrinking the capital account, the current account deficit, while we're running still a really loose fiscal policy. We have issues with the labor force and immigration or education at the moment. There's also a question of huge energy demands, but some energy projects are cancelled. So there is some contradictions, I think, between the objectives of the administration and what actually is happening on the ground. Now, this doesn't mean that, as we've said before, that dollar dominance is really a question right now. The only alternative to what we see, for example, from emerging markets and low-income countries would be the PBOC. There are swap lines that are expanding, but it's more kind of a political instrument that is helping that group of countries. But when it comes to really high finance, so to speak, I think the dollar is still the currency of choice. But I mean, having said that, again, the renminbi is kind of on the march, quote unquote, because China is really expanding its relations with the global south. And these are countries that still have huge population growth. There's economic potential. And they're very grateful that the PBOC, or that China is not only offering these PBOC swap lines, but more importantly, they're actually engaging also in trade. They're providing export opportunities, whereas the US and Europe are a bit more closed in that area. So there is a transition underway. It will take a long time, but the US needs to make its homework and make sure that there is no problems to the trust in the dollar coming from within rather than from the outside, so to speak.
I'm glad you mentioned China, and Dan, I want to go to China now. We danced around it. Let's talk about China directly. I think it's helpful for the audience that doesn't live and breathe this, like those of us on the video do. Can you explain what China's actually doing on its alternative payment systems? There's Enbridge, there's SIPs. I think it's worth saying, what are they? How significant are they? Because there's a debate even in the US government about whether these matter or not.
That's great. I agree. I mean, it's good to focus on the details, especially when we talk about China. A lot of these things sort of happen in the details, and by the time they're a significant problem, maybe it's too late to adjust. So, yeah, I mean, the main things that China has really been focused on. Well, let me zoom out actually first and say this. And we think about China as a potential rival, and the yuan as a potential rival to the dollar. I think the first thing to get straight is sort of what's motivating China to do some of these things. And this, obviously, as I said before, comes back to, in my opinion, concerns about sanctions and geopolitical risk. It's not that the Chinese are plotting to topple dollar dominance. This is often how it's characterized in the press. Anytime China does anything that gets attention regarding its currency, there's, at least somewhere in the press, a headline that sort of suggests that this is China coming for the dollar, right? And I think it's the wrong lens to look at it through. I think the right way to think about this is defensively motivated, right? That China has seen and learned about how the United States uses the dollar, and the best way to prevent China from being vulnerable to those same kinds of moves is to increase the yuan's use internationally, in particular in cross-border payments and trade. And so that's where SIP's cross-border interbank payment system, which is effectively analogous to chips in SWIFT for the dollar, a correspondent banking network where Chinese banks are the hubs that are connected right to hundreds, now over 1,000 banks around the world in over 100 countries. And it's been growing. Now, it is substantially smaller than the dollar payment network, right? 30 times smaller, I think, by my most recent count. So, but the growth is there, and it's happening. I think it's quite intentional. You mentioned Enbridge. Enbridge is sort of a multilateral CBDC network between China and some key partners in the Gulf and in Asia. And I think these are just examples of China pursuing different ways. It's not that different from this conversation about diversification. It's maybe China doesn't know exactly which of these models is ultimately going to be the potential solution, the way to insulate themselves from US pressure. And so you might as well try to innovate in all these ways, and then if that moment comes, hopefully you're prepared.
Okay, now it's time to go digital, and Elizabeth, I'm going to turn back to you. We've talked about stablecoins. I want to dive into this argument. I interviewed Chris Waller, who oversees payments of the Fed, in February. He made the argument we've heard from Secretary Bessent, which is we're going to issue dollar-backed stablecoins all over the world. In fact, the majority are not issued in the United States, and there's going to be a demand for treasuries to back up these stablecoins, and that's going to entrench dollar dominance. And everyone's kind of walked away since then and said, okay, that makes sense. And I want to poke some holes in that argument and talk about it. Is that right? Can it deepen dollar dominance? Is that the scale where it really matters, given the size of the treasury market? And does it not produce a backlash in other countries who might be worried about the spread of dollar-backed stablecoins?
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this materializes. There is one scenario where you do entrench dollar dominance, and there's a first mover advantage by having legislation that requires the U.S. dollar-backed stablecoin, whereas Europe doesn't have that in their legislation. But I also think, and this is also hearing just from clients in the company that I work with, that there is a desire by other jurisdictions not to have dollar dominance result from this act. Now, are they able to promote their own stablecoin regulations that support that, or CBDCs in the case of Europe? Let's see, right? It's hard to know. So, and again, this market is pretty small right now, and how it grows, it could grow exponentially, but we need to see. It's just a lot of uncertainty. What I do think is interesting is that getting back to this point about the administration saying, dollar dominance is our priority, we want to maintain that. When you really look at the policies they're pursuing in order to maintain it, it is number one, the Genius Act and digital assets, and it's number two, foreign investment. And you see that with trade deals, right? Where, for example, Japan, they just announced that JBIC is going to be providing these loans and loan guarantees so that they can fulfill their $550 billion investment into the US as part of that trade deal. So those are two strategies, but they're strategies right now that are on the margin. Really what's carrying the dollar dominance is just, it's been there forever, right? And so it's self-fulfilling.
I know that's the argument that always makes me worried, the self-fulfilling. It's been there forever, so it will be there forever. Martin and Andreas, I saw you both wanted to jump in, so Martin, then Andreas.
Yeah, so as I said before, the administrations or the US general fiscal policy in the last couple of years has not been going in the right direction. I mean, some of this was necessity by COVID to have stimulus packages, but both administrations have not turned around the deficit. Now we have a growth-based strategy, maybe it works, but most likely we're seeing US debt expanding, according to the CBO. And that's one factor that inhibits long-term dollar dominance. Now, the argument will be, well, we have stablecoins, but stability of stablecoins, again, is predicated on the underlying assets, and stablecoins are subject to runs. And I haven't seen any regulation yet that inhibits that. Even if they're well regulated, investors can turn on a dime. So the argument that stablecoins will help on the dominant side is only valid as long as the fiscal position remains manageable. So it's not really adding anything to the dollar dominance, it's just shifting it from one leg to another one, but underlying all of that is the fiscal position.
Well, I'll make a point there, and then we'll turn to the audience, Andreas, after I come to you. But to the stablecoin run, if the administration is right and the Trump administration unleashes stablecoins, as is their plan, you could argue that stablecoins would become too big to fail. And the Fed would have to eventually step in should these stablecoins, and I think that may be a backdoor to actually the Fed backing the stablecoins.
Well, then you get slowly into fiscal dominance, which again works against the dollar as a reserve currency.
Andreas, you wanted to jump in, and I also wanted to get your view on this backlash point, whether any interest in the digital euro, which of course long predates the growth of stablecoins, but now the sort of push toward the digital euro, is there any connection to the US stablecoin policy?
Yeah, these are two questions. The first question about stablecoin, I recommend that Europe takes this very, very seriously, because not only as a means of payment and as a means of, an additional currency, if you want to call it a currency, but also because stablecoins are actually the entry door to crypto. And, the crypto world is a totally different world, and it may not only be used as a payment means of payment, but as an entry to crypto, and that could then lead to an exponential rise, and that could lead to an exponential, support for the dollar dominance. So, coming to your question about CBDCs, that we will have to see, but we will know rather soon. Mm-hmm. There is a big debate going on, and I'm not quite sure what the rapport of the in the parliament will be, which is coming end of October, as far as I understand it. But you have to prepare that the conflict, so to say, continues, and that on the one hand, the ECB and the other national central banks defend the idea of a digital euro, whereas the parliamentarians still want to be convinced about this use case. And as clear as it is that a wholesale CBDC makes a whole lot of sense, you can debate about a retail CBDC. I personally wouldn't do that much, but you need to convince parliamentarians, and a lot of money has already poured into it. The debate I foresee is a debate about tokenization versus CBDC, and what can tokenization actually do, and to what extent do we then still need CBDC? But we will know by the middle of next year for sure how this, where this will go actually.
We can't wait at the center to find out.
You have to wait until.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because I know when we get to the audience. I'll just say that I, for one, worry a bit about a strategy to maintain dollar dominance that bets the farm on stablecoin and abandons things like central bank independence, a commitment to a strong dollar, a commitment to European security. I don't think that's an even trade, and it's not a bet I would make. So I'll just leave it there.
Okay, well, we've said enough things for people in the audience to disagree with. So please, questions. We turn to the floor. I have some online, but I want to turn to the floor first. Otherwise, I'm going to call on, yes, Maria, please. Oh, yes, we'll get you one. Jesse has it.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to maybe add 2 points for the panel to discuss. One is gold, the price of gold and the quantity of gold that is being sold as a result of all this turbulence. How do you panelists view this? And then the second is something that is a little bit technical, but one of the main reasons why the dollar is really an international currency is because of the swap lines. The Fed had always provided liquidity during crisis, which actually allowed global markets to function when nobody wanted to buy and sell. So questions here, will the Fed continue to provide swap lines in times of shock? In particular, since as you mentioned, the issue of independence, the Fed is moving from technocratic to more political. Will there be a will to support international liquidity in times of crisis? Question one. And of course, on the other side of the continent, which is here, would the ECB like to step in and pick up some of the swap line demand from, particularly from currencies that are now under sanctions, by means of internationalizing the euro more than it does today?
Okay, great questions. Obviously, when it comes to Argentina, the Fed is willing to do swap lines, but whether that's a broader argument. Martin, you want to jump in, and then I'll turn to the panel on the gold question, and Andreas on the ECB question. Yeah. But Martin.
Argentina, I think it's the Treasury, not the Fed.
Well, the Fed will have to be involved at some point.
But so first, I think, Maria, these are good questions. And I think on gold, there's just not enough gold around to really kind of shift. Now, obviously, it has gone up because of uncertainty, but we would see astronomical levels if it were to really be an alternative to treasuries. On the swap lines, some of the most important swap lines are permanent, and I have not seen any indications that there's any idea of canceling them. This would be a major market event. What happens during a crisis is that additional countries get access to dollar swaps. But the reason for that is always that the Fed deems it necessary to manage risks to its price and growth mandate by avoiding volatility in dollar markets elsewhere. And that's been kind of always the justification during the global financial crisis and during COVID. And it would again be in a future crisis because it's the monetary mandate that they have. So I don't see any risks from that particular side.
Gold, and then I'll get to you on the ECB point. But anyone want to weigh in on the gold question? What we make of it?
I mean, I think it's a couple of factors. I think it's an inflation hedge. We've been in an inflationary period. Gold has maintained its value, increased its value quite a lot. And if you bet on gold as a central bank, you're probably feeling pretty good about that. I think it's to some extent a signal that this, there is no alternative argument. It's true, and yet central banks are searching for alternatives. Gold, yes, supply is an issue. But I believe now, in terms of valuation terms, the share of gold in central bank reserves actually is larger than the euro at this point. So it has taken on a pretty large chunk of reserves, and that's a huge change in the last 20 years. And the third thing is sanctions, right? The Russians, the Chinese, the Turks, these have all been major buyers. All countries with experience and concerns about U.S. sanctions, and gold in a vault is pretty safe from Washington, so, despite its limitations.
And the ECB point, would the ECB step in and fill in some of this role?
Maria always asks very good questions. So I have to say one sentence about gold. The issue is in gold, it's not only physical gold. We have a lot of derivatives on gold. And there is a danger and a risk if all of that would be called at the same time and there would be a run on gold. And then there could well be a situation where banks couldn't fulfill those derivatives, and we could have I wouldn't say a panic, but a very complicated situation. So gold is a special topic which needs a lot more consideration than in the past. And there's a paper out on derivatives on gold and risk, and Maria knows that anyhow very well. Now the second question is about the swap lines. It's not necessarily an ECB question, it's a US Fed question. And it's important, of course, what the Federal Reserve does, but it's also important what people think it could or could not do. And that feeling that maybe the US wouldn't stand behind swap lines in the future has increased during this year, and that makes me not feel very well about it. I'm not saying it will happen. I don't think the Fed has any intentions, but of course, could there be an executive order ordering the Fed not to fulfill those swap lines? I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm worried about this. Now, could the ECB do something? I'm not going to advise the ECB in that regard, but I don't think that the ECB is powerful enough. But if they were to work together, let's say with the Bank of Japan and others who are in a similar situation, not only in terms of dominance of the currency, then you would be talking different things. I hope this is not necessary. I like the system as it is right now.
Fred, I think you had a question. We'll get you a mic.
Josh, maybe on the swap lines,
please,
real quick while we're waiting. I kind of disagree. I think the Fed swap line is a feature of dollar dominance, not a driver of it. I mean, these swap lines were put into place well after the dollar has been dominant. And I think I also don't have any inkling that the Fed would be canceling these, but totally agree with Martin that this is aimed at providing liquidity in a crisis so as to preserve, prevent risks to the U.S. I think if the Fed were to announce some sort of, pulling back from them, the concern is more about the signaling and the overall environment of what are we looking at in terms of an independent Fed, how independent is it still, as opposed to the actual amounts in the swap line.
I tried to say the same, but this was, of course, much clearer.
So Josh knows that, Fred Kemp, Atlantic Council, Josh knows I'm a geopolitical guy. And so, first of all, this is riveting. Any of you have gone to rock concerts, and I remember the most famous one I went to, Rufus was Warmack back, then the Eagles, and then the Rolling Stones. And this is the Rolling Stones for our group, right? I mean, but I must tell you something. This is a brilliant discussion. I even kind of understand it. But here's my geopolitical question. My geopolitical question is, what are you watching for to see the shift? Is it a Treasury auction gone south? Is it Fed independence disappearing? What we're picking up at the Atlantic Council when we do IMF World Bank meetings is we convene all these finance ministers, central bank governors, and a few years ago they said there's nothing to replace the dollar and they didn't want something. Now they're saying there's nothing to replace it and they want something. And so to me, how is all of this then? First of all, the answer is what are you watching for? And the second is, how do you know when it's signaling a geopolitical shift from what you've seen in history? Because that's what I'm really watching is, how do I put your thinking together with whether or not the US is losing its edge globally in some irretrievable manner?
I think this is such a key question, and Saleha Mohsin spoke about this earlier. You often don't know that it's happening in real time. This is the history of currency changes, and you look back, and then the indicators, and Fred, your question, and the question I'll turn to the panelists, so what should we be looking at? Who wants to take it? Martin?
So you mentioned earlier the paper that came out, and I did that with Valbona Zinelli, also from the Atlantic Council. We tried to look among all the other factors a bit into the geopolitical combination. There's a debate among academics. Some say, well, it doesn't matter whether you're a global hegemon for providing a reserve currency, and we took a bit of a different line, and there's also some papers to that regard out there. I think if you look at the US right now, in terms of its military exposure potentially, it looks a bit extended, because China has been catching up rapidly. There's some choke points in terms of replenishing key materials. Some of the weaponry is a bit outdated and it's slowly being invested in. But if the US, for some geopolitical incident or ever, loses the perception that they have an edge over every opponent, I think that would be a major geopolitical factor against long-term continued dollar dominance. Because in the end, you trust that when you put your money in the US, you'll always get it back with a return. And that is in part because you believe that the US is stable, it's kind of not assailable, it can defend itself, it can get its policy targets implemented. And if they take a setback on that, people will doubt that this is always going to be the case. So in other words, political and military capacity play a role for dollar dominance. The British Empire experienced it at some point. It doesn't have to be always the case, but I think this would be a major turning point, not only in geopolitics, but also in geoeconomics.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And I think the way we think about this at the center is we should pay attention to the demand signal, where you're talking about, Fred, and alternative payment systems are demand signals, in my mind, because they're indications of a desire to de-dollarize, and they're pipes. And eventually water flows through those pipes, even if that takes many years and is a long way away from challenging the dollar. We're out of time, but I want to end with a lightning round as we conclude the Transatlantic Forum, and then I'll welcome my colleagues, Julia and Jorn, to wrap us up. But here's the lightning round. When we convene for the 10th annual Transatlantic Forum on GeoEconomics, wherever that will be, so 6 years from now, is a two-part lightning round. Will the euro be stronger as a reserve currency and the dollar weaker? Will they be the same? Will one be stronger or weaker? So where's the euro 6 years from now in reserve currency status? Elizabeth, put you on the hot seat first.
Dollar will still be dominant, but euro could be stronger if this current environment creates an impetus for change in Europe.
Martin?
I'll vote for the same.
Dan?
I expect the dollar to continue to slowly lose market share, and I think the euro will continue to grow.
Andreas?
Things are going well for the euro right now.
Well, what a note to end the Transatlantic Forum on. Please thank our distinguished panel.
Thank you very much.
And please welcome to the stage Jorn Fleck and Julia Friedlander. Give them a round of applause. Julia, Jorn, we're here at the end. I want to thank everyone here for being with us, many of you throughout the day. So we have a tradition. When we end, we like to kind of get a through line, how this day has gone. But Jorn, you are new now to our troika, and we want to turn the spotlight on you first before we all give our concluding thanks. What did you take away from today?
Thank you, first of all, for making this a troika and doing so seamlessly and effectively, and bringing 3 teams and 3 cultures together. And I will miss you on those weekly calls, basis, and the great cooperation. Look, I think the 3 sort of observations I have, through lines of the day, and hopefully you guys will agree and disagree. First, is a sense of sort of fundamental changes and uncertainty that permeate all of these geopolitical and geoeconomic conversations, from trade to technology to European defense to even the last conversation you just had, to the transatlantic partnership writ large. And I think that is really, I think, underlying all of these discussions. Second, since we are in Brussels, Europe is at a geopolitical and geoeconomic crossroads. And I think we've heard a lot of recognition of just how daunting that change is and how much Europe has to change, but a lot of questions as well about whether Europe has the will to deliver change and to make the hard choices at the speed and the level of ambition that might be required. And then thirdly, I think, is about the transatlantic partnership or relationship. I think we've seen sort of strong signals from both sides, from the US ambassador to NATO to the EU, but also on the European side, that neither side is willing to give up on the relationship, right? Both wanted to engage, both sides want to figure out what is next, how the relationship has to change, and what to build. I think it was interesting to see different messages and expectations about that from the Americans, and this is something that Charles Litchfield in our conversation earlier sort of highlighted. The Americans pressing the Europeans to finally make those hard choices, make the changes, reform on economic competitiveness, on security, on technology, and so many more things. The Europeans, on the other side, demanding or asking for, amid all of this daunting change, asking for more stability and more certainty from the United States. So sort of a mismatch in the exact expectations, but I think that means we have our work cut out for us at the Europe Center, at the GeoEconomics Center, at the Atlantic Brücke, to really define and shape how that relationship has to change, where we want to end up, what we want to build, and how we want to do that. And so I think those are sort of the 3 through lines I see from throughout the day.
Thank you, Jorn. Well said.
And no going back. I think Commissioner Šefčovič's point on trade you can apply to the whole day, to the discussions on the agenda we're facing.
So Julia, we have some thanks to do and an announcement to make about the next forum before we get to the reception, but first to you.
I guess we have to realize that there are no certainties in how we work with each other and what our careers look like and what our lives look like. When I entered the CIA and stepped on the seal and pledged allegiance to the United States of America, and the next day I got a call from the White House and said the president would like someone to explain credit default swaps. That was a different world than the one that we have now, right? And a different Europe and certainly a different America. But there are, but as I think we talked with many counterparts today, how European institutions grew stronger through all those crises, of course, the Euro crisis being one of the paradigms of that, is that ultimately, if you think that the United States is in a little bit of an identity crisis and Europe is in a competitiveness crisis, suddenly we're going to find our way through in the middle because we need each other. I think sometimes when people argue the most and throw tomatoes at each other, or tariffs at each other, it's because one actually means it and one actually cares. You could ignore each other if you really didn't care. So I challenge you all to defy the headlines that you see, not by Bloomberg. Bloomberg's headlines are going to be great, but to really dig into the weeds and all of this stuff, because that's where the essence lies. But yes, thank you all so much for really hanging through a marathon day. I said at the beginning it was going to be high octane. We meant it. And I hope you really take a lot away from this. We have, of course, some partners to thank who, of course, made this day possible. To EY, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan,
Lufthansa Group, PPF, Swift, and of course Bloomberg, our media partner for the event, who's been with us from the beginning in 22. And when we created this event in 22, we really thought the US, EU, the economic partnership was important. But what we say now, given what's happened in the past year, that was nice to have these events where we did this bilateral coordination and conversation about these pillars and frictions and challenges. It's a must-have going forward. We have to have this dialogue and conversation in this community we've all built together at the Transatlantic Forum. So I thank you all for being part of it. I also want to thank our teams. As much as this conference is our vision here, it's the vision of Iveta Krumo who's standing in the back and has built this. So please give her a round of applause. Zach Tarrant, the entire audiovisual team, my team at the GeoEconomics Center, Bart Piasecki, Jesse Yin, Heather Coonan, I know your team at Atlantic Broker, Julia, you and your team at Europe Center.
Do they all stand up and come up?
Please.
Yeah,
and
please come out.
Before we do our final toast and we'll get everyone to the reception, we want to announce where next year's forum will be, as is our tradition. So, the 5th annual Transatlantic Forum, if we can get this up on screen, will be in Miami, December 2026, on the sidelines of the G20 Leaders Summit. The Atlantic Council is proud to be the T20 lead next year, convening think tanks around the world in our role, leading the Think Tank 20. And so we will be in Miami for a Transatlantic Forum unlike any other in December 2026. We hope you join us. Please join us for the reception. Thank you for being with us. Our teams, come up.
Thank you, our teams.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on out.